Hey, what's up? Hello, and to whom this may concern. I'm thirsty. Damn. Sorry, it's a bit toasty today. I might be drinking a lot of water. Hey, Sham. Hi, Jeannie. Matching outfits? Yeah. I snapped it up pretty much immediately when we found it on that one stream. That was a Merry Christmas to me. It was a personal Merry Christmas. Still a little bit much for tonight's weather, but okay. I have an ice pack. At least it's comfy. It's comfy and cozy. Very soft. I forgot how soft these things start as before you start having to wash it a few times. They, right off the bat, they come out floofy. Very, very floofy. Ooh. Rolling closer. Oh boy. Yeah, you mentioned you got a couple. I mean, it's worth it when they're on sale like that. Might as well snap them up when they're going for peanuts. Oh, this ice pack is nice. Get you a couple of these. I might have to get more, like 2 or 3. Keeps the core down. Keeps the core temperature down, like keeping a nuclear reactor, in the sweet spot. Vampire Survivors has consumed my soul. That's what it's designed to do. That game is one job and one job only, to keep you busy. Did Suicide Squad come out, or is that still on the way? I never looked at the release date. 30th of January. Oh, so it's around the corner. Yeah, everyone's talking about it right now because people are actually playing builds of it and giving opinions. So it's in the conversation, but I didn't realize, I wasn't sure when the actual date was. Developer lifts the NDA following negative previews. So at this point, they're basically just saying, fuck it. Since everyone's talking shit anyway, let's just ditch the NDA. They're going to say what they're going to say. Just c'est la vie at this point. I feel like it's a little oversaturated, though. That's one of the problems, maybe. Like, they've been releasing trailers for this ad nauseum, and people have been doing think pieces for a while now, and there's only so much to this game. Like, everything we've seen so far, it's just, it is what it is. Like, there's not really anything to it aside from what we've seen from the very beginning. Everyone jumps around the city blasting things. Lots of UI, things popping up, loot. But everyone's just kept talking about it to the point where the only thing left to say is to nitpick. Every little bit of footage people just dig into. I guess there's such a thing as too much marketing. That sounds crazy because usually there's no such thing as too much marketing. Even bad marketing is good marketing, but at a certain point, like, it seems like everything just starts to get, like, really rancid. Because anything left to say is toxic shit. Alpha people can't show stuff? Oh, so people with the alpha builds are generally not really allowed to show their footage? They're just allowed to say what they think? And people are a little bit iffy on the Batman aspect to it, because this is meant to take place within the same universe as the Arkham games, which is like top tier, cream of the crop comic book gaming. And we all know how Arkham Knight ended, and the fate of Batman. And the fact that he's just in this as an evil Batman, it seems weird. Almost anticlimactic to the Arkham franchise to just have him in this as part of the Justice League. I feel like we're missing something. I feel like we're missing a massive chunk of the story. Like, there was meant to be a game between Arkham Knight and Suicide Squad in this same universe to explain how the Justice League came together and Batman's involvement. People think they may be clones. I mean, that's one way to go about it. But it's meant to be after the events of the Arkham games anyway, so it's like, it's just super confusing. And I'm guessing that maybe Suicide Squad will fill in the blanks with that. And if they don't, it's going to be even more confusing as to what the hell just happened. Because there are events in Gotham during the course of those Arkham games that would have really benefited from the appearance of the Justice League. So we know that they went around then. Because at one point, Gotham was completely overrun by some... remember that gassy stuff? That, like, completely covered all the buildings? The entire city was fucked? It's like, that's a bit of a beyond Batman issue. It ended up getting sorted, but... like, where the fuck was the Justice League then? They think they'll do multiverse stuff? I mean, they may as well at this point. I know it's more of a Marvel thing right now. And DC just... everything is just kind of into, not connected as much. You know, kind of how, like, Matt Reeves' The Batman film is not part of... well, Matt Reeves' Batman film and The Joker are not part of James Gunn's new shit, and they're not part of Zack Snyder's old shit. Like, DC can just have things, like, existing separate. So, they don't really have to interconnect stuff. You know what they should have done? They should have just made a Suicide Squad game and not said it was in the Arkham universe or not connected to anything. It just is what it is. Just let it be a thing. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, you know, if it was successful, they could start their own little mini universe of games that spring off, okay, what are the characters, both good and bad guys, like from the point of view of the Suicide Squad's universe, and let's just jump into other games from that, and then everything can be different, like an Elseworlds thing. You could even make your own standalone Batman game based off Suicide Squad, where Batman is more like, what's his dad's name? What was the dad's name? Something Wayne. Why can't I remember his name? Thomas Wayne, yeah. Remember in the Flashpoint stuff, how there's an alternate universe where Bruce, the kid, got shot in the alley, and the mum and the dad survived, and Thomas Wayne became like a version of the Batman that was more like the Punisher. He was like brutal and actually killed people, and the mother went crazy and became a female version of the Joker. You could do a like little side project like this Suicide Squad game, and then just bounce off into Elseworld stuff, like playing off that stuff. Like, what if we had a Batman game where we played as that Thomas Wayne version of Batman, where you actually brutally murder people and do Punisher type shit? The only possible way you could do like an R-rated Batman. And then the villain is like his former wife, Lady Joker. Some pretty cool shit. I'd be so into that. Suicide Squad. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, wait, I should move this. I'm done having that up there now. That was there for Garden Story. We can all go back to our corners. Cool. Alright. Bloop. Let me shiftle across. Where's my headphones? I always forget about these. You know what else I forgot? I forgot to connect the audio thingy. God damn it. That. And this. We'll have to do a Doom test. Make sure that went properly. I keep losing it. There it is. Yeah, boy. Well, it works. Actually, that shimmying skeleton does kind of go along with the Doom soundtrack. Also, I can hear the "Give Me Something to Break" in that riff as well. It is very similar. I forgot to move the mic. Would have been coming in a little quiet. Oh, God, toasty. Why is tonight like this? I'm gonna sweat all up in this Oodie, and I've barely even worn it. It's my new shit. Stand up and admit. It's freezing cold here. I kind of wish it was freezing cold right now. Can't wait for winter. Give it a couple months, we'll get there. What have you put in here? Oh, just people doing their hands on.
First and foremost, thank you WB for providing travel for me to play the game early. This video is going to be something different.
So everyone can just show their footage now. That's part of them letting go of the NDA?
Well, you know, we're just gonna call it a rant review. Spoiler warning, I do have some cutscene clips that, Anyways, let's get the video started. As you can see with the title of this video, I was invited to play Suicide
I saw the
Squad
Cyber Nerds
Kill
went to
the
that live
Justice
event.
League, which launches February 6th,
Apparently you got to play it for like a whole day.
If you pre-order
Like it went
the
for
launch
hours.
edition on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and Steam, guess what? You get to play the game January 30th.
I like the graffiti around the town.
You're gonna have to play it
I like the fact that
March 5th,
civilians have graffiti
2024.
based on like the heroes and stuff like that.
The game is
Seems
published
realistic.
by Warner Brothers and developed by Rocksteady. Yes, the legendary studio who developed my beloved Arkham series. Those were amazing games that pioneered a combat system like no other at the time. That combat system is gone, but not forgotten in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. This is a third-person action-adventure shooter game. Yep, even
What's going on with the
gunslinging. To be honest, after playing many
Is it just me, or is her recording a little bit flat?
Genre,
I remember the trailers making this look more colorful.
range and melee just makes sense. It's a little something for everyone. New combat
They were allowed to
system for
record footage,
Rocksteady,
but not the boss battle?
same great storytelling. I had
What's with the
pleasure of meeting so
with the
many
car?
wonderful people at the event, including some Rocksteady
What the fuck?
developers. My squad was Comic Story as Captain Boomerang, Lejeune as King Shark, Jamie from Rocksteady.
You think she used a
QA, who
filter?
was our tour guide extraordinaire
Yeah, it's looking a little bit more
as
brownish gray.
and of course,
in her
you
recording.
truly had to play Dr. Harlene Quinzel. We got to play Chapter 1 and 3, free roam a bit, and familiarize ourselves to our characters. It was a blast not only exploring Metropolis and discovering what our characters can do, but just overall having fun as a squad. You can also solo the game and switch between the 4 characters to add a little gaming variety if you go down that route. Now, the cinematics or story progression from chapters 1 and 3 were great. My favorite part of the Arkham games has always been
Her delivery is
the story
pretty
and the
cringe.
cinematics. It always felt like playing an interactive movie.
It's probably because she's
Loved
she's
the
putting on that kind
extensive
of like
world they created and
that
going
kind of
into
reporty
certain
voice that
properties
sounds
that
like
was developed.
acting.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up for a bit.
Like it doesn't sound like conversation. It sounds
Spoiler
like
alert! Let's
it
watch
sounds
the
like presenting to camera. Oh, there's the infamous poison ivy thing that everyone on Twitter goes crazy about.
Find mean old Lex and suffocate him in a seed pod.
Hold that thought, kid.
Oh, I just wanna.
I actually forgot she died in Arkham Knight until I saw this controversy.
All right, look. We're all villains here.
With you so far.
Isn't Harley perfect? She's so gorgeous. Rant time! In the 2 chapters I played, there is a common theme. Travel to the location on your map.
I wonder if you
protect,
can actually get to that
pixelize, and collect. Or else Waller happens to bump her
Brainiac
head
structure in the background, or if that's just a
graphics of
map
this
painting.
game is just beautiful.
Like, is that the center of the city?
There's
Can you
a
actually get underneath that
fun
thing? Or is it
live
just in the
action
background, like it's part of the
side,
skybox?
but they're doing their own thing at the end of the day. Amanda Waller in this game looks more like her voice.
Flower Bud was
actress
left behind?
Deborah
Oh yeah, I
Wilson,
mean,
and less like Viola
it didn't
Davis.
confuse me or anything. Like, when I saw...
It's not the same Deadshot from Arkham, but he's still entertaining. I've
When I
always
saw
liked
the
that
whole
Kurt looks like an actual shark.
concept of
I
her coming
appreciate
back,
the
I was like, oh, that
composition
makes sense
influence of
because
that
plants...
series. Overall,
Like, it didn't really throw me or
design
anything,
for
but
the character and
I think people...
really fun.
I think people
Boomer looks scummy,
got mad about it
dirty, and he
because
is definitely
Poison
a
Ivy
shade
was hot,
taller.
and now they're mad that she's not
As
hot
for
anymore.
my
She's a
Harley
child, and
Quinn,
they can't
I
horn
overall
over
like
her.
design. It's fresh,
Which is a
it's
little weird.
modern, and I'm just curious on how her
I mean,
other
I
characters
like
will
Poison
look.
Ivy. I think she's a
Now,
babe,
while
but
the color palette
like story-wise,
of
it's,
the game
you know, there's
cannot
nothing wrong
really
with
compare
what's
to
going
the
on
dark
here.
grittiness of Batman Arkham series, I think it works out all right.
They
for
showed the
Suicide
butt in
Squad.
Arkham Knight.
It's
Yeah, I mean, no, the
and
reason she comes
chaotic,
back is not in
just
question.
like our
It's
characters.
the
I
fact
actually
that
think they did a
people don't
great
like the
job with
fact they
the
can't be
cast
horny
for
for Poison
Squad
Ivy anymore
and
because they made her a child.
heroes.
But they won't say it in
Dialogue and
those...
chemistry between our
They won't
band
say it in those
members
words because it makes them sound like
actually
creeps.
really
So they kind of
hilarious.
try to make it about other stuff.
As I recall during our time at the event, just how
They'll
much
still
we were
find a way to
laughing
horn
and
over her? I really
smiling
hope
while
not.
playing together. And
Oh my god.
besides my utmost love for Harley, Tara, I love you forever.
Yeah, I don't know what the narrative about
Captain
Harley
Boomerang
hitting on her
really
was. Like,
stole
I
the
feel
show
like that
for
was a
me.
bit forced.
Daniel Levine really did an amazing job capturing the essence of
Like, I didn't
Boomerang.
really...
And
Her reaction to
Batman
Harley
loved
being
it.
alive and a little child was not out of the
Also,
ordinary to me from what I could tell.
Because I'm a child in an adult body, I laugh really hard whenever he would curse and disrespects the Flash.
Also, I don't know why you'd complain about that even if she did, because isn't
Spoiler!
Harley a villain?
It's cutscene time.
Like, Harley's a bad guy. She's a piece of shit. So if she was horning over a little girl version of Poison Ivy and hitting on her, whatever. So what? She's a creep. She goes around killing people. Has everyone forgotten that these are villains? Do we keep forgetting that? That was awesome.
Did you get him? Did you really scamper all the way up here just to huff this sweaty LexCorp armor? Man, you know it's gone to hell when you... Really? Why don't you just mail me the bullet?
It was me, Barry. I mailed you the bullet. And now back to our
Oh, she's doing the meme.
regularly
She's
scheduled
doing the reverse Flash meme.
As for leveling up your character, I only played as Harley during my playthrough, and it was only for 2 levels. I will show you what Harley Quinn's talent tree looks like initially. You have 3 talent trees to dump your
What is she supposed to be again?
one
This weird
dedicated to
holographic black
melee
chick?
weapons, and your specials.
I don't really know what that is.
A lot of time to tinker, but at a glance, you can lean towards your preferred playstyle, whether that's range or melee. It looks like you can redistribute your talent points as you play through the game, which I like because there's nothing.
I don't recognize her from
worse than
anything.
getting
Like, I don't
into
even
a
have the
game
theory as to
and
who she could
realizing
be.
how bad your build was and not being able to change it. God. In Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, there will be a variety of weapons available for all your characters. From Harley Quinn's bat to Deadshot's precision firearms. The game is likely to provide a range of weapons that complement each character. You can customize your weapons with different afflictions, also known as boosts.
You know what's
Get the
weird?
job done right and with style.
Harley Quinn in
One
this
thing I do
in this
miss
style,
game
something about
is
her
the melee
face,
combat from the Arkham games. In the series,
especially with the
melee
makeup,
just
like
feels
covering
right.
things a bit.
Satisfying,
She looks like somebody I know
punch,
in real life.
counter moves. Hey, let's throw batarang.
Not necessarily with that
Here's
hairstyle,
something
but there's something about the way that
Samurai
hairstyle is
Samurai.
accentuating her face and
I
her
love
the
to
way she
challenge myself with
emotes,
how long I can hold a combo
like the way she
for.
smiles or looks
Take
around.
control
Like
from
she
the
legit
game.
looks like somebody I know.
I do hope we're able to add additional combo moves through the talent point system, but I guess we're gonna just have to wait and see when the game is fully released. Since I only played as Harley, I'm going to focus on her traversal movement, Batman's grappler. One thing I do want to say is I wish there was an option to just move a little faster while swinging through the city. I don't know, maybe you can press a button to boost her speed and have another one to slow down if you're mid.
Sounds like she's a bit used to the Spider-Man
I understand
traversal.
I'm not Spider-Quinn. and
Yeah,
I
they
need
should
to
just
work on
mentioned.
my grappling skills. Look, I'm not used to
Because
the
in
high
Spider-Man, you
touch,
can move pretty
but
fast,
if there
especially
was
with
a
the
way to add a
slingshotting
little
stuff.
pep in my swing, I will definitely appreciate that. Some missions will involve managing a two-person
What is this
vehicle
car?
like what you're going to see in this video.
Oh, wow.
It was a bit of a learning curve for me while maneuvering it.
I didn't know there was
but overall it
vehicles.
fine.
That's new.
Spoiler scene coming up. I promise it's the last.
Please make her stop. Or kill me. Harley, for old time's sake.
Thought you'd never ask. Penguin! Let's play a game.
She is kind of goofy looking.
I'm the brilliant scientist.
No,
Yes!
She looks like an Oompa Loompa.
you little green.
What do you know? I think she likes you this time around, Ozzy. Otherwise, you'd be...
Does she start with a new personality like she's just been reborn? Like, I'm not sure what the rules are for Poison Ivy Rebirth.
God, I can't wait to finish this story. Back to ranting. Also, you may notice a green light projecting while you're traveling through Metropolis. Yep, the Riddler is back again and as arrogant as ever.
That was some rough swinging right there.
Riddler challenge that had me going through checkpoints. And was a nice little
Different person with
boost to
pheromones,
change
remember?
up the
That makes sense.
gameplay.
I like that.
Show video or go into detail, but the boss fights really do require.
It is a shame she's a bit Oompa Loompa looking, but, I mean, it's the kind of thing you'd get over.
Get progressively harder. Over time, I'm sure each character's role will be.
It would be very distracting, though. Every time you see her, you'd be like, Oompa Loompa.
The initial challenge
Oompa
should be
dee
fun,
tree.
though. The first boss fight we
I
escaped
wonder
was
if
a
Harley
straight
remembers
over
me.
and can be a little overwhelming with everything going on all at once. In the end, it felt rewarding to finally KO.
There is a lot. Oh my god, lady, calm down. There is a lot of green and purple
Overall,
I've
I
noticed
had
in this
so much
game.
fun playing, and
That
I
seems to be the
really
two
wish I
primary,
could
like,
play
dominant
again.
colors, green and purple.
But I'm gonna have to wait like everyone else. It's nice to be able to play
There's
a
purple,
comic
there's
book
green.
game from a villain anti-hero point of view, because that's all that you see or what you think of when you think of comic book game is always playing from a hero perspective. So I appreciate that.
I wonder if that
Awesome.
Riddler
I wish
challenge
more
race
people thought
thing
that way.
would have been
If you
easier with
like
another
DC
character.
comics,
The grappling was kind of fucking her up a bit. I bet if you had,
co-op action
oh my
shooter
god, there's
games,
emotes.
I do recommend Suicide
The
Squad
jetpack that
Revengeance.
Deadshot has might make it easier.
Once again, thank you, WB, for flying me out to be a part of this experience.
I wonder if they've all got the same emote and
February
answers, or if they're
2nd
unique to each
play
person.
The full game. Oh, and actually one last thing. If you want to watch an animated Suicide Squad movie, I highly recommend watching Batman Assault on Arkham.
I think they're unique.
Right before, kind of like leading up to the launch of the game, whether you pre-ordered deluxe or whatnot. It's definitely
What the hell is Harley
one of my
doing?
favorites to watch. So, Batman Assault on
Trying to
Arkham,
recognize the
followed by
dance,
EA,
but I don't know what
sign
she's doing.
me up.
Alright. I just feel like the more of this game we see, the less we learn. Like, it's still the exact same game. Like, that time around is the first time I saw those little, those vehicles that you can drive, you can fly around. Maybe it's the Carlton. I couldn't tell. Didn't show it at a good angle. But I think it's such a straightforward game. Like, the game mechanics and the gameplay style is just, there's not much to it. It is what it is. So every time they show trailers and every time people do these early access things, it's like, it's still exactly the same. You don't really get anything new from it. It's just more Suicide Squad. And I feel like that's partially what's driving the negativity, is that people get tired of seeing the same old shit, and then they start to find ways of seeing it in negative lights. It's, like I said before, they start nitpicking. Nice review. Too bad the game is not on PS4. I wonder if that's because he only has in PS4, or if that's meant to be some kind of dig. Why is the gameplay footage so dim? That guy noticed the same thing I did. I wonder why she would be using that filter, though, if that's really what... if your idea is what she's actually doing. There's someone cancelling their pre-order. They made a whole video about it. I played Suicide Squad and I have thoughts, ... That doesn't sound too good. So, ... I played Suicide Squad. That sounds negative as well. Honestly, I'm very neutral about the whole thing. Like, people being negative about it didn't really bother me because I can see the negative points as well as the positive points pretty equally. It is kind of a mixed bag. It's going to be a very 50-50 game. Like anyone, like even if I play it and like it, anyone that doesn't like it, I won't. It doesn't seem like the kind of game where I'd blame them. This negative skepticism, understandable. But do you know what I mean? It feels like one of those games that no matter whether you like it or not, like objectively, you can't really. It's good. Like I've played so many games like this where objectively I can't actually provide any rebuttal to the negativity. Like I pretty much understand all the bad things, but just somehow you end up enjoying it anyway. There's a lot of games like that. So when people say, how can you like that game? It's shit. My answer is usually like, well, I do agree it's pretty shit, but somehow I enjoyed it regardless. There's genuine criticism, but people like Luke Stevens are just hating on that it's a live service. I mean, I'm not a big fan of live servicey type stuff either, but it is what it is. There are good games within that genre, within that type of game. It's not necessarily a reason to completely write everything off. It doesn't help that they went from the single-player top-tier AAA stuff that the Arkham games were to this genre. Like, it's not the best look. It does feel like a step down. But if you ignore that fact, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing saying that something like this can't be worthwhile in its own right. If you give it a chance. I forgot about my coffee. Bloop. I do still think the UI can be absurd. I've seen so many screenshots of the game now where the at the exact worst moments where the UI is just kind of insane. It looks like a World of Warcraft game. I don't really know why we need that much UI. I assumed you could turn it off, but like usually the default is on, and then you have to know to go do that. Whereas the Batman games are the opposite. The default was actually pretty clean, but you could actually force more UI if you wanted to. What did Sham? Sham's done something here. Bleep.
I made my best Elder Scrolls. Like, I'm happy with that.
Life After 76. Why this veteran Bethesda world designer went solo? Oh. Life After 76. Does that mean he worked on Fallout 76 and then just went fuck it? And made his own studio?
I don't want to do another one. And I've spent 10 years doing Fallout games, so someone else can do that. I've spent 10 years thinking about nukes. And live.
What is that music? That's Halo, isn't it? I swear to God, they're playing the Halo theme in the background to this for some reason.
Right next to Washington, D.C. That's probably not healthy.
This is Nate Perkypile.
I heard the dun 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 like on the piano. Maybe it was a coincidence. I don't know.
You may remember him
We'll
from
see.
our documentary on Bethesda Game Studios, or our pre-release feature on Fallout 76. More on that later. Well, partway through Starfield's development, Nate decided to leave the studio where he had helped create some of the most celebrated and commercially successful open world games of all time. From Fallout 3 to Skyrim and Fallout 4, Nate created many of those world's most iconic areas, and as art lead for Fallout 76, he is partly responsible for arguably the best part of that game at launch, its map. Nate was working on an earlier version of Starfield's Neon when he left the studio he'd called home for 14 years, and since then he's been documenting his new design adventure on both YouTube and TikTok. His new project is an open world hunting game, a combination of his...
Oh, this game. We saw the trailer for this at the Game Awards, yeah? It was either the Game Awards or whatever showcase we saw before that. It was at one of the expos.
love of heavy metal, and a childhood raised in the woods of southern Oregon. The game is called The Axis Unseen,
oh,
and
there-
remarkably,
there's the name.
he's making it all by himself. So when I was back in my old stomping ground of Maryland,
Yeah, I
for a
remember getting
wedding during the
excited
summer,
to that trailer. Like, the trailer was nothing too groundbreaking, but I remember being kind of like turned on by the whole like mythological heavy metal fantasy kind of vibe.
I grabbed my camera and
Not
went
the
to
Game
check
Awards. It must be whatever we watched before the Game Awards then. What was before the Game Awards? Whatever the last expo would have been. It was at one of the expos. Actually, we can find out right now. I'm just super curious as when we first saw this, because I would have posted about it. Let's see. Was it the Tokyo Game Show? No, wasn't that. Wasn't Fear Fest, wasn't Realms Deep, wasn't Indie Horror Showcase. Let me just double check the Game Awards real quick. I don't think it is this though. I think you're right. I don't recall it being that recent. Nah. Da 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 da. Lethal Company. Buddha Buddha. Maybe it was the Indie Horror Showcase. Would it count as horror? It doesn't really give off that much of a horror vibe, but... No? Realms Deep? They might be a friend of Realms Deep, because the Realms Deep Showcase showed a lot of their friends' stuff. Is that Winnie the Pooh horror game? Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. Cuddly little, lovely little Fear Fest. Ah, yeah, it was Fear Fest 2023. Here it is. Heavy metal horror game where you hunt nightmarish monsters and ancient folklore with a bow. Yeah, that's what I got excited about. The idea of heavy metal fantasy in game form sounds so dope. So that was about a month ago. 30 days. So Fear Fest wasn't that long ago at all. Beginning of December, maybe?
on Nate, not just to see how he's doing post-Bethesda, but how the game was coming along, what it's like moving from the creation engine to Unreal, the pros and cons of
I didn't
being a
actually know
solo
that the
indie
creator was a
dev,
former
and just how bad the reception
Bethesda dev
Fallout
or
76
Fallout.
felt to those who'd been working on it.
It's pretty cool.
So I'm working on The Axis Unseen, which is a heavy metal horror game where you hunt monsters from folklore. And I'm doing it all by myself now. Like, it is a heavy metal game, so I wanted to reflect that aesthetic and have something that was like really epic. And there's like the giant redwoods and huge skull sculptures. That mountain that you see is like literally 2 miles tall. But I also really wanted it to play well and not just look like, hey, here's this Unreal 5 game number 5000. So that's why I chose to stylize it. And I actually have almost no textures in the game. Like, it's literally flat colors. But because it is that
I did not notice that.
There's still a lot of detail there. Every
Wow.
little tiny piece of dirt
Oh my
can
gosh.
cast shadows, which is
Oh my god.
wild.
That's the nanite stuff?
Yeah.
That
It's
is actually
they call it
really
virtual
interesting.
Shadow maps, and basically
Like,
what it does.
looking at the game,
is,
you wouldn't know
like,
that it didn't have
those
any
are your
textures.
shadows. You can see like all the tiny.
That's
little
crazy
bits
that through
there.
just pure style alone, you can make it look
And it
textured,
breaks
even
it
though it's
into all
not.
these little chunks, which get even smaller. So you can see close up, like each one of those, like that's why it's higher detailed. Because normally you would have it, they would call it cascaded shadow maps, where it'd be like all the shadows out to here are one level, and then out to there. But that never let you get fine detail without like weird little tricks, like screen space shadows and stuff. But in this case, since they're adjusting it on the fly, that's what lets
I like
you
this really long curved
have
screen.
those absurdly detailed
It's a cool monitor.
dirt shadows, which is not a thing. And
I'm
you
not
can see
too
what Nana
big
is
on
doing
playing
too.
games on these kinds of
Because
monitors, but
ultimately,
for
it
work
makes
like
sense
this,
when you
it
think about
looks
it,
amazing.
What they're trying to do is render on average like one triangle per pixel.
Right.
You don't actually need more than that. So they just cluster the data like that. And it kind of goes back to like that tech they had on Rage, like the mega texture, but with geometry. That also, weirdly enough, lets me make the game faster, which you wouldn't think. You'd be like, oh, it's like more detailed and stuff. But actually, normally when you're making a game, you have that really high detailed stuff. Then you have to do the low poly version and bake it out and unwrap your model and do all these things to get the game version. But I can just make stuff, and like I use this VR headset here to sculpt things, and I can, like this crazy sculpture that shows up in the game, I did that in like 40 minutes before dinner one day, and I just shove it straight into the game with all that detail.
That's so cool that
sounds
you can
great.
go into
Yeah, so
VR and
this is a
sculpt things
camper
in
trailer,
person.
and sometimes we go out on these
I didn't
trips
even
and
think
stuff,
that
and
of that as a
work on
possibility
this thing.
in
You were
game
always an
design.
outdoor kid, like growing up in Southern Oregon.
I mean, I kind of had to be. I was also like the giant nerd, and they're like, "Get outside." I'm like, I know. But yeah, I was like an Eagle Scout and everything, camping all the time. I don't even know how many times I've gone camping. It's like hundreds easily. All sorts of crazy stuff too, like sleeping in the snow, like quite literally, like digging snow shelters and stuff. You just dig a hole basically. It's like, oh man, I got snow in my sleeping bag. Gotta like rebuild the whole thing. When I was the art lead on 76 for the first like 6 months or so, I was just scheduling the art team and doling out the tasks. And I know some people have a big problem when it comes to like getting tasks done on time, but I think that's like, I suppose, one of my dev superpowers. Is that if I have a deadline, I will hit that deadline.
You wonder if he
And I
left
think you kinda
Starfield
have
because
to
of the
have that
procedure
with
generated
big
stuff?
Open world games like that. It's not how long.
I wonder
will
if he'd
task be,
avoid
it's
talking
how much
about
time
that as
you
much as
have.
possible, just because he
You
doesn't want
have
to
scale the work to fit that.
like, he
So
doesn't
those
want to
games
talk
you could
shit
spend forever on
and
anything.
potentially make them
You
mad
could
at him.
always do more. And
Just
also
focus
by
on what
the
he's doing
crunch,
now. You know what I mean?
You're never gonna run out. You can't. So we could have worked on Skyrim for 20 years and like we'll still add more dungeons, more clutter, whatever. It's like, it's a world. You can add as much as you want to a world. Yeah, I mean, that launch, I mean, not to beat around the bush, was like awful. Like we were like the villains of the internet, like the most hated thing. So that definitely is like pretty tough for everyone on the team to deal with.
It is
But
kind
I
of
was
impressive how
happy
they've
to
turned
see
it
that
around a bit, though.
it got pushed
Not
in
on the level
direction
that
it needed
No
to,
Man's
and
Sky
had the
did,
support, and I think with the Wasteland
or even
update
Cyberpunk.
especially, adding the NPCs,
But I have
like,
heard that
people
like
play
it
are
is
like,
more
yeah, I
worth
actually
playing nowadays
like
than
it
when it
now.
launched.
And it was always nice, frankly, to hear that people would be like, this game sucks and I hate it, but that's a cool map and really cool art. I'm like, nailed it. But that's my job. We knew there were issues and stuff, but expecting that level of volume is another thing. I was one of those people who tried to argue to get NPCs and stuff, but I also wasn't like, this is the worst thing ever. You've like
Yeah, that's
murdered
the
a
thing that
puppy
pissed me
kind of
off a little
thing.
bit.
Like,
I don't want to play a
what
Fallout
was
game with no
trying, so
NPCs
having people react
and no
that way
quest giving.
was
What's the
not
point?
Great. But that's also part of why I'm indie now also, because I can not 100% say, but pretty confidently say, no matter what I make and how bad it is or great, I'm unlikely to piss off the internet as much as that ever again. Like, that's pretty
Silver linings,
unlikely.
man.
At first glance, it's like open world game, solo indie. That's stupid. That's probably usually true. But it is, you know, like my 6th open world game, and I really know what goes into them.
The hell was
And
going
the
on
fact
there?
that it's like a hunting game actually really keeps that scope in control. Because if you look at the number of assets you need to do for something like Fallout 4 with a dense urban environment and all these NPCs, like you're talking about orders of magnitude more stuff and systems complexity. Whereas a hunting game, it's really about having like this big open wilderness to explore. I mean, there are locations, but it's nothing like Boston.
Is that
And
Sasquatch?
it's hunting monsters. Like you're not
just a monkey
doing these
man.
elaborate quest lines, talking to NPCs and having followers. So that helps keep the scope control. So I really just need to do a big open landscape, which is done, a bunch of creatures, which is done, and then make some locations and populate out the world. I mean, there's all the systems and stuff too, but that was like the first thing that I did in my like very early prototype. Like, can I do this? Does this work? Am I gonna need a programmer? Because I was kind of worried about that. I'm probably gonna run into.
You can
some
get
things,
away
like,
with
we're saving the
very
game,
little
and I just can't do
programming
that, and I have to like hire a
talent
programmer,
in game
but
design
it's
nowadays.
like, man, Unreal is great. I thought it was gonna take me like 2 weeks maybe to do the save game system. It was like 2 days. It's just like, here's save this and this and this, load it back up. I'm like, oh well, that's way easier than I thought it was gonna be. I would say Unreal is a lot more open with how you do stuff. Like, even if I want to do a tool in the editor,
Oh shit!
in the editor itself, I can make that. Like the same system that you use for doing like the gameplay logic with like
Oh
the whole
my God.
blueprint system, which is
Sorry,
like a visual
just give me a sec.
scripting system. You can use that to make tools. So everything is like very open and easy to expand upon. You build
my
one
God.
thing, but then bring it into another to inherit it. And
Sorry,
like,
the
all my
ice pack
creatures are
slid down my
technically based
back
on one
to like my lower
master creature
spine.
that then gets modified
and
for
that
all those,
was-
like, 60 different versions.
that
Whereas
kinda gave me a
we
bit of a
didn't
shock.
have shared properties for most things at
Go down my
Bethesda,
crotch?
So we'd be like,
No,
I
it was
wanna
my
make
back.
all the weapons like 10%
I took
more
the
damage. Like, oh,
cloth
God.
off it,
Let me just enter
so
all
when
these
it
numbers
slid
and
down
make
to
sure-
my
make sure
lower
I don't
back
mess it up by
and
hand.
my lower
Spend a
spine
lot of
felt
time
direct
pulling
contact
down
with the ice
builds,
block.
seeing if it
It was
works.
kind of a shock.
Oh, nope, it doesn't. Let me roll back.
That was too much. I forgot why I put this on in the first
Yeah,
place.
I did it kind of like chronologically. So over here you got like
As much as I want it to be as
Fallout
cold as possible,
Skyrim,
direct contact with skin
for
with an
Fallout
actual straight up
76.
ice block is
don't really have
intense.
Starfield merch. And then I laid out
It's
all
too
the
much.
games that I shipped on that bottom row, and all these like random crystals for like.
Let's actually
Game
get
of
it in the
Year
hang
award.
on crotch time.
I enjoyed Bethesda when it was like 65
Oh, there we
people when
go.
I started, 110 or so on Skyrim. That was a pretty good number.
Cool down the
but once it
sperm
gets above
factory for a
that, you
second.
end up with all these like tiers of management and approval, and
Oh.
had like 3 one-on-ones with producers every week. So I very much enjoy not having so many meetings. Like, it made sense when I was like art lead on 76, effectively the art director, having 20 to 25 meetings a week. That makes sense. That's literally the job. Some people are like, why do I have so many meetings? Like, dude, you're in charge. That is the job. But then on Starfield, like, I was only in charge of some stuff, like lead lighting artists and like dealing with programmers and stuff like that. But everybody had a lot of those meetings too, because there just has to be more layers of approval when you're talking about like 500 people. And before, a lot of those people had been there a long time. Like, the average was like 10 years that people had been there. It's like, we trust you. You've got
I'm kind
it.
of
A
jealous
lot
of
the
his
stuff in Skyrim and Fallout is, frankly, people doing
his
what they
setup,
wanted
his
to
whole
do.
vibe.
And that just isn't the case when you have a bunch of people who have never worked on the games and from
Like,
totally different.
He's got a really cute personal home office here with all the screens and there's some like good old North American greenery going on outside the window. He looks comfy. He gets to sit around all day and like work on his personal game project.
Different branches of the company.
seems
that have been
comfy.
brought into the fold. It's a different way of operating. Not to say it doesn't work. It's just
Obviously,
not
there's going to be
how I
anxieties
like
to do with
make
releasing
games.
your own
I
game made
suppose I
by
got
just
that
you.
indie spirit of like,
Like, you want
"Woo,
people to
I'll
like
do
it,
whatever
but-
I want. Do you need 500 people, or could you actually have half as much stuff and
He's got
still
what
be
he needs
fine?
here, man.
Like, this
The
is a
environment's
lot.
cool. The
Like,
equipment is
the
top
amount of
tier.
stuff that goes into those games doesn't.
He's working
have
on
to
his
be that
passion.
much.
I'm so
Like, I know
jealous.
people want their money's worth, and obviously want really high production
I want that
values.
level of comfort in life
people are
to
like,
know
"Oh,
that
the
I'm
cost
just
of games
enjoying
have
working
gone
on
up
my
over
passion
time,"
and I can
but
actually just
on the flip
live
side, I would argue,
anxiety-free.
like, tools have gotten better.
Like, you know, I'm set up.
There are a lot
I'm not
of
going to
things
get
that
thrown out
have
of
gotten more
home
efficient.
tomorrow.
Not every game needs to be like games as a service with all these.
You
like,
can
piles
afford
and piles of
food.
systems where every game now has a crafting system in it. Like, you can like take it down a notch and like get a little bit of focus there still, and have a game that I think people enjoy. So this is where I like.
I like how he says a replica
all these
nuke
different
from Fallout in the
materials.
background.
I thought, should I put like a tracker in for how many arrows I've shot? It's got to be like 20 million. I got like little deer.
I love how he has his own
trackers
little
that just-
testing
can't just keep
environment
shooting him. Get
for
the
trying
little
out
blood
game
spraying
mechanics.
out.
This is cool.
There's no nav mesh here, so he can't attack me unless I like tempt him. I mean, I grew up with like a bow, and we had an archery range in the backyard, so I've used a bow quite a bit. To me, it's like an inherently fun weapon because there's a tension there. People are like, oh, why don't you do like a gun or whatever? Like a gun, you point it and you click. But the bow, you have to worry about like pulling it back and the delay there, but you can't hold it back too long.
He should
'cause
do
then
his
you'll,
game
like,
in
start to
VR.
shake. There's a lot of fun there, and there's a whole bunch of
Bow and
tension that
arrow
goes
is
into it. Like,
a really
to this
satisfying
day, I'm,
mechanic
like,
in
tweaking
VR.
Things like, how does
And
it
VR
drop?
does
How
need
fast
more
does it go? What about the different arrows? Some
larger
fly
scale
differently
games
than
like these.
others. I think the closest parallel is to like the actual hunting simulators. You're like paying attention to their tracks and the wind direction. They can smell you also. So you have to pay attention to that, but you slowly get those powers yourself too. So then you can see the scent particles of the creatures. You can like feel how warm
I
the
hate
tracks
concave
are. And
monitors.
So if it's like that's a
Oh, the
really
curve
ancient
thing.
one, or
I
it's
don't
just
personally
there.
use them,
It's all about, like,
but I
lining
think
up
they're
that
pretty
good
groovy. Like
shot and
when I see
trying
someone
to
like him using
approach
one of
it
them big
a little
curve
more
monitors to do
methodically,
his
I suppose.
programming work, I think
Having
that's pretty
something
cool.
interesting besides
I
the
just
monster.
I don't need
want
it
to
myself.
feel like, oh, it's this big empty world.
I'm too used to
I want it to feel epic.
the old flat
but
screen thing.
Always with those
I like
approachable
big
goals
flat
that you
screens,
can
but I don't
see,
necessarily need
and
it to
that way
curve
you're
on
not
me.
bored and you always don't feel lost. And that, actually, that's something I haven't touched on either, is that I don't want the mini map and stuff, like the whole HUD in the game. Like there is no HUD. Like everything exists in the world.
I
Like, if
assumed
you
that the
wanna
HUD
see
was
how many
part of the
arrows
bow.
you have, you pull up your quiver and you look. Yeah, it's like that.
Like, there's some
tension,
lights on the bow. I
tactile
was wondering what
feel,
that
and I
means.
just feel like too many games just go deep down this UI rabbit hole. where
Yeah,
it's like
Suicide
everything
Squad.
has, like, an icon floating above it, and all those things just like really take me out of the game, and I feel the design of the game. I think I want a map eventually, like that you can.
I
pull
like
up in
his
the book,
attitude
but to
towards
look
immersion
at.
though.
But then
That's kinda
to
where
just
I
play
wanna be.
Firewatch in that mode where you turn off the marker
Game-wise.
for where you are. That feeling and like the thought that goes into it and how that feels as a player is
I feel like
just
not enough
lost in a lot of
games
games, and
follow
you're
Dead
just like
Space's lead
a fish with
with
a hook
hiding
in your
UI
mouth.
elements like in the actual
I'm going this
graphics,
way.
not as
I want
an
to
overlay.
spawn a new Sasquatch
Like with the health on your spine of your suit kind of thing, or bringing up the
They'll
map
have,
as a
fur
holographic
symbols.
element on the actual environment around you,
So
projected from your
actual
hand.
hair, because Yui has like this whole
That
hair
stuff is
system.
great.
So there's like a regular model under there. Here, let me kill them all. Handy button, you gotta have the kill them all
You
button.
monster.
So I had to comb Bigfoot for my job. Because you grow the hair, and then you actually, like, there's a comb tool where you like.
I love that
comb
Bigfoot
the
is
hair
just a
this
thing in this
way,
game.
and, like, a little bit shorter there.
He just
give
gets
me a
mixed in with all the
trim.
other
That looks too
more
nice, let's
majestic
make it a
folklore
little
creatures.
Messier. Like in the initial trailers, like there's this weird deer creature that has like tons of horns, way too many, or antlers, and people know what a deer is, so it's like that's a deer but weird, and like that's makes more sense versus giant tree dude. You're like, what do I do? And I think it's kind of fun
Fire.
to have like little quirks to how each of them act and
Fire
fight.
arrows.
Also, just like having that spectrum of which ones people know and understand. Like I basically have a Bigfoot. Like people know what that is. He's huge and scary, and he just kind of comes marching at you and takes a ton of arrows. He knocks you off of cliffs. Super fun. But then some of them,
There you go, fire arrow.
I'm gonna go weird.
Exactly what I just
And
said.
have some ones that people don't know what it is. Like there's one that's like this vortex of sand slowly coming towards you. And you're like, is that even a creature? Like, what do I do? So this is my roadmap of what I've done
Oh,
so
cool.
far and what's left on the game. So
Prototype
I
vertical
started the
slice.
game around June of 2021, and first I made the prototype and finished it in around August. Played for like 5 minutes, hunt a monster, that's about it. By December 2021, you could play for about an hour, and you could like actually level up, creatures would respawn. It was more like a real game at that point. So after that, I moved on to the systems and finished that.
Wow, he's gotten further than I
That's,
thought.
Like everything I need for the game, all the different arrows, powers.
5 times the
it all
size of
works in an open
Skyrim's map.
world, you can save. It's all the stuff, frankly, I was worried about, especially because my background is in art, but that all went great. And then I just finished up the full open world map, and that has 6 different regions. It's massive. It's like 5 times the size of Skyrim. The full world is now all there. I like to assume that no one knows about my game. No one cares. It's like I might have a little bit of a leg up. 'Cause
Well,
I worked
people
on
know about it
Skyrim
now,
and Fallout and
as
all
of
these other
Fear
things,
Fest
but all that
2023
really
in
does is
November.
open up some initial doors. So I'm not going to do that.
That was his
Yeah.
teaser reveal.
Sold 1 million copies, not happening. So I think it's very, very wise to assume no one gives a shit. So I have this strategy, I suppose, of trying to get out there early and try as many things as possible, because you also don't know what's
I was
gonna
right about the
stick.
fire
Like,
arrows and the
sometimes
tree
a
guy.
random screenshot Saturday that I do on Twitter
Just
ends
saw
up
him catch a
being
light.
bigger than like some IGN article or something. Like you don't know what is going to really resonate with people. So putting out a lot of things and seeing what sticks can be helpful to get those wish lists to continue to go up, and like that's a uphill battle. Overall, I probably spend like 20% of my time on marketing stuff, but it's very variable. Like at the start, it's a spike, but then it goes down, and then something goes viral, and it goes up again and down, and then something else. It's like overall, it's in a spot that I'm happy with. Like, I don't know, people can like check this on Steam DB. I'm like, oh, I'm just shy of like top 500 wish list. That seems like a good spot for just one person. That said, I'd rather aim like super high because you don't know how it's gonna go until you ship.
You don't know what the hell
I'm
it's meant
trying
to
keep
be.
it
I
a
doubt I'll
little
like it, but at
loose,
least
like, haven't
I
set a
agree on the
hard
UI.
deadline for
Yeah,
next
yeah.
year, but I did like put a
It's
stick in the
actually-
sand. I was like, this is not
It's a
gonna be,
heavy
like, an
metal
8-year indie
fantasy
project. Like, I am gonna ship this thing. What I have
supernatural
left to do at this
hunting
point is
game.
basically, I'm spending the rest
They
of
sold
this
me at the
year
heavy metal,
building out all
at
the
least.
locations in the map because I've got.
That's when I
the
first
system,
when I first saw the
I've
teaser
got
and it was
the
described
world,
as
I've
that.
got
I was
the
like, hell yeah.
creatures, So then I just need to put in the
Heavy metal
locations,
supernatural
which in a way
fantasy?
is like
Dope.
eye candy. Like, not to diminish it, and like there's thought and level design and clutter and all these things that go in.
Also,
but
this
it's like,
guy is
technically I could ship
one of the
game
former
without any
devs
of
on
this. So at the same
at
time,
Bethesda
I'm
that worked
also
on like
iterating on
Fallout
the
and
game
stuff,
itself
and he
now
left
that
to
all
just
of
do his
those
own
things
stuff,
are in
his own
place.
indie things.
By the end of this year, have all the locations in, and then next year is all about shipping. Fix the bugs, localization, which consoles am I going on? Am I doing the porting? Is someone else doing the porting?
Is it his own
Millions
engine?
of marketing things that go into
It's-
that, and lining that all up.
From
I
what? Wait,
vet
what did
all
he
my
say at the
ideas
start?
with my wife too, and we like talk about
He
the
began-
narrative stuff and how
It started
all
out in Unreal
goes
Engine,
together. Like,
and then
she-
he basically
she
got to the
is,
point
like,
where
an
everything in the
MD,
game is
PhD,
custom.
and
So
all in,
there's
like, medical
no
stuff, so very
free
different
asset
worlds.
use or
But
anything
she
like that.
understands how big skulls should be.
But I think it is built on
Yes,
Unreal.
I believe that one is like, I don't know, 200 feet tall
Actually,
or
the thing that
something at the
impressed
top.
me the most, because I've seen this game a couple of times now, but I didn't know this about it until this video. There are no textures in the game. He decided to stylize the look of the game by leaning into the geometric modeling and lighting and shading aspect of it, but with no textures. So when you see wide shots and vistas in the game, it actually looks like a game that has textures. It looks like things have the level of detail of something that has like textures applied to it. But that's just the fact that, for example, rocks have so much geometric variations. Like there's little bumps and like it's not just a solid object, like it's all fucked up. And then the lighting's actual interaction with how rough that terrain that's been generated is causing like shadowing and stuff that gives it the impression of texture.
Up a mountain.
And he was showing lots
Not a
of
regular
examples of
one.
that earlier. That kind of blew my mind a little bit. Because it's got a really cool look to it, but that's one thing I just did not expect to find out about it, that not a single 3D object has got a texture wrapped around it. They even zoomed in on some of the rocks in the ground, the geometry, and he was showing how the
Look, she wants to
the
jump up.
real, like the fine
Yeah, this
level
is
of
the most
detail
friendly
in the
cat.
way the shadowing and the lighting interacts with it is what gives it that look.
Jumping up.
There's something about people talking, I think, because it always happens in interviews, and whenever I'm filming stuff in my house as well. Whenever you start, people they think you're talking
Hey,
to
Kitty
them or
Bean.
something, and they come in, or I don't know what it
It's
is.
just always like here. I'm just gonna knock my monitors off.
Excellent. West Virginia up there as well.
Yeah, that's the 76 map, and I erased all the things that I shouldn't have up there about release dates.
Apologies, you'll have to write them all again when I leave.
Yeah, I took a picture. This is kind of funny. I put up all these like random things. Like I put up the bow that I have. 'Cause, you know, I'm working on a game with archery, so I should have an actual bow. Like I had one when I was growing up too, but I also
I really
had
think he
this
should do,
when I was growing up, which is kind of
if he gets
absurd.
like kickstarted or
It's
whatever
like-
to finish his roadmap, he should add
I was
VR
remembering
support
this
to his
wrong from when
roadmap.
I got this, but then I checked
Just because of the
dates.
style of game that he's making.
1993. I got this when I was 11 years old. Like, so that's a Oregon style for you. You get a ridiculously huge knife when you're 11 years old. I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do with it.
He's a heavy nerd. I feel like a lot of people that solo develop are, though, aren't they? Have to have a certain level of passion to do this kind of stuff, because it's a lot of work. If for some reason, how a lawyer sacrificed his career to redevelop Skyrim mod into the Forgotten City. That's cool. I loved the Forgotten City. That was such a good game. I like success stories like that. How like someone goes and makes a Skyrim mod, and then it's such an interesting, unique mod that's nothing like the base game, that it basically gets turned into its own game in its own right, made from the ground up. Those are the coolest success stories. You don't have dicks on your wall? in order to enjoy modeling dicks? I used to, actually. I have a, what was the movie called? I had a poster on my wall for this porn film. And the only reason I had the poster on the wall is because it was signed by some porn stars. I actually had their autographs on it. So I had the poster up just because it was a celebrity piece. The funny thing is I never actually saw the film. I just knew the stars that were in it, and I got to meet them in person. And they had those posters there, so I got them all to like sign that poster, like under each of their pictures. And to this day, I've still never seen that film, but I've seen plenty of them in other clips on the internet. So it counts. Who were the stars? One of them was Jessie Jane. There were two others. A blonde that I'm not remembering her name right now. And the other one might have been Alexis Texas. But I know Jessie Jane, I think, was the primary one, because I think she was the lead. She was like the center, the main chick. You know what? I don't know if you know who I don't know if you know who Jessie Jane is, but I've seen her a couple of times in, like, for example, Pirates. If you've ever seen that Pirates porno movie, that's like the most expensive porn film ever made, because it was trying to be like Pirates of the Caribbean, and they had the actual ships and shit. She was like the central lead in that too, I think. I've seen that movie, and I've seen her in some other stuff. So I was familiar, and I have a friend who that's his favorite porn star of all time, Jessie Jane. That's pretty much how I found out about her, is through him. When I met her in person, I was shocked by how small she is. She's tiny, and that doesn't come through on video. Like, she's itty bitty. Like, when you see her in films, like, she seems tall. She's got long legs. She's got big boobs. Like, you picture her being like maybe a little bit bigger than you, just the way she's filmed, I guess. But then you meet her in real life, and she's like down here. She's like below your face. I'm like, you're like a fucking child. What the hell? Why are you so tiny for? I don't know. Like, this, when you meet her, and like, one of the things about meeting someone like that in real life is it kind of trips you out, because when their body type is that tiny, but their boobs are that big, it kind of fucks with your head a little bit. Like, it doesn't feel right. It feels like the proportions are all wrong in some like Alice in Wonderland kind of way. Like, you ate the shrinking fruit, but for some reason it didn't affect your boobs, so they stayed adult sized, and now you're like preteen sized. Uncanny Valley. Yeah, it's like the real life equivalent of Uncanny Valley. It's like someone tried to make a realistic looking human and they fucked it up. But, you know, at least it's still hot, which you can't say for most Uncanny Valleys, where it's just nightmare fuel. My wrists are sweaty. I don't like that. Come on, Ice Pack. Do a better job. Blip. Okay, hang on a tick. There is a new Final Fantasy thing that I saw pop up on IGN. I think it's a trailer for a new expansion to 14, maybe. I just saw the name Dawn Trail. Let me just check this. Final Fantasy XIV. That's 14. Yes. Let me just. My brain just had to do the math on the Roman numeral for a second. Sorry. Yeah, it must be a 14 expansion. The latest. I almost thought it said last expansion. It just says latest. They're not going to stop anytime soon. For some reason, 14 is unkillable. They just keep going. They had an expo showing off the Dawn Trail. You accidentally said that with a share the link button. That's funny. We're going to get to Final Fantasy 17 and 18, and 14's still going to be pumping out content. What is that music? I don't like that.
Ah, blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities.
Music is really awkward. It just sounds noisy.
I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Asesino?
Enjoying yourself for a change?
He's a very attractive man. Just looks like a regular modern dude. Yeah, there's too much content to this. Even if I wanted to check it out, there's no way I could ever catch up, so there's no point in even starting. No, I already checked if another video wasn't starting. I paused it and replayed it and started again.
No cause for panic.
The visuals are great, it's just... whoever sound designed this trailer is just causing a ruckus. I'm trying to get into it.
For a worthy opponent.
That's a big boy. She's Godzilla. Is this expansion meant to, like, give off Monster Hunter vibes? Is that what they're going for? Trying to get a piece of that pie? That throne is ridiculous. There's some companies that I kind of just want to watch movies made by them. Blizzard is one of them. Riot is another one. I think Square Enix, the teams that made Final Fantasy, Blizzard, the teams that do the cutscenes for Warcraft and Starcraft and all that, and for Overwatch, and Riot, who do the League of Legends shit, like Arcane and stuff. Those three game companies, I just want to watch movies made by them. I don't really necessarily want to play their games anymore.
Might you have a moment to speak further?
I felt that way about Blizzard probably for the longest. And Riot's probably the most recent. Once I saw the kind of short films they were putting out for their League of Legends stuff and their music videos that they put on YouTube, I was like, man, fuck League of Legends. Like, I hate that MOBA stuff. It really isn't fun to me. But their media is like next level. If they made a full-length film would cost so much. Oh, Blizzard. Yeah, like, anytime they make a Diablo, a Warcraft, or a Starcraft, the cutscenes are like next level. And that's just all I want at this point. I guess if I had to add a fourth to that list, I'd put Hideo Kojima. Because Hideo Kojima, out of all of those examples, is the one that still makes games that I actually want to play. But I also would just want to watch Kojima films, because he clearly wants to make movies. One of his biggest criticisms in the gaming community is that sometimes he leans too hard into his obsession with cinema and it affects the game. Like, if you could leverage any flaws against his game mechanics or his gameplay design, it usually comes down to he was too obsessed with making a really cool movie and he forgot to let people play video game. So I reckon we need to get him there. Kojima needs to get to the point where he gets to make just a film. And I kind of thought that's where he was going. This trailer is still going. Because he keeps collabing with real directors like Jordan Peele and Nicholas Winding Refn and Guillermo del Toro. Why is that rabbit man just dark gray? It's a weird color scheme. That cat lady has got a fucked up uncanny valley face. I like this dude. God damn, look at his blue eyes. That's a very attractive dude. In real life, that guy would have an OnlyFans. That was long. That was a 5.5-minute trailer. They put a lot of money into their marketing for that one. I would have maybe spent the music budget somewhere else, but I think everyone agrees on that one. It's like someone threw up the entire hue spectrum. Too many conflicting styles and themes. Oh, I feel like that's Final Fantasy in a nutshell, though. Final Fantasy is always different. Every time they make a game, it's like a whole different vibe. But it always has this... It always has this feeling of being a convolution of vibes. It's never like one specific thing. And sometimes they clash and sometimes they don't. But somehow it always gives you the feeling of Final Fantasy. You wonder if they'll announce it coming to Xbox soon? Is it not? I remember 11 was on Xbox. Their other MMO. Grab her leg. Wait, are we forcing her to play Final Fantasy or what else? What's happening here? That escalated quickly, Sham. People don't play video games with their legs. Sham's like, my bad. I got the horn. Oh, what the fuck? My related videos after we watched that Final Fantasy trailer is showing me something interesting. Remember when we watched that fan-made Zelda thing the other day? That someone made in Unreal Engine? I think my algorithm's gone, hey, you like that, and you like this Final Fantasy trailer? You take a combination of both. Here's someone's Final Fantasy IX Unreal Engine remake. Final Fantasy IX, the Memoria project. This was months ago this happened, but I'm kind of intrigued. Because I'm not as familiar with 9. I played it, but it didn't stick in my brain the way 7 and 10 did. 8 and 9 were a bit in the middle for me, but 7 and 10 were the big ones. I just forget most of what 9 was about. Memoria project is a proof of concept and is not meant to be viewed as a playable project. We will never do anything to infringe upon Square Enix's copyright, except for infringe on their copyright directly by just putting a warning on the front. Well, they got the menu down pat. That sounds and looks like Final Fantasy. The UI sound effects are so important to Final Fantasy projects. It has a very particular sound space. Oh, that's a bit of titty. Jesus, wear something tighter. Oh my god. You're coming out. The fucking hands, though. The hands aren't quite right. She's got them like orangutan hands. Attractive head. I like her face and her hair. Those hands though, woof. I don't know why I struggle to remember so much about 9. It just really didn't stick with me. I have a feeling that this, let me turn this down a bit. I have a feeling this music is ripped directly from the soundtrack of 9, which means copyright strikes are abound right now. I can hear flags waving in the breeze. I think the sound design's been kept to a minimal because it's mainly a visual proof of concept. So they just took like a really recognizable track from the 9 soundtrack from the CD. Like, we're never going to get to play this. This is just to prove what 9 would look like in a modern game engine. Little black mage. Didn't we lose a Fable? I feel like we were supposed to be getting a new Fable, and then it went away, and now recently we got a new teaser. But it's got more realistic looking. It's not as cartoony as this.
Oh my. These children are causing quite a ruckus.
Why is a Chrome version of 2001 happening in the middle of the castle? What, like the obelisk? I think it was doing some kind of weird graphic overlay thing.
I didn't know watching paint dry can be so entertaining. Maybe I should do that next.
There's voice acting? Didn't expect that. You found money randomly in this alleyway. Good job. This is very pleasant looking.
Wow. I wonder what the story behind this statue
I would like to
is.
play a game that looks like this and run around and explore things. This would be a good look for a Dragon Quest. This is totally Dragon Quest vibing me right now. Chrome Monolith? Oh, no, I saw that, yeah. I thought you meant something else. It did some weird screen effect across the castle when they first showed it. I don't know what that was, but I know what you're talking about. Bebe Chocobo. Oh, it's a plushie. These chocobos are a little malnourished. Feed your chocos. I don't remember playing as Black Mage in this game. Was there a section in the game where you actually played as the Black Mage, or are they just doing this for fun?
With the wind in my hair. Majestic creatures they are. I need a bath.
Yeah, the thing that makes this more gamified than I was expecting than just a visual concept thing is the fact that there's like voice acting and actual mechanics like picking up treasure off the ground or finding collectibles.
Watch where you're going.
Sorry.
Can't you see I'm in a hurry?
Okay. There's the monolith. It looks like a sword.
To see the show too.
Monolith looks like the blade of a giant sword. Maybe that's how he made
This
it.
city is utterly delightful.
Is this still Final Fantasy? What the hell is Final Fantasy even about? Where have you been, Elizabeth? This is exactly what Final Fantasy is about. Every Final Fantasy is a whole different vibe. 7 is nothing like 8, which is nothing like 9, which is nothing like 10, which is nothing like 12, which was nothing like 13, 15, 16. Never played one? If you had played one, and then you didn't play another one for many, many years, and then played another one, you wouldn't know you're playing the same game. They're never the same. Aside from being JRPGs, just the genre is the same, but everything else is usually...
Nobles are so spiffy.
Why are they a franchise? Well... What was the story about? It was, they were going to close down shop originally, I think. They weren't very successful back in the day. And Final Fantasy was meant to be their final game. That's why it was called that. They were going to go out on a high, put everything they had into making like one big RPG, and then call it a day. And then Final Fantasy was like huge. And then they were like, wow, we're actually a successful company now. We have to keep making these. So basically every Final Fantasy was kind of made from a similar standpoint than as the first one. It's like, let's just make a giant RPG that's like a no holds barred, like if this was the last game you ever made and it had to be as epic as possible, let's just go for it. And that's kind of what Final Fantasy's been like ever since.
Of two souls in fate's design.
grieving and burdened
There are
by
interconnected
sins I lament.
elements though. Like chocobos always exist. That's like a mainstay. Like no matter what the vibe of the Final Fantasy game is, there's always a chocobo. There's always a species of chicken mounts called chocobos. There's item similarities, like healing potions and resurrection potions, always called the same thing. It's always Phoenix Downs. There's some recognizable low-level minion types, like Tunberries and Cactars, that are recognizable between
I've never
games.
seen this many colors in Grandpa's cave.
More like scattered and meaningless as possible. I wouldn't say scattered and meaningless, because every game stands on its own.
Can I help you, son?
They might not connect visually or in terms of their genre, or well, not genre in terms of JRPG. The themes.
Oh, why, it's
Like,
another face.
7 is
seen
steampunk,
so many
science
today.
fiction. But then
No.
8 is like post-apocalyptic science fiction, and then
Now,
9 is like medieval fantasy.
I know how you
So,
must feel. Here.
in that sense, they are very cohesive in
Try to cheer up
themselves.
now?
Like when it's meant to be... When number 9 decided to be medieval fantasy, it leans into that. It's like, everything makes sense in that game world. It doesn't connect to 7 or 8, but they're not in the same universe. They don't have to... It's just like making a new game, but with familiar features.
Step right up, folks. I've got the
And
finest
mechanics.
selection of weapons in all of Alexandria. Get your hands on the best deals in town.
It's like Kingdom Hearts. Well, Kingdom Hearts is not really a fair comparison, because Kingdom Hearts actually is
I wish I
literally
could
meant to
afford it.
be a combination of disparate themes. Like, in Kingdom Hearts you have a hub, and then you travel into Toy Story, and then you travel into Final Fantasy, and then you travel into fucking Monsters Inc. or Pirates of the Caribbean, and the visual style keeps changing. That is actually like a play on the idea of being able to enter different franchises and have everything constantly change. If you made a game where you could go from a hub into every Final Fantasy game, and they're all unique looking, and have different graphic styles that match where they come from, that would make sense. But within every Final Fantasy, they always stand on their own. Like, there's some goofy elements to this, but this is a fan making, like, a Pixar art style version of Final Fantasy IX. So it's not exactly perfect. Is that a hippo? That's a hippo.
You'll never find me here.
Should I tell her?
Seems like a cash grab. See, I wouldn't ever accuse Final Fantasy of being a cash grab either, because every Final Fantasy is a huge undertaking. They take so many years to make, they're massive, they're expensive.
Ah, my lady, this
They have
exquisite trinket is a
epic
rare
orchestral
find.
scores that I have actual CDs in my collection of, because they're that good.
Steel at just $5.
There's nothing half-assed about them or cheap that would suggest cash grab.
And to your right, though,
It is just a franchise, like a successful franchise, so you're always going to see more of them. That's the whole idea of... That's the whole idea of a franchise. The same with Zelda and Mario and stuff. Like, those are all of a quality where you wouldn't call them a cash grab, but they will always make more of them, as long as they keep putting in the effort to make them the quality that they're known for. Oh, that jump rope is fucking with the reflections in that puddle. Something fierce. It's tripping me out. The texture is actually changing depending on whether the rope is below or above the puddle. What's going on?
Better luck next time.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, that didn't work. Something's wrong with the graphics engine there. They're all different yet called the same? Yeah.
My esteemed guest,
They're
I
all
am
their
pleased
own
to inform you that
universe, their own story,
there is a
but the elements and the vibe are very Final Fantasy.
play hosting the
You just, when you're playing a Final Fantasy game, you can feel it.
including the venerated.
The tone is there.
Sid Fable the Ninth, the
There's something very comfy about it too. I remember when I was younger, every time a new Final Fantasy would come out and I'd buy it, there was something so comfy about sitting down and hearing those iconic menu sound effects as you start a new game.
Almost at him.
And then that score swells and you're like, oh, here we go. Those are gonna be weeks of my life. You weren't able to see the jump rope thing? I'll try and show you. Hang on. Look at the top half of the puddle where the rope crosses over the water. Every time the rope crosses the water, it changes the reflections in the puddle. Something is going on right here. Wait, let me zoom in. Yeah, it's right. It's all this top half here. For some reason, when the rope is below... It's like there's two different versions of the puddle graphic, and they have two different ways of reflecting the environment. I don't know, it's tripping me out. Screen space reflection? I'm not sure. I have no idea from a technical perspective why that would be happening, but I definitely see something weird happening there. Why is there a piano in the middle of the street? I do have to catch up on Final Fantasy though, like 13 and 13-2 were the last ones I played. 14 I was never going to play because it's an MMO. I don't have the time for that. But 15 and 16 I missed. I need to play 15. That's why ray tracing is better? Oh, so it's not ray tracing. The thing is though, this is Unreal Engine, yeah? They could have done ray tracing.
Hey, you, Shrimp. You're the one with the phony ticket, ain't you? I saw the guy tell you it was fake.
Yeah, it's fake.
I'll let you see the show if you become my lackey. Well, what do you say?
Well, I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Great! Now for your first assignment.
Yeah.
You go stand over there and see if anyone's coming.
I don't like this thing's hair. It looks like a hat.
All right.
Maybe it is a hat. I don't really know what to make of it. I think it's some kind of acorn hat. It's just designed to look a bit like hair. I love that your name in the UI in the bottom right is Pointy Hat Boy. We haven't revealed the name of Black Mage yet. Ken the Drunk. Where's this going?
Cursed in slumber.
Okay, cool. Nice water. I feel like these visual proof of concept things are kind of a tease. It just makes people in the comments like froth to want to play it, but it's never going to be a thing. A Marlboro plushie. That thing is a boss in Final Fantasy 16. I've seen so much footage of that in the trailers. Beatrix card. I don't know what that is. I'm sure it's a deep cut. Do you have an ice pack on your chest? It's hot. It's way too hot right now. Moogles. I love Moogles. That's another race of creature that seems to show up in every Final Fantasy as like a deep cut. Moogle plushie. What?
I have a special one just for you.
Cool, had a voice.
We're almost there. Just across the rooftops and up over the castle wall. Come on. Let me guess. You're afraid of heights, aren't you? Those brothers like us.
Yeah. I want to see the princess again. You're wearing a big warm fluffy thing? Yes. It's an Oodie. That's the point. It's Sunday. Oh, we're done. It gets the credits. It gets its own credit sequence. That one Moogle is dressed like, oh, it's not really. I thought it was dressed like Indiana Jones. Nah. There she is. With her gorilla hands. Nice booba, though. Nice booba on the statue too. Okay. Chill game. Just had to shut it up for a sec. Oh, almost didn't see that link. What have you sent me? Dragon's Dogma, get to know the Sphinx. Sham, you're spoiling story content for yourself with all these Dragon's Dogma updates. You use electricity on making ice for a night? No, I mean, this is just in the freezer. They're always in the freezer. I just took one out. I didn't specifically use electricity to make them. It's you know, it's like ice cubes. You've always got ice cubes ready to go in the freezer, right?
This is your choice. The greatest worth your eyes describe.
Wait, was that the Sphinx's voice? Because that was like a British dude, and the Sphinx was a lady. What the hell?
スフィンクスは今回のゲームで僕が一番やりたかったモンスターの一つで。スフィンクスといえば
Oh my god, the Sphinx
謎々でしょ。
has got some epic booba.
謎々をやりたい。
What's with today? What's with today with all the booba? Everything we're watching is booba heavy.
アクションゲームでどうやって謎々を解かせようっていうのでめちゃくちゃアイデア出し合っていっぱい謎々を作ったので。
Ideas for riddles solved through action gameplay. I like the idea that the Sphinx would actually give you riddles, but I don't really want to solve riddles through action. I want to actually solve riddles, man. That's what a riddle is. Give me Sphinx puzzles. No block pushing, because that's a cop-out. Why is it like this? Oh my god. Does it have to be that creepy? It's the creepiest. Maybe they made it creepy so people don't horn over it too much. It's like, yeah, a Sphinx is basically a giant hot chick, but let's make it as creepy and psychopathic looking as possible. Like it's half owl, half serial killer. It's pretty cool looking. Yeah, I don't really know what they mean by that. I hope it's not a she gives you like a verbal riddle, like a poem, and then you have to figure out what the answer to the poem is, and the answer is like, oh, I gotta kill 7 orcs, and then come back to her and talk to her. I'm not saying it's gonna stop Rule 34, but that's the thing with Rule 34, you can make it less creepy in your fan art. They'll enhance the sexualizing of her, but they'll decrease the sociopathic face shit. If you can choose to fight and kill it, or keep it alive and actually play along and do the riddles, I think that's pretty cool. Because I'd definitely do the riddles and do it the non-violent way. But if people can choose to just try to fight it and stab their way through the problem, I guess that's good RPG game design. Just glaring at you in the background. That's really unnerving. Like, can you please? That's really rude. Just get up on its ass. Can you jump up on its chest and grab? What happens if you grab it by the boobs and hang on to the booba? It'd be cool if she had special dialogue, like chastising you. Sham's gonna climb it. Are there boob physics? If you grab onto and hang onto one boob, and she thrashes around, will the boob like flop left and right and have you swinging on it? Or is it solid? Banamasanya, Ulubejen, Babubu, Buba? Buba Buba Buba.
見つけた時にめちゃ
見つけ
くちゃ
たブーバ
みたいなのが多い。
多いですね。
ここミソなんですけど、見つからなくてもいいからっていう以上は
見つから
見つからなくてもクリアできるように作っちゃったりしてるもんで、非常に いやもったいないんですよ。贅沢なんですよ。贅沢なんだけど。
What if they were just super honest in these interviews and were like, yeah, we just wanted to make some like righteous tits. We just want to make like some epic, fucking massive tits, bigger than you, that could crush you if she like leant forward. It's like, dude, don't tell them that. Come up with some like creative, intelligent sounding stuff to say about it. It's the she smiles too much. That's what's creepy.
No greater worth can there be than that found in simplicity.
Okay, her voice is kind of cool actually. Her real voice. I don't know who was talking at the start when I thought she was British and male. It's like if we had more money on the development team, we would have made the boobs even bigger. Should have been dragging them across the concrete, using them as an attack. Fair. Ah. Booba booba. Boobali boo. Does anyone know what Jack Holmes Master of Puppets is? I was just scrolling through my relateds, and 1 day ago, they launched a trailer for a game called Jack Holmes Master of Puppets, which sounds like a modern rip on Sherlock Holmes, but also Metallica? Like, ooh, wait. Another Unreal Engine game. Why is everything an Unreal Engine today? Okay, let's see. There's lines of sexualization that are respectful, and that wasn't really it. You talking about the Sphinx? I don't think they had a choice on that one. The Sphinx is notoriously topless. It's like what? Snake hair, wings, like lion mammal body, and then like torso of a topless woman. That wasn't really their fault. That was the Egyptians. You can blame the Egyptians for that one. What is this? Gameplay, creepy enemies, some of the features like minigames and more in this trailer for Jack Holmes Master of Puppets. First-person survival horror. Oh wow, okay. Sure. This came out of nowhere. Is that Jack Holmes? Okay, this is looking a little cheap. In fact, the pop-up text is looking really cheap in the trailer. I was not expecting first-person shooting. I thought this was going to be more of a horror game. What the fuck is going on? What the... Okay, I'm so confused. There is so many mixed signals going on here. This is indie as fuck. There's something kind of like creative about it though. Like, it's kind of funky. In a punk rock kind of way. Oh, Greeks? Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Egyptians. It's a child. Shoot it. You let the skellies live, though. Play minigames. So it's a horror game. It's a horror first-person shooter set in a trippy-ass theme park where you can actually go on the rides and play the games. And that was stolen directly from Squid Game. Squid Game's on Netflix. That was the glass bridge. We had to figure out which side was made of reinforced glass and which side was breakable. If you pick the wrong side, you fall to your death. That was weird, man. I don't really feel like being mean to it though, because it's giving off a really strong indie vibe. This is probably just like some random dude making this. I thought it was a joke. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's something like really super random and punk rock about the whole thing. Would be cool in VR. Instant and 6 out of 10 cult classic. That is actually a good comment. That reeks of a game that would get reviewed for around 6 out of 10, but would be like, would have a following. Just for being unique. Tired of walking simulator substitutes, finally an indie game with action. See, I don't agree with that one. I don't require a game to have action and shotguns. That's what I like about walking simulators, is you basically just get to inhabit a world and explore a story. Reminds me of that time when Nick Cage fought some robots. Okay, dude. Oh, Willy's Wonderland. That movie. Anyone else laughing at the 10-15 9mm shell casings coming out of a shotgun? And then the 1911 hammer moving on its own. So basically, yeah, this is one of those indie games where they basically just took pre-made assets. Like the shells coming out of the shotgun were pre-made 9mm assets, and they don't know anything about guns. The cheapness is coming through a bit too strong, I think. Giving no quarters. It's one of those things, though, where it's cheap on a level that feels indie, like one guy's made it. So it's like, okay, from the point of view of a cheap and nasty indie, if I had to say something nice about it, it looks like they're definitely doing something unique. Like there's a punk rock aesthetic going on that's kind of fun. But you can't shake the shallow nature of what it looks like. I was a bit disappointed by the fact that it really is just a game where you run around with a shotgun blasting shit. That means the gameplay is going to be a bit too shallow, I think. If it wasn't for that, I think I'd be more intrigued. But yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Good job. You tried a thing. Ooh. Okay. The good thing about watching a trailer for something that's horror-based is you start getting some... The algorithm starts throwing some pretty interesting shit at you. Here's a game called Super Normal. Is this... Yeah. Creepy apartment, terrifying launch trailer for Super Normal. A psychological horror game inspired by Allison Road. Whatever happened to Allison Road? Did that come out? Or was that vaporware? Because I remember watching Let's Players playing pre-alpha Allison Road content. But whatever happened to that? Killing Floor did something along the lines of punk rock mindless killing. But that's the thing. Killing Floor was like a Doom clone. That was just a straightforward first-person shooter. This looks like it's meant to be something more explorative, something more horror-based. But it just also happens to be weighed down by the fact that you basically just shoot everything. Which is what I think is holding it back. Painkiller 2 had an amusement park level. But that's the thing, I don't want Painkiller. I want whatever that game was showing me without the first-person shooty stuff. They were so close. Are they still making Killing Floor? I thought Killing Floor was done. Also, there's already a review out by IGN 3 days ago for Super Normal, so this actually already came out. The trailer was 5 days ago. The review of IGN was 3 days ago. So the trailer came out mere days before the game came out. That's not a good sign. It's not a confident sign.
Is anyone here?
It looks nice. It looks realistic.
Can you help me?
Hopefully the house is not one of those pre-made Unreal Engine assets.
Friendly?
Are you ready to communicate with paranormal activities using a microphone? What the fuck? Oh, they've put Phasmophobia mechanics into a single-player game. Ooh, that's intriguing. So I wonder if that includes... That was creepy. I wonder if that includes the ghost being able to hear you, so you have to keep your mouth shut. Or it can find you easier. Goober. Man, use a pad. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. The legend of the tamponless ghost. Why would the guy look away from it after seeing it? Oh, you didn't. It walked around the corner. I just saw its shoulder. I think it was pretty much just a dude, though. Don't follow the ghost footprints. It's going to throw you out the window. Cool. That didn't sound like bones cracking, though. That sound effect could use some work. The Foley on that wasn't great. Oh, someone's already played it. There's an hour and 17-minute playthrough. Hang on, what is this? Official gameplay trailer. Isn't that what we just watched?
Can you see me?
No, this is 1 month ago. This is the same fucking trailer. Oh, wait, no, the ending's different. There's a bitch coming out the window. Alright, it's almost the same trailer with a slight difference. Sounded like them crunching bok choy. Yeah. They need to get that celery. Twisting celery sticks usually works pretty well. I've done that on films. Walked around the corner and the guy got to the top of the steps and did 360 check his corners. I gotta be honest though, if I was in a supernatural situation and I saw something spooky, the first thing I would do would 360 check my surroundings, because every single horror movie I've ever seen is whenever you see something in one direction, you get got from behind you. Because the thing that you see is the misdirection, so that you can get fucking ambushed. So if I see a ghost down a corridor in front of me, I'm checking the doors behind me, I'm checking all over the place. Supernormal is a shit name as well. I don't get the name either, yeah. I don't really know what they're getting at with the name. Supernormal doesn't sound scary. It sounds like what everyday life is. Supernormal. My life is super normal. Nothing spooky about that. You don't want anything getting creeped up on you? I feel like we're trained by media though. Like video games and horror movies, their number one trick in the toolbox is to spook you in one direction and then get you from another. They always want you to look one way so that something else can like get you over your shoulder, which is I think why people have been trained to like check their six whenever they see something. But they also know that. I've played a bunch of horror games where you'll see something down a corridor and then you'll instinctively want to whip around to make sure there's nothing behind you, and then the developer actually makes something happen behind you because they know you're going to do that. So I think they do tend to what's the word? Predict gamer movements like that. The earliest game I can think of doing that was actually what's that horror game on the original Xbox? Oh fuck. The one in the prison. There's a horror game on the first Xbox, the OG Xbox, long, long ago. Played a bit like Resident Evil or Silent Hill, and it took place in a prison. And there's a part of that game where they misdirect you. They make you think something's happening in front of you. And then you whip around to look behind you. And like you only just catch the glimpse of something. And then they make a sound effect in the 5.1 surround sound happen behind you again, back in the direction where you first saw the thing disappear. And so you end up whipping around again. And you end up doing like a full 1080-degree fucking thing. That was really clever. Because they know you're going to turn around and check your six. So they put something there to actually pay that off. but then they also make you spin around a second time in the original direction you were looking in, and it wasn't Condemned. Condemned wasn't set in a prison. That was set in like an urban slum. And then number 2, you go to like a cabin in the woods and a few other places as well. The bear sequence in Condemned 2 was top tier horror gaming moment of all time. Not amazing, but underrated. Yeah, I've got Condemned 1 and 2 on the 360. I did like both of those games, but people do forget they exist. I'm not turning my back on that corner. That's how they get you, Elizabeth. That's how they get you. The ghosts know that you're going to be mortified by what you saw go around the corner, and you're not going to take your eyes off that corner, and that's when you get shanked in the spine by some big phallic ghost scepter or whatever. What was the game that I'm thinking of? OG Xbox horror. Let's just look that up and see what comes up. Wow, that's The Suffering. That was it. Anyone remember The Suffering? There was a sequel as well. I think they were both set in a prison. The sequel actually starts in the city, and you end up back at the prison about halfway through the game. Is it supposed to turn me off? Yeah, I don't know why I described it like that way. I'm sorry. That was random. Never heard of it. There were 2 of them. They got it did well enough to get a sequel. But this was literally PS2 and OG Xbox era, so it was quite a while now. 2004. There was a lot of BDSM horror vibes in this. Like, there was something very Hellraiser about this game's style. Wow, that's tiny. Hold on. Yeah. Like, the demons and stuff that were taking over the prison, there was something very Clive Barker BDSM twisted about them. There was like nails and machetes and leather and straps and stuff. It was all really freaky. There's the main character. Not bad looking for its time, though. Why does it have no neck? Because Clive Barker, that's why. Yeah, here's a character design sheet. You can see the neck is missing. Like the head was ripped out at one point. And then it was reattached with these spikes coming out of the shoulders. Pretty cool. Also blades for legs. And then just like sexy leather straps and shit. Clive Barker and H.R. Geiger, they were onto something with their style of horror, though. There's something about the disturbing mix of sexuality and grotesquerie that really gets under the human skin. Human beings are like easily triggered by violence and gore and horrific imagery that have a sexualization to them. It doesn't sit well with us. That's why H.R. Geiger liked to design its alien environments and his alien creatures with like giant dicks and vaginas. Even if we don't recognize the phallic stuff, there's something in our subconscious that we get like the heebie-jeebies, we get the goosebumps on our skin from that vibe. It works really well. These Suffering games did get very action-heavy, though. Like, in a similar way that Resident Evil tends to start, like halfway through the game, starts to rely on a lot of shooting demons. And it gets very action-packed. Suffering was kind of similar. Geiger's work just gets me wet, never frightens me. I mean, that's kind of the point. That's what he was going for. Like, there's something about it that's meant to be kind of like horny. And that's why it works really well when you apply it to a horror vibe. Xenomorph designs are hot. But that's because the Xenomorph is a dick. The entire skull of a Xenomorph is just one big shiny penis head. And then the head crabs are like vaginas. And then the psychosexual thing about these very vaginal creatures laying eggs inside you down your throat in a very fellatio-esque way. It's like everything has this connection to sexuality that's just meant to kind of fuck with you. That one in particular, I think, works really well on men. The more toxic masculine you are, the better. Because the idea of an alien monstrous vagina essentially making babies in your stomach, down your throat, like you're being deep-throated by like an alien dick from a vagina. Like that kind of stuff, I feel like is designed to get under the skin of like masculine signaling males. Like we just don't feel okay about any of that. Any of what I just said. It's just not cool. And Sham is getting off too, apparently. That's what I'm going to take that emoji to mean. We see you, Sham. Hang on, before I go to Sham's link, there's one more horror thing that came up in my relateds that is intriguing me. It says Digested official trailer, new body cam horror game that has you running from giant snakes. Okay, that's a lot of intriguing marketing right there. I don't know what to make of this, but I'm sold. Hold up. Yeah, literally. Body cam horror running from a giant snake. Digested. I wonder if you can actually get swallowed by the snake and you're actually alive in its belly. That would be cool, if that doesn't end the game. So you're in a hazmat suit. That is just Among Us. That's just a real life Among Us. It looks good. I'm buying the visuals. The fisheye lens is being the most fisheye it could possibly be. You've seen this already? I have not seen this yet. I have seen other body cam style games, and they've all looked good so far. That was a snake. Holy shit, that was a fucking snake in that tree. I saw it. Oh, dude. That is awesome. That is actually frightening. This anaconda don't want none, unless you're Among Us, son. Oh, my god. Okay, the snake's huge. When they say giant snake, I was wondering exactly how big they meant, but that is pretty decent. Just big enough to swallow you, but probably more of a threat in terms of crushing. That's really what anacondas are going for. They want to crush you, like liquefy your bones. Hi, Jay. Was that the fucking... Oh my god, that's its body. I looked away for a second, and I looked back, and I thought that was meant to be a train going past. That's the snake. I like how low-key the threat of the snake is. Like, it's not just some crazy monster that's always after you. Like, it just cruises around. If you got near its head, it would probably strike at you, like, very quickly, but for the most part, you're just trying to stay away. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to play this. This is cool. Oh fuck. All right, yeah, that got me a little bit. I managed not to jump physically, but I can guarantee my stomach tightened when that happened. I'm not too proud to say that that jump scare got me. And I knew it was coming too. You could tell it was about to do that. You love the Oodie? Oh, my Barbie Oodie. Yeah, it's dope. I hadn't actually worn it on stream yet till tonight. Not afraid of snakes at all. No, I'm not afraid of snakes. I'm arachnophobic. I'm scared of spiders. I'm pretty easy with snakes in real life. Like if I see a snake, IRL, like I don't really care too much. I just let it slither away. Flatter than 8-Week Lemonade. I liked it though. I like the game. I'm not scared of snakes in real life, but that game looks cool. I like the visuals and I like the low-key tension to it. The fact that the snake throughout most of that trailer was basically just moving fairly realistically like snakes do. Like they move like they're trying to mind their own business for the most part. But if you piss it off, it gets you very quick. Looks nice and warm. Yeah, it's pretty new. I haven't even put it in the wash yet. It's only the second time I've worn it. So it's still uber fluffy. Snakes aren't scary, but big snakes do be scary. Yeah, like watching that, I'm not frightened, but there is a level of tension to like, okay, being near a giant snake that could swallow you whole is not cool. So if you were like playing the game and fully immersed, it would be there would be a lot of anxiety. It would be a pretty tense atmosphere. But any game that does that well, like Choo Choo Charles, for example, I don't specifically have like an exact fear of a demon train, but if I'm playing a game and fully immersed in an open world environment where I know there's a demon train out there, someone lurking for me, I'd be kind of tense. I don't want to see Choo Choo Charles. When that thing comes barreling at you, not cool. Sun and Bone announcement teaser. Sometimes Jamaica using AI to create a final boss for each country. Oh, don't worry about that. Wasted on something as dumb as giant snakes. Well, my thing is that this is the only game I've ever seen that is focused on the concept of a giant snake as the primary antagonist. The only other game I can think of that even has that as an element is Resident Evil 1. In Resident Evil 1, there's a giant snake in the library that forms like a boss battle somewhere in the middle of the game. But as far as games go that like the primary focus is a giant snake, I've never seen it before. That's why I think it looks cool. I like it when people try new things. Like the more obvious thing to do would have been to do spiders. Oh wow. Was that the raid animation that just went off? I just heard it in the background. Oh, it was. Hey, Wogboy. It's Wogboy Mate. Awesome name. Wogboy Mate and his Woglings are raiding the stream. It's dangerous to stream alone. Take these viewers. Awesome. Just because giant snakes are dumb, just because something hasn't been done doesn't mean it's good. I'm not saying it's good or bad, because I've got no idea. It's just a trailer. It could be a terrible game, but because I've never seen an open world horror game based on trying to avoid a giant snake from a body cam graphics point of view, that's why I'm interested. That's at least creative and unique enough to catch my attention. I'd play this for sure. Oh my goodness, it's Wogboy. The Wogboy from the movie? Hey, thanks, BM. That is an amazing name. Yeah. And the Woglings. I like his name for his followers. I don't even have a name for followers. I'd call you Bootleg Kid Burger. I know who Kid Burger is. That's that dude on YouTube that does the counter scamming. He scams scammers. He fucks with those call center people that rip off old ladies over the phone. That dude's hilarious. You look like the version that actually made it into the police force. You mean in the full Barbie Oodie and everything? I was not expecting that. I'm police Barbie. I'm Barbie. I'm a police officer with the Kenergy. Marco Bonanno would be proud. Cute, fluffy little Woglings. W Auntie Donna. I knew with a name like Wogboy Mate that you'd know who Auntie Donna was. Where's that one shot of the snake? There's one really dope shot of it. Where is that in the tree? Where was it? Wait, there. I saw it just briefly. Ready? Where's it at? Oh, here. That shit right there. It looks like the game's got really good animations and stuff for it too. Like if the snake can actually coil up and around trees like that, just AI-wise, unless that's like a scripted event, hard to tell. Because of the beard. Oh yeah, I haven't shaved for a bit. If you give us a name, I'd feel demeaned and I'd be out. I think that kind of thing, I think, comes about naturally. I think people who have got, like, names for their followers, a lot of the time it happens because you get big enough that the followers kind of start generating their own kind of, like, identity. I've been on quite a few channels in the past, not Twitch channels, like YouTube channels, where there's, like, a name for the fan base, but the fan base are actually the ones that came up with it. Anaconda the game? Yeah, basically, this is a... We were just watching this trailer. It's a found footage horror game where you're trying to stay alive from a giant snake. And for some reason, you're in a hazmat suit. I'm not sure why. You just look like a realistic Among Us player. Look at that thing outside. Look at that shit. It's so cool. I wonder if you can fuck with it. Like, can I jump on the snake's body and just ride it around the forest? Because if you're on the back of the snake, it can't really do much. Especially if you're up near its neck, where it can't coil around and get you. His followers make memes better than we do. Yeah, I'm generally of the mind that you should try to avoid making your own memes. Like, you can, but I feel like the best memes come from, like, a fan base creating their own shit. Let it, like, organically generate over time. That stuff just happens on its own. The Snake remaster is crazy. Get 4K Snake. Seankichu coos. Elizabeth's gonna hate that. It's a pretty snake. I like how shiny its scales are. Where's that shot where it comes up behind him? I want to see it more close. Wait. There's the boy. Oh, he's a spooky boy. I like how he looks realistic too. It's not like turned into a monster or made to be supernatural or anything. Like, it actually looks like a legit snake, just upsized. Like a carpet snake or something. Well, that's cool. That's super cool. Anyway, where's that link that Sham sent us? I should probably get to that before Sham gets annoyed at me. Hold up. Sham link. Logan Paul's refund, Coffeezilla. Oh, the Coffeezilla video. About the whole refund drama. I saw a couple of clips by Moist Critical that was referring to this Coffeezilla video, but I never actually saw the video itself.
Logan Paul is refunding people he scammed if they promise to stop suing him for the vastly larger amount he may owe them.
Makes you think of bootleg sci-fi.
I'm conflicted.
Yeah, there literally is a sci-fi movie with a giant snake, like multiple ones, I think. That's exactly that. Except their graphics is better than the sci-fi parody movies are. The actual live action movie has a far worse looking snake. I've seen it. Sham's playing Vampire Survivors.
Victims getting money is always great, and I'm proud that our investigation led to some real-world consequences.
Like, the problem with sci-fi movies is, at this point, they're indistinguishable from asylum films. You know how the asylum films are basically just cash grabs that are like parodies of real movies? Like, sci-fi movies have got so cheap and jank that you can't really tell them apart from asylum stuff anymore, which is a shame. Because sci-fi can put out some good stuff. Especially some, like, really unknown indie stuff.
But I can't pretend that things are fixed or fine for people who entrusted me with their story when that's just not true. So here's the real, more complicated story in 3 parts: the refund offer, the zoo tokens, the lawsuit, starting with the most important part. And if you get one thing from this story, this should be it. These are the estimated damages in CryptoZoo. $18.5 million, which comes from a combination of ZooCoin and NFT sales. And then this...
So that's how many people actually bought into that shit? Like, legit? $18.5 million worth of people going, yeah, sure, Logan Paul. I'll buy your picture of a baby chicken with elephant legs. I never really fully understood that CryptoZoo thing. It seemed kind of freaky to me.
Much smaller
like Island
of
Dr.
that
Moreau.
pie is what Logan is actually offering to refund, on the condition, though, that all of the people who spent the last year suing him for
Oblivion,
larger
Elysium, and
damages
District 9 are your
dropped their
top 3
case.
sci-fi?
So that's a refund of only 12% to drop 100%.
I don't know what
of
I
the
would
case.
say on
As
my
far
top
as I
3.
can tell, Logan may be...
I thought Oblivion was fine, but I wouldn't put that in my top 3, I don't think. Or Elysium, for that matter. District 9, maybe, because that's my boy. I'm South African. Neil Blomkamp is my hometown boy. I've always been cheering for his career. Like, he's never made anything that's quite as good as District 9, but I'm always behind him. I was really pissed at Ridley Scott for taking Alien away from him. What's going on with this guy's background? Oh, Coffeezilla.
Be losing. Put in that...
What? He's back. What's with his background?
For the larger damages, drop their case. So that's a refund of only 12%.
Oh, because he's got
100% of the case.
a ceiling
As far as
fan
I
and
can
some
tell,
lights.
Logan may be losing. Put in that light.
Oh, there's some kind of LED on the back left, and there's a ceiling fan. I think that's about it.
This refund starts to look less like a good faith attempt to...
I haven't
make
seen the
things
Gran
right,
Turismo
and more
movie
like
he's
a
made yet.
cynical bargaining chip to avoid getting in even more trouble. And a careful look at these refunds conditions show that Logan is even less serious of a person you may give him credit for. Logan is offering only a 1-month claim window for this refund.
I love it that
given a
Coffeezilla
year
made it his
after
life's
waiting,
goal
and hidden
to be
in this
Logan
ball of text
Paul's like
is
greatest
the most
enemy.
shocking part, which is that he's not releasing the CryptoZoo game at all. Which,
It's kind of fun.
I know we all kind of knew that, but is actually insane, because that's the thing. To be clear, he's sold millions
He's like,
of
"Bruh,
dollars of NFTs for.
I'm your
and
nemesis now.
Tens of millions of dollars of
Live with
in-game
it."
CryptoZoo tokens for. I knew he wasn't going to make it, right? We all get that. But I watched for 3 years as Logan's fans, and that's what these investors were. They were fans of Logan Paul. They spent
Actually, you know
3
what?
years begging this guy to make this game.
Just
And the
on Neil
entire
Blomkamp real
time-
quick. I haven't seen his Gran Turismo yet, but I'm one of the people who actually liked Chappie. It's not the kind of movie I'd put in my like top 3 or 5 sci-fi films either. But everyone rips on Chappie really hard, and when I saw it in the cinema, I was like pretty entertained. I didn't hate it. It wasn't anything special, but I enjoyed the film from start to finish.
The entire time he told them he was working on it. And I thought, even at my most pessimistic, that Logan would at least crap out some abomination that he
Is he
described as a
Nemesis
game
Zilla?
that limped past our lowest collective expectations.
I mean, at this point, this guy's done enough damage to Logan Paul's career to essentially be like Godzilla tier.
But I was wrong. I mean, I
Almost
wasn't
as
wrong
much
the
damage
first
as
time
Logan
he
Paul's
said
done
I
to
was
his own
wrong
career.
When he said he was going to still finish the game, I was wrong that he was going to do it at all.
But even after 12 months of work, you've still managed to
Snacks this
overlook
evening?
one
Same
crucial
old
piece
shit.
of information.
I do have pizza shapes,
See,
but
even though I've said it's
I'm not
coming
hungry enough to eat
so
them.
many times, you've assumed that CryptoZoo isn't being made. Who are you to decide when the development timeline ends? Trust me, CryptoZoo is coming. I will make damn sure of it.
I love the fact that Logan Paul's approach to like apologizing or clearing up miscommunication on the internet is basically to come at the problem with the attitude of like, fuck all of y'all for doubting me. Like, you're the piece of shit for questioning like what I'm doing. But it's like, dude, people are actually pissed. You're actually ripping people off. Like, you need to be a little bit more humble than that instead of acting like it's everyone else's fault. That's kind of
So much
crazy,
for
man.
Making damn sure of it, because there's no game. This is what makes this such a massive
Is that a
con.
guitar in the back
This
right?
guy sold millions.
There's
in
a
NFTs,
straight up black
tens of
guitar
millions of
back
zoo
there.
tokens.
That's kind of
He's
dope.
not even going to release the thing he promised this whole time. This is why it's such a slap in the face. These investors spent 3 years waiting for a game. Not only that, 2 years waiting for an update, which he never gave, and then a year suing him. And after all of that, all he offers is a 12% refund, no game, 30 days.
12%.
So look, Logan's already taking
Why
heat
12%?
for making good on a promise that he made a year late. But that's not even true. He's not making good on this promise because it's
Top
not the
20
same
waste of
promise.
oxygen in the world.
Last year, what he promised was
Yeah, like, I've never been specifically a Logan Paul hater because, I mean, I don't follow him close enough to give a shit about what he's doing. But everything I've ever heard about the things that he's done or does or the controversy surrounding him are always, like, super unfortunate. And I keep thinking, like, with how big he managed to create his online persona, like, he is undoubtedly an internet celebrity. It's like there's so many things you could do with that clout that are good, that are in the general interest or in the service of the greater community, and he just doesn't. Like, it just goes from dodgy thing to dodgy thing. Like, it's only ever scummy things, and it's like, man, if you've created that around yourself, if you've created this persona, this life, you've reached this level of celebrity, like, you don't need to fuck around no more. You can chill out and basically just be a good person, and you've got everything made for you. The only change that you can incite in your own life at that point on is destroying it. You know what I mean? Like, if you keep doing scummy shit, all you're going to do is tear down what you've built. But if you just sit back, chill, and just do, like, you know, fun things for people's enjoyment that doesn't hurt anybody, like, you know, the opposite of a YouTube prank. YouTube pranksters are probably the bottom of the barrel when it comes to content nowadays, because that's just pissing people off or hurting people for the sake of your own content. But that's what I mean. Like, that's kind of his vibe. That kind of, you know, I just constantly do things that piss people off or make the pop culture community surrounding YouTube or Twitch worse. And it's like, the people that do that are generally trying to achieve clout. They want to be seen. They want to be celebrities. They're desperate for attention. And they do fucked up shit. Logan's big enough that he doesn't have to do fucked up shit. So why is he still constantly being a dick and doing the dodgiest shit? I don't get it. You can sit back and chill now. You can just do a podcast talking about things that interest you. You could just game on Twitch. Just be a Let's Player. Like, you could do whatever you want, and you're already rich and famous. You're not going anywhere.
no strings attached buyback, and you
Yet
get a
millions
game.
still follow.
This year,
Yeah.
it's please drop your lawsuit, and you don't get a game. Which is
What do you expect
incredible
from the
to
dude
me
who created
that
his
there are
entire career
influencers
of
out there like
making
KSI
mediocre content?
parading this around like a win for Logan Paul, like he's some sort
Well,
of.
it's not like his fame doesn't necessarily come from just making sure the content is quality on a technical level. You know, Hollywood camera, production quality, that stuff. It comes from the fact that he started out as a kind of a clout chaser. Like, he made content that appealed to 12 and 13-year-olds. So if you start out by basically getting 10 million 12 or 13-year-old followers because they like following people that are obnoxious. I mean, they're kids. They see obnoxiousness as personality. Okay, that's how you got there. It's like, that sucks. But once you're there, it's like, can you chill now? You've got the followers, you've got the money, you've got the clout. Like, maybe now turn it around. Because you can't ruin what you've already built unless you continue to be a dick. Like, that might have got you there, but becoming even more of a dick is going to tear it back down again. You actually have the room now to just sit back and chill. Just sitting back and chilling won't ruin your shit. Like, taking it too far will. And none of these people seem to realize that.
Of hero for offering a year
Like,
late
take a knee
half-baked
at this
settlement
point.
offer. KSI says, what will the haters say now?
You have enough money
I
to
don't know. How
retire.
about, where's the game? Where's the art? Where's the millions invested? Where's the motivation for this tweet? Oh, wait. KSI is a co-founder with Logan and Prime. So, of course, that
I don't
makes
really know what to
KSI
think about
Logan's
KSI either. I never
fan.
hear about him
But
in the
seeing
news.
as how Logan
I don't
treats
know
his
what he's
biggest
like
fans,
or if he's
don't say I didn't warn
equally
you.
like a douche
So
or
that's
not.
part one, the refund. Now part two is the Zoo
How do people
tokens.
feel about
Remember, there
KSI?
were
What's his
two
deal?
parts to CryptoZoo. The Zoo tokens and Egg NFTs. Now, the tokens were the vast amount of damages that were actually caused.
Look at that initial... Wow. That initial spike is massive. But even when it dropped, it still had little spikes of people buying in.
While the NFT sales were much lower, Logan conveniently wants to refund this much smaller part of his game, the NFTs, while pretending that these zoo tokens were never a real part. They were just gambling. Now, this was sort of less bad when the game was still going to come out because, you know, it made some sense. Maybe you'd still have these tokens, but now it makes no sense at all. From Logan's statement, this buyback is a way for me to make whole those who intended to play CryptoZoo. The buyback is not intended to compensate those who gambled on the crypto market and lost. So he's
Isn't that
describing
the same
people
thing,
who
though?
bought his in-game currency as gamblers.
If you bought into CryptoZoo, essentially you gambled on crypto. Like, those are the same things. I don't really know what he means by that.
But that's confusing because the whole point of these zoo tokens
Yeah, well, there you go.
was to buy the
Now he's
egg
saying it.
NFTs and play the game. That's literally how it worked according to him. So instead, he calls people gamblers, despite also saying, quote, Zoo Token was created to support the CryptoZoo game and its players. It was, quote, not intended to be an investment vehicle. So how can he say that, then turn around and say people who bought this were gambling? If it's not an investment, how can you refund people who intended to play CryptoZoo if you don't refund people
That's
who
how
bought
you
the
know.
token that...
That's how you know people generally are lying or try to get themselves out of hot water, is when everything they do to try and explain themselves or talk themselves out of a problem digs the hole deeper. Like, it gets more confusing, where it's like, dude, you're now contradicting yourself. Like, none of this makes sense.
That was, quote, created to support the CryptoZoo game. You can't. It makes no sense. And this is why I say this isn't even close to a full refund. And now that he's abandoning
KSI
the
is
game,
someone
what
who's
we actually
subservient
have
to
is
the
millions
influence of the
dollars
likes of Logan
in-game currency
Paul.
Logan sold that he won't pay back.
Bit more of a humble
Which brings us
demeanor,
to the final part
but rides
of
on
this
the
story,
same cusp
third
of leaning
part,
into
the
obnoxious
lawsuit.
personality types
After telling all his
without going
fans
over the
that they were
top.
gamblers who lost, Logan has one
Depends on what you mean by going over the top, because a lot of these people, they grow their fan base and their celebrity by like just going from controversy to controversy. I've never heard too much about KSI, so I'm not exactly sure what he does per se, but if he's part of the Logan crowd, then I can imagine he's been part of some like weird shit in the past. You know, stuff that gets kids' attention but is kind of like insufferable. Like maybe him and some friends did like one of those prank channels where they do stuff in real life and they get like real people's reactions to their bullshit. I just hate that stuff.
final surprise.
Like, don't fuck with
He says,
people
quote,
in real life
"I
just
have
trying to live their
filed a
lives,
lawsuit
especially if they're
in federal
service
court in
workers.
Texas."
If you're a YouTuber that makes content out of fucking with a service worker who are just trying to get through their day, while you're like rich and famous from doing bullshit, and they have to like work their $5 an hour shitty job in depression, like, you're a fucking scum. And it sucks that a lot of those people become rich and famous on YouTube, and that encourages them to be even worse. There was a kid that got that just got arrested for that. I saw people talking about this on Twitter. There's a YouTuber that tried to do a prank where he mixed this bucket of slushy brown water that I think included like dog shit. He basically made dog shit diarrhea water. And he went onto a train, like it was like one of those New York subway trains or whatever, and he poured it over a bunch of people and then ran while his mate was like hiding on the train as like a regular person, just filming with his phone. Like they didn't know that the person filming was in on it. So they were able to stay on the train and like film the reactions. But like that kid literally got arrested. Like the cop showed up and was like, what you did was actually assault. That was actually physical assault. You poured diarrhea dog shit water on innocent people on a train. Like, you can actually get sick and die from stuff like that. Like, imagine someone actually got pneumonia from cold dog shit water because of your shitty YouTube prank. Like, he has a rap sheet. There's like 4 or 5 charges for what he did. One of them is like literally physical assault. And like, there's a couple of others beneath that that all kind of mean similar things. But it's like, are you that dumb that you get to the point where the things you do to fuck with people to make your YouTube content has now gotten like so fucked up without you even realizing what you're doing, that you're actually like breaking the law in a massive way and actually potentially hurting people? Like, dude, that's when you get blinded by clout. Hey, Snowfall. Sorry for ranting. I didn't say hello to you. I was just on a tear for some reason. LP is someone who pushes the line. Logan Paul, yeah. KSI is a notch under. See, I don't know what he does, but I understand. Like, I believe you that he's a notch under, because I generally have no examples in the top of my head of anything I've heard of KSI doing, aside from being involved in some boxing matches, some like official boxing matches with other YouTubers. So I don't really know what he does at all. But I've heard like 6 or 7 different crazy Logan things that he's done that has got him in trouble. And it's got him like to like the cancelable level. One of them was the suicide forest. That was like one of the first things I ever heard about Logan Paul, was that he was making content in that Japanese suicide forest, and him and his mates filmed the dead body hanging from the tree and uploaded it as content. And then everyone was like, ew, what kind of piece of shit disrespects the dead like that? And then he had to do the whole apology video. But the thing is, you've already earned your clout from the drama around it, so like the apology video means nothing. He still wins. Happened in LA with a woman who spoke out about that happening to her from a homeless person. Now she has to go to a clinic due to contracting a sickness. Oh, so this same shit's happening more than once. That was the first thing you also heard? Yeah, I was very Logan Paul blind because I'm not particularly following these kinds of people, but that incident was big enough that that's how I heard of him. And that's the problem. The kids that follow people like Logan, the worst thing about these types of situations is that the thing this teaches 12 and 13-year-olds is that if you do something large scale fucked up enough, even if it's really bad, you can just make your apology video after the fact, and you've already profited from it. Like, imagine the amount of extra views and followers and fame he got from that Japanese suicide forest thing, because even I heard about it. I know who he is now because of that. I wouldn't have otherwise. So technically, what he did was fucked up, but he wins because of it. Like, he succeeds more. And all you have to do is, like, do your little apology video afterwards to make it look like you're still human. And you get to walk away with, like, 10 million more followers. And now that's why kids are being so fucking crazy on social media nowadays, is because everyone, like that Jack Doherty kid. I've been seeing Jack Doherty on kicking around on Twitter a lot recently. People keep posting stuff about him. And he's basically just like a 14, 15-year-old shithead that makes like trashy content. And the worse he is, the more famous he's getting. Jack who? I think it's Jack Doherty. I've seen like multiple controversial things about him. He's one of those kids that went from YouTube to Kick because he got banned from stuff from some of the stupid shit he did. One of the worst things about him, this is how I found out about Jack Doherty, is he has bouncers. What do you call them? Security. He has bodyguards now. So he walks around with like these 2 huge black bodyguard dudes in public with his mate filming on the camera, and he just fucks with people. Like, he'll literally just shoulder bump into some dude and then talk shit to him. And if the guy turns around and is like actually tries to square up to him, his bodyguards get involved and push him back. And then he talks shit from behind the bodyguards. He's like, yeah, fuck you, you don't got nothing. He just puts on this mad attitude. And it's so cringe because it's like, I don't know what he thinks he's doing, but he doesn't look tough or like a big man when he has to stand behind his big black bodyguards. But for some reason, like, it's such shitty content that it's getting him more fame. Like, even the people that hate him and think what he's doing is like really trash, they're posting and talking about him and like sharing his stuff to show each other how shitty he is, but that's actually spreading him further. And now you see him like everywhere, and it's like, it's fucking cringe, man. Why do we even care? They're just 2 people. I don't know what you mean by why do we care? I mean, you'd have to ask the people that care. I mean, they have like literally tens of millions of followers. You'd have to ask them. But my theory is it's just all 12-year-olds. It's what I said before. Obnoxious reads as personality to a young person, to a kid. The more like crazy you are on camera and the more of a douche you are, the more animated and interesting you are to kids. They think you're cool. They think you're a rebel. They think you're a badass. Oh, thanks, Wasabi. We can do nothing about it. Well, no, that's the thing. It's like, it doesn't matter if you ignore them because the majority of other people aren't ignoring them. Whether they love them or hate them, they're getting airplay. And if you rage at them, if you try to do something about them, if you try to spread the word of how shit they are, you're adding to their marketing push. Like, you're spreading their name more. So you really can't do anything about it. Negativity always wins out in the end when it comes to digital marketing. Like bad news is good news. Like, that is an internet thing. Like, it doesn't matter how shitty the thing in the news is. The fact that it is news is what's important. That's all that matters. Sometimes people do fucked up shit. Like on Twitch, for example, sometimes people fabricate an incident. Like, either like some chick will fuck her boyfriend on a Twitch stream, or someone will accidentally flash their dick. Like, they'll basically do something on purpose that gets them banned, because they know the ban will only go for 48 hours to like a week at most. But the controversy and the spread on Twitter from what you did will make you come back to more followers. Like, you'll have, let's say, 400 followers on Twitch. You do something fucked up, you get banned for 2 weeks, you come back and you've got 10,000 followers. Because people want to see what the guy that flashed his dick's going to do next. And even if you don't do anything crazy after that, it's like, well, what, you lose like 200, 300 people that just wanted to see you do something crazy. You still got 9,000 more followers than you had before. And once people learn that works, they will escalate. They will do other things. They'll get themselves involved in some other controversy, and then they'll get banned at about 10,000 followers, and then they'll come back 2 weeks later and they'll have 100,000 followers. And then what you've got is a new Logan Paul or a new Jack Doherty on your hands. And it just works. Like, it's sad, but it's a thing. Like, I could be massive. I could be much bigger than I am right now if only I would do something shitty. Like, I don't know. If I bring a puppy on stream and execute it live on camera, I'll get cancelled on Twitter. I'll get banned off Twitch for like a couple of weeks. And then, I don't know, I'll come back famous and I'll have 100,000 viewers. They'll still know you as that puppy guy, but you'll suddenly be famous. I think the only way you can really defeat a person like this is let them defeat themselves. Like, if someone like Jack Doherty gets worse and worse and worse and worse, up till the point where he crosses a certain line. Like, if he gets EDP'd, for example, like, if he gets so big that he doesn't think, that he actually genuinely thinks he's untouchable, and then does something that you can't come back from, like grooming a minor, for example, like, you know, pedo stuff, like what EDP did. They catch him with actual underage content, or they find evidence, or they get witnesses of, you know, underage individuals that he tried to or did do stuff with. That's when they kill them, their own momentum. And that's the only way you can really take them down, is let them get big enough and more so full of themselves that they think they're untouchable, and they do something that's actually like both mad illegal and mad immoral, where not only is the cops going to take you down and put you away, but everyone on the internet, even the people that used to think you're a badass, are going to have to take a step back and go, okay, yeah, dude, I can't follow you there. But the crazy thing is, even that EDP guy still has followers. And I think it's mostly ambulance chase, like, not ambulance chases. You know, people who like to watch the car wreck. People like to see drama. So I think people follow EDP around, like if he goes to kick or if he goes to, because they want to keep an eye on the dude, the fucked up dude. They want to see what he does next. They want to see if he gets caught for something else. So you're always going to have a contingent of people online that will follow something, no matter how bad it is, because they just have to keep an eye on the car wreck. They have to see how big the flames get. You want to be there, ground zero for the next huge controversy. Or like, you want to be on EDP's stream, for example, on Kick or whatever, because on the off chance the FBI kicks the door in and grabs him, you want to be there, ground zero. So these people, I guess on some level, will always find some kind of success.
To hold these bad actors accountable, people who ruin CryptoZoo. But what Logan doesn't tell you is that Texas lawsuit is something he's being sued in already. He's a defendant in the lawsuit that he links in his tweet. He's just cross-suing his co-defendants. Like, he's already being sued, and he's just re-suing the same guys who are already being sued. And who are these secret bad actors Logan's going to hold accountable anyways? Turns out
Himself.
it's his employees he hired, Eddie Ibanez and Crypto King, which all of us already knew because I investigated the story a year ago.
Yeah, the funny thing
But
about this whole
imagine my
CryptoZoo thing
surprise when
is all
Logan
his
Paul
colleagues are
tries
like
to rewrite
convicted
my
felons.
investigation to pretend he did all the work himself and uncovered the real scam of CryptoZoo while simultaneously trying to erase his part in it. He says, and I find this very funny because I spent a year on that story, quote, "This lawsuit is the result of an exhaustive investigation that included the review of the entirety of conversations. You'd be
I
forgiven
do think
to
it's kind of funny
he was
that Logan
quoting
Paul
my
thought he could
investigation. He's not.
invest in a
He copied
business
it and tried
with a
to
bunch of
rewrite it to
known
make
criminals,
himself look good.
people that are
In this
actually
lawsuit, he says things like,
responsible
"Hey
for
guys,
other illegal
turns
shit
out Eddie
and think
Ibanez's
everything was going to be
entire
fine."
backstory was a fabrication, including the MIT NFL story. Can you believe it?" It's like, yeah, we know. And then he goes, "Yeah, well, you won't believe what I discovered. Crypto King secretly sold tokens." Yeah, we know. Logan just shamelessly rips off my work claim for claim without citing me. I mean, he says things like, "Mr. Greenbaum would later admit that he made
Where's my ice
millions of
pack?
dollars through his surreptitious
Oh, there it is.
sales
Oh,
of
that's
Zoo
cold
tokens."
still.
But where did Logan find that admission? Was it perhaps when he investigated my video? Time and time again, this lawsuit copies my work, but is
I wonder how many
embarrassed
times
to
Logan
cite
has
it.
watched
So
Coffeezilla's
they even
videos
have to say
about
things
him
like,
and just sat there
"Based on
raging.
public reports." What public report? Mr. Ibanez made approximately $1.7 million from selling Zoo tokens. I could swear I've heard that before. And for my calculations, he made about $1.7 million. Now look, I don't usually mind people using my work, but it's kind of a little strange that Logan is simultaneously trying to discredit my work.
I just
saying,
realized the
"This
steam
lawsuit is
coming
not
off his
based on
coffee is an
snippets
After
of
Effects
conversation
element.
taken out of context, a snipe at my investigation, while then
I don't know why that's funny
quoting
to
it
me.
to pretend that they did any real
Good production
legwork.
values, though.
And look, if you found that shameless, that he tries to steal my work and pass it off as his own investigation, this next part gets even worse. Because Logan's story this whole time has been that it's all other people's fault. You know, it's just bad actors. Everyone but him was bad. He was always well-intentioned.
That's
But
also
his
something that's
timeline
pretty common with
contradicts.
narcissists.
According to his investigation,
It's always everybody
which is
else's
actually my
fault.
investigation, in August and October of 2021,
Everyone else is
he
always the
learns
bad
that Jake
actor.
Greenbaum and Eddie Ibanez are bad news, and he kicks them out of his team. So what does he do after that? He's gotten rid of the bad actors.
Why is he dressed like a
can't blame them
1970s
anymore,
Chi-Town
right?
gangster?
Does he make
That's
CryptoZoo?
Coffeezilla's style.
For a full year before I made my video,
He's always dressed
Logan
like that
Paul
in his
had
essays.
full control over his project. He admits it in his own lawsuit, and he did.
You got to have a thing, you know.
Said nothing. So how does he avoid?
You gotta
accountability
work on
now?
your
Well,
your iconography.
Enter the whipping boy Jeff. That's right. Manager Jeff is making one last appearance. Logan blames Jeff for screwing up September 2021 through 2022. But you know what he doesn't mention? What he'll never mention? The real reason the project didn't get back on track is not because of Eddie, not because of Crypto King, but because Logan's own team stopped paying developers who are working on rebuilding the game. So those people stopped working on CryptoZoo. And that's when I found it. The game was dead. It had been dead for months. And that's when I made a big stink out of it.
I wonder why they
It
stopped.
was 100%.
They got so
within
far and they got in
Logan's
so much
power
trouble. You'd
to
think they
save
might
this
as well
game.
just
I'm not
complete the
saying
damn
nobody else
project.
did bad things, but Logan ultimately had over a year to launch it, to make things right, and he didn't. For financial reasons. Not because someone backstabbed him. He just didn't want to spend the money it would take to make things right. And you know what? That is still
But that's what I
true.
mean. Like, he's already spending the
is
money
still
to get it as far as it
100%
was. You may
within
as well
Logan
keep
Paul's
spending
power
the money to
as
get
a
it done.
near billionaire with Prime.
I would hate to
to
just
make
walk away
things
from
right,
it.
fully right with his fans.
They
who
weren't
he
getting paid.
stands.
I wasn't.
And if he did, gave a full refund, we would all celebrate.
I know, but
Me foremost.
why weren't they?
But will he?
Why?
Or will he try to dodge responsibility, cheap out? rip his
Obviously, if
fans
you don't
off,
pay
and
developers,
avoid
they're not going to work on
accountability?
your game.
I think
What I'm
it's the
saying
latter.
is,
So,
why
those
not
are the
keep
three
paying
main
the
points. You're all
developers
caught up.
to get the
recap,
game
part one,
finished and at
refunds.
least
They're being
get
used as a
something
bargaining
out of
chip to
it?
drop a lawsuit. And
You're already
so
in a
he
lot
never
of
has to
shit
produce
for
this game,
what
which has
you've
been promised
done.
for 3 years, and he's sold tens of millions of dollars for.
You may as well
Part
see
two
it
is
through
the
and
tokens.
salvage
He's
it that way.
pretending they're not for
That's
a
what I'd
game
want
that
to
they
do, even if it
definitely
costs me
afford to
money.
avoid refunding people,
I'd rather
when in
lose
fact
more
he
money
admits
and
they were
actually
produced
get a
for
final
game.
product
Part 3 is the lawsuit, where he stole my investigation, tried to pass it off
Rather
as his
than,
own,
like,
but just
bail?
cuts out the part where he did everything wrong and leaves out the entire year where he was solely in charge of the project. No bad actors. He could have fixed everything, but he didn't because he's cheap and doesn't want to pay anybody. Anyway, I hope that catches you up with what's been going on, and I hope we as a community can have the nuance and complexity to hold in our minds two things at the same time as true. One, It's always good if victims get any money back, and we should celebrate that.
Yeah, but
However, number
12%?
two is that doesn't mean we can't fight for 100% of what they deserve. And
Yeah.
Logan Paul is not a hero for doing this.
12% is
or
kind of
making things
bullshit.
right. He's a
I
serial
wouldn't be
scammer who's
celebrating that at
offering
all.
a minority refund as a last-ditch effort to save his wallet.
You destroyed a narcissist after growing up being taken advantage of by narcissists? I mean, that's how most narcissists get by, is most people around them that they take advantage of, they choose not to see the red flags. For the most part, the people getting taken advantage of are a lot of the reason why narcissists get away with stuff, is they allow it. You choose, because people don't like to shake the boat, especially if you're not that kind of person. If you're not a narcissist, or if you're not an aggressive or a confrontational person, you're more likely to not want to rock the boat and just let things happen to you rather than pull people up. But that's I mean, that's all it takes sometimes, is just don't allow it. When a narcissist tries to lampshade something, or if they try to what's the word? Fuck is the word? Why am I forgetting everything? It's because I'm sweaty. Gaslight. That's the word. Like, if someone's trying to gaslight you, a lot of the reasons gaslighting works is because you allow yourself to be convinced by someone else of something that you know ain't true. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the time, all it takes is for you to stand strong and be like, well, no, that's not what happened, and that's not what you're doing, or that's not what I did. And then it becomes like a stalemate. They might continuously go on and on about it and increase the intensity. They're hoping their aggression will push you into complying. But you don't even have to increase your own aggression. All you have to do is stand there and go, nope, ain't the thing, brother. You're full of shit. That's not how it went down. That's not how it's going down. That's not what you said. That's not what I said. And I know that because I was there. You ain't changing how I remember things. But also the other thing is that people do also notoriously have bad memories, and that makes gaslighting easier. Because if you think back 2 years and you can't quite perfectly remember exactly what you said or exactly how something went down, you're more easily swayed by someone else who claims to have perfect memory of it, which they probably don't. They're just contextualizing it in a way that is convenient to them. But they might not remember something any better than you do. It's just they're working it in their favor. So, but that doesn't matter though. It's like, even if you yourself don't perfectly remember, it's like, it's not hard to identify when someone's trying to use something against you, emotionally or psychologically, especially. It's like, well, you don't know any better than I do, and I'm pretty like strong on how I feel about it now. Even if I said something different back then, people change. This is how I feel about it now. Fuck you. Like, get off my back. Okay, this ice pack is no longer an ice pack. It's now a water pack. Maybe we'll retire this. Ooh, it's still cold though. Might just be water, but it's still cold. This Oodie, man. Maybe I'll put it back on the crotch. Yeah, let's cool down the balls again. Ooh. That's good. Yeah, that's probably not gonna... I'm not gonna be able to leave that there for too long. Or, I'm gonna shrink 3 sizes. You're immune because you remember everything. It's actually nice. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there for a bit. It's amazing how cold this still is, despite not being ice anymore. And also, yeah, I do have a very good memory too. I know what you mean. Ooh, that's also a good idea. I gotta do more of this. Good idea. That is well refrigerated. These are temperature controlling flasks as well. I can keep that flask in a hot room, and the water inside will stay cold. No temperature gets in or out. It's amazing. Biscoff? Oh, good idea too. I should have done that the other way around. I'll Biscoff and then hydrate again. It's actually been a while since we've had that. Oh yeah. I might have to have some chocolate later. I'm getting hungry again. I think it's because I'm so sweaty. Using up all my energy. Need to pee and get back to sleep. Watching me drink water is probably not going to help. Because I've been downing quite a bit of it. It's going to make you want to pee even more. Oh my god, I just remembered something. The He-Man trailer for Revolution came out. Holy shit, how did I forget about that? Oh my god.
Death.
I'm an idiot. That was the one thing, that was one of the biggest things I wanted to get to tonight. And I'm sleeping on it. Whoop, there it is, yep. Yeah, buddy. I saw the poster for this a couple of days ago. On Instagram. And I didn't realize the trailer was going to come so quickly behind it. Heck yeah. Why am I reading the comments right off the bat? Silly maneuver. I'm so keen.
Death comes for us all. Even for kings it comes.
Hey, the king's dead.
But you will have to be.
Okay. Good start. I'm not a big fan of Adam's father. That guy's kind of a douche nozzle, if you ask me. That guy really pissed me off in the first season.
Good choice. Will you rule as Adam? Or as He-Man?
Adam, you know the answer already.
I'll never be half the man or king my father was.
Nah, fuck that guy. The soundtrack.
Eternia needs a king.
Why would the power reveal itself to me if I was destined to give it up?
Cool. This is gonna be the magic and technology fusion season.
On the throne of Eternos. Time for a revolution.
Cyber Skeletor is so dope. I want the toy of that.
He's more powerful than ever. I'm here to ask for help.
Building soundtrack is so sick.
Masters the universe.
Keith David, William Shatner, Mark Hamill.
You know how powerful a little magic can be.
Yeah, boy.
It's not about what you hold
Never
in your
gonna
hand,
girl to
but
keep
what you
me down.
hold in your heart.
It's over, Skeletor.
This music is perfect. Oh my god, the hair.
The beginning.
Wicked.
By the power of Grayskull.
Are they gonna make out finally? We've been waiting for Adam and fucking Tila to hook up for so long. They just need to have babies already, man. Or just give them head. I don't care. Like, just do something hot. Is that Mark Hamill? Mark Hamill's Skeletor. People did criticize it slightly in that his Skeletor is a bit too close to Joker, but it didn't really bother me. I just like hearing Mark Hamill. Apparently, I was watching a Kevin Smith podcast, and they were saying that there's a scene in the new season where the character played by Mark Hamill and the character played by William Shatner interact and face off, and they were nerding out about it because it was basically like Captain Kirk versus Luke Skywalker. Awesome. Rushing waterfalls were there long before and will be long thereafter. You same with streams, rivers, natural flow. Oh, you're trying to get Jeannie to piss herself. Good job. That's probably why we haven't heard from Jeannie since you typed that. She's probably pissing. You watch so much bad news from this. They put the nice stuff here. But yeah, but the thing is, like, the internet was nothing but toxicity and bad news about the first season. The first season was sick. Like, I loved every episode of that shit. It was a great show. I even almost cried at one point when Roboto sacrificed himself to, like, rebuild the sword. And he has that speech as he's dying about being human and exceptional. And I was like, oh, that killed me, man. I had the Roboto toy when I was a kid. With the it had a little spinny dial on the back that you could use your thumb to spin, and it made the sparks in his chest light up. not Mr. Roboto. The robot in He-Man. You can literally like make sparks because his chest was all see-through. It was like plastic perspex. So if you crank the thing on his back, it's almost like a lighter. It struck this gear against this thing that makes sparks in his chest. So you could like make it all like electrical and shit in his body. It was a really cool toy. Some of the He-Man toys are really clever. Like Moss Man was actually like a mossy texture. It was like this green felt stuff. And it actually smelt. Like if you rubbed the moss and smelt it, it smelt like some weird shit. Rushing bodies of water moving. He's still going. Oh, that was sick though. Actually, the guy who edits the trailers for these is kind of a beast. Because the trailer for the first season was also just some 80s song, and it was like fucking awesome. Hold up. I think Orko and Evil Lyn are going to team up. They're going to combine magic. I think that's what's going on there. Evil Lyn's got kind of a martial arts avatar look. I love how many different looks Evil Lyn has in this show. In the first season, she changed like a few times, like during that one season. Like at the end, she had the long hair, like tied in a bow, and she went off to be a traveling sorceress and find herself. Boo boo boo. Boo boo boo. Never gonna barely keep me down. Okay, the Cyclops dude's back. The guy with the jaw is back. I was wondering if they're going to find some kind of cyber magic way to bring back some of the villains, because some of them died horribly in the first season. Do you remember when, what was it, Faker? Faker got cut in half by a laser gun wielded by Man-at-Arms. He got sliced up the middle vertically and fell into two pieces. And Moss Man got incinerated, like burnt to a crisp. And then while his soul was in heaven, they nuked heaven. So he died twice. He got incinerated, and then his heavenly soul body or whatever got nuked. That guy got double killed. Poor Moss Man. Hey, she's back. I think she joined the Man-at-Arms force at the end of the first season, so she's probably got new gear. What's all the... Okay, Skeletor and his new shit. There's that guy with the two heads. He wasn't in the first season. I remember the toy of that guy too, though. Reactor song called Suit Pea by a band named System of a Down? System of a Down? They're huge. You said that like that was meant to be like an indie band or something that you knew. Everyone knows System of a Down. I've heard like most of their music. Oh, look at that look. Look at Skeletor. Holy shit. So cool. They do a good job of coming up with new designs for characters when they reach new power levels. Like Cyborg Skeletor looks cool. God Skeletor looked cool in the first season when he gets the power. God Lyn, when Evil Lyn gets the power, was like mommy level. She suddenly had them muscles. There she is again. Man-at-Arms has got new armor in the back. It's got the white armor. Used to listen to Papa Roach back. Anyone ever heard of them? Hey, maybe some people still consider System of a Down kind of niche. I don't know. I've always known about them, but maybe general public people don't. I'll ask my mum. Next time I talk to my mum, I'll ask her if she knows who System of a Down is. There's a lot more animal people in Eternia than I realized. There's like some weird alien guy on the left. There's a wolf man in the middle. There's a lizard man on the right. Weird. Everyone's fight. Oh my god. The new sorceress. Thank God that plot point finally got realized after 30 to 40 years. I can't believe they introduced that plot point in the original cartoon and just never did anything with it. I remember this thing with the eyes bulging out, but I can't remember anything about him from the cartoon. I remember the toy, but I don't remember what he's like. I don't remember him in the show. You've been following an underground rapper by the name of Little Wayne? Pretty lucky. Has anyone heard this new song, Enter Sandman by Metallica? It's pretty fly, man. That's some gym workout shit. Gets you pumped. There's Hordak. Hordak with a laser sword and a laser shield. I don't know who he's bashing. Who's that? That might be Skeletor, actually. He's blue. It might be him before he went full skeleton. Hordak again. Yeah, Lena Headey. I think Lena Headey is my favorite voice actor in this show. I think her as Evil Lynn was like a revelation. You just looked up the Muscle Evil Lynn clip? Hells yeah. Definite hells yeah. I posted so many pictures of God Lynn on my Instagram when I first saw that episode. Definitely step on my neck energy. So she definitely teams up with Orca. That's really cool. What else? There's a lot of hidden shit in this trailer. Orca and He-Man back to back. He-Man definitely gets a new look as well, but I'm not sure what it's based on. I think that winged castle down there is what Skeletor's castle turns into after he joins up with Hordak. And that's like Hordak's ships and stuff. She gets her power stolen or something, or she gets turned evil. Holy shit, that's cool. Wait. Okay, no, wait, what's happening here? Does the sorceress get turned into this Cobra lady, or is she having her power stolen? No, that's definitely Tila. I think Hordak turns her evil. Turns her into a Cobra bitch. Sweet. Man-at-Arms looking schmick. Someone pointing at He-Man's chest. Want some of that beef. Man-at-Arms, dope outfit. See, I don't know what this creature is. I just remember the toy. I just don't know anything. I can't remember anything about him. You don't remember Tila being a sorceress? She turned into the sorceress at the end of the first season. Remember, because she's like the secret bastard child of the sorceress. And that secret was kept from her. And she was basically like adopted by Man-at-Arms. So at the end of the first season, the sorceress ends up dying. And Tila becomes the new sorceress of Castle Grayskull. Takes up the mantle. Not from the original cartoon. No, in the original cartoon, they actually hinted at and had some plot elements that gave away that she was only adopted by Man-at-Arms and that she was secretly the illegitimate child of the sorceress. But they never pursued the plot point because the original cartoon was one of those old school cartoons that did a different episode, different story every episode. There was never a continual plot that developed or changed the status quo, unlike this show. So one of the big things that Mattel wanted to do with this TV show was to actually turn it into a status quo evolving show with an actual ongoing plot and actually pay off the character arcs that the original cartoon hinted at or started. I'm the illegitimate child of the man that was never in my life. I can relate. There you go. Maybe you're secretly a sorceress. Maybe you have a lineage. There's a dude with mad guns coming out of every single orifice. I don't remember that toy, but I think he must be somebody. And the elephant guy, I don't remember that either. When you're a kid that's a fan of this stuff, you tend to have a better memory of the toys that you were allowed to own, that your parents actually bought you, and then you just forget about the characters you never had. You're an anthropomorphic transformer cheetah. Dope. There's a sick dragon fight with some Cthulhu tentacle beast. Don't know what that's about. You remember the fish head man? Looks really different now. Some of the characters are getting a glow up in this. Look, there's Tila in evil Cobra Lady form. Kind of curious to see where that goes. I think the misogynists are going to prefer the plot line where Tila turns evil. Oh my god. Okay, what is this? I don't know what this is meant to be referencing. I've never seen He-Man with this hair or this outfit before, but it's pretty cool. It's missing. All she's missing is the snake tail. Maybe she powers up and actually grows it. There's that fucking creature from that was so infamous in the live action movie that everyone hated. I forget what his name is. In your true next life, your true eternal form, in new heaven and new earth, I turn into a cheetah, who can turn into a robot, who can turn into a Plymouth muscle car. Sick. You just want to be a Transformers character. Hey, JJJJ. Don't know what you're doing there. Punching somebody, everything explodes. Punching someone else. Oh, he's punching Scareglow right in the face. Don't know who that is. Dope cyborg Skeletor with a Mega Man arm. Dig it. You're doing magical donations. Okay. Wait, what's he doing? Wait. Look at this. Look at this. He-Man is using the power of Grayskull while holding Tila in his arms. This is going somewhere. I don't know what power it is that's giving him this look, because his sword is also turned into a cyborg sword that like has LEDs. He's got a razor sword. He's got them razor LED sword. I'm pretty keen to see how he gets there. Are they gonna fuck? I kind of hope so. I'm tired of waiting for Tila and Adam to fuck. They've been blue balling on this since we were kids. But I'm thinking that she's gonna get a new look or a new power at the end of this show. I think this probably happens right at the end of the season. She's probably dying after getting defeated out of evil Cobra Lady mode. And then he uses the power of Grayskull to turn to He-Man while holding her body so that they get to share the power temporarily. The same way he did with Skeletor in Season 1. And she probably gets like a new form for the final battle. For some reason, this cyborg Skeletor's got a new form as well. Where his body is like half void. Half Shadow Realm. Sick. Anything else? Yep, there they are. They're gonna fuck. Yes, put it in. By the power of my penis. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, they're at least gonna kiss. There's gonna be some mad lip on lip action at the end of this season for sure. He's going in. He's going in hard. He's also Adam's got that new Flavio look, that like muscly heartthrob Flavio look. I love it. They went full RGB LEDs on the PC. Yeah, it's Razer for sure. Time to suspend my sense of explanation. This is derpy enough for me to have fun with. I mean, that's Masters of the Universe in a nutshell. The entire He-Man universe is basically like... It's derpy on the level of like, everything has the vibe of the kind of thing that your stoner older brother would paint on the side of his heavy metal panel van. It's heavy metal album cover if you found it on the side of a van. Like turned into a children's cartoon universe. And that's kind of like where you're supposed to be with it. That's why some of the more extreme plot points, like as crazy and over the top as they are, they make sense when you think about it that way. Like the fact that the very first thing that Evil Lynn does when she turns into God Lynn and steals the power of Grayskull for herself is nuke heaven. She literally blows up heaven. She nukes the fuck out of it. And you see all the characters from earlier in the season that already died and went to heaven. You see them all dying from like the nuclear heaven explosion a second time. And that is just so metal. Like, it's so good. Stop getting meta. Oh, looks like you win, cheater. Jeannie's gonna do that P. You got through to her finally. Success. Oh, look who reacted to the Masters of the Universe trailer. Tyrone Magnus. I don't want to watch his clip, but I can imagine he probably does a bunch of woke whining or something. And then lays on the ground and cries like a little baby boy that can't go to Disneyland anymore because Disney's too woke. I am curious to see what he thought, though, because nothing in that trailer looked bullshit to me. But these people always find something to whine about. So, I don't know. Sham has links. Let's move on. Fuck Asmongold? Where did that come from? What was the Back to the Future thumbnail? Oh, shit. I didn't see it. Sorry. I already clicked away. I'm not actually sure what that was.
It has...
Was there also an Asmongold thumbnail? Is that why Genie just had like an eye twitch moment? Vampire Survivors, numbers, bitrate, sus. What the fuck is this about?
It has never been a better time to achieve all of your goals, not just in life,
You heard
but
the man.
also especially in fitness and nutrition.
Even if your goals mean robbing a bank, get out there and do it. Be inspired.
And today's sponsor, Factor, has you covered. Factor is an incredible meal service, my personal favorite one, and does a fantastic job at blending all kinds of great types of food options, including calorie smart, high protein, chef's choice, keto, and so on. The food they deliver to you is fantastic. It's high quality, it tastes great, it's low on waste, it's everything you want with a service like
Why are we
this.
watching this ad read?
For the obvious choice. I soon realized
There we
that
go.
by
Skipped it.
utilizing an Android, I shot myself in the foot in regards to dating. And as a beta soy boy cut gamer Californian,
Your
not
goals
having
for
an
2024 is
iPhone
make
was
goals
really
for the
going
goals?
against my nature
I
as
think
a
you're supposed to
human
do that
being.
as your
After
New
swapping,
Year's resolution,
I was
right? I
trying
think
to
you missed the
find
boat.
ways
You have to
make
wait
my
until 2025 now.
productivity higher. I tend to have a really difficult time remembering tasks. I know I have to deposit a check I just received. but
Why
a
is this what
team
we're talking
events.
about?
He's a menace to society, I guess. Oh my god, someone gave $50. Brained bitch, and watching number go up is absolutely
Oh, we
how
are
I
getting
want
to it.
live
Okay,
my
I thought we
whole
were still in
life
the ad read.
until I die. I love number. I
Same.
love number get big. I watch
Same.
number go. Task complete, number up. Click, click,
Same.
tee hee pee pee poo poo. It's fucking amazing. So my friend walked up to me one day and told me, why did you shit
His
on
friend
my
is just
floor?
him
And
without
more
a shirt.
importantly, why haven't you played Vampire Survivors yet? And finally, Christmas came at last. And so did I. Vampire Survivors is another game that has those three lovely phrases I've grown to enjoy so dearly. Indie, solo dev, overwhelmingly positive. It was released back in October of 2022 and is a combination of action roguelite, bullet hell, and number generator game with a pixel art style. The premise is extremely simple. You
Look at all them
character,
numbers.
enter a world and do your best
I just
to
want
survive
gems,
until
man.
30
I want
minutes.
gems.
As
I wanna
enemies
play.
spawn, you kill them using the
I shouldn't
automatic
play.
attacks your
It's gonna ruin my
character
life.
has, and then gain XP to level up and unlock more items and upgrades for your character. This continues until you realize
It's a Back to the
you have
Future 4
incorrectly
trailer?
labeled the game. You assumed in that
Don't fall for that. It's fake. There is no Back to the Future 4. There are a lot of there's channels on YouTube that put together footage from other movies and pretend it's like, you know, a Deadpool 3 trailer, and it's just a combination of footage from other Ryan Reynolds films comped together. It's some bullshit. There's a YouTube channel that I generally avoid. I'm basically blacklisted them for myself. It's called Screen Culture, and most of their channel is just bullshit fake trailers that they make for things that are currently popular. And I'm really sick of almost getting clickbaited by them. Every time I see something that's like, oh, what's this? And then I see Screen Culture beneath it, I'm like, fuck you. You ain't getting no clicks. I know you're full of shit.
it being a bullet hell it would be a bullet hell against you. No, you are the bullet hell.
Oh, looks good.
If you're looking for a larger, more in-depth explanation, I may need to disappoint you because that is the general gist of Vampire Survivors. The game is the most
You can play as a dog?
toilet gameplay type game you could possibly
I didn't know you
get.
could play as
It
a
has
dog.
Almost zero actual interaction from the player. The entire system is passive.
Also, this
Every
elegant
attack
redhead.
you gain is completely on its own.
I just
So
realized I don't really
upgrading them
know
just
what all
makes
the
you
playable
more
characters in this game are. I've
powerful,
only ever
while
seen the
also at
same
same time
starter dude.
doing absolutely nothing but move your character and select your upgrades. It's kiting and getting more insane.
It's been the
over
best
course
fake
of
trailer I've
30
ever
minutes
seen.
before you
I
are
enjoy being
killed and
scammed.
sent back to the main
Well, as long as you
But
get something
then
out of it.
You might ask, well, what is the
That's all you could
reason
ask
to
for.
keep playing them? Because the guy who made this game originally had a job making slot machines, and it fucking shows. When you play through Vampire Survivors, you get coins, and when you get coins, you can unlock permanent upgrades on the main screen. These upgrades then make way for more upgrades, which then makes way for more progression, and it doesn't fucking end. It's no wonder
This
I
guy
love
made
this
an
game
addiction
so much.
loop.
It is the definition
That's
of
the key to
progression,
success now.
and I
Make
am a
addiction
whore
loops.
for progression systems in my video games. It's why I bitch about them in like every video. Because it starts off like innocently enough. You say, ooh, I'll play as Antonio. He has a whip. Whoosh. I like
Yeah,
whips
that's the
from
guy I
that
always
other
see in all the
vampire
footage I've
thing.
seen.
You must be the Belmont.
Then you survive for probably around 8 to 9 minutes before dying. And
I
then
love
going
seeing
back.
footage
Then
from that
you see
Castlevania
the
Netflix
power-up
show. It's so
section,
goddamn
say,
good.
"Ooh, I would love a little more damage resistance." And by
When
then
you
it's
maxed
already
everything
too
out, they
late.
threw
The
new
game
things to
has
upgrade.
hooks in you,
That's
and
the
brain
game.
rot has seeped in. Because now you play again.
If you can
to
make a
reach
game like this, you'll be
certain
rich.
minute threshold to unlock another
Or a Flappy
character,
Bird.
which then gets you more gold to unlock more upgrades, which unlocks more stages to unlock more characters to get more upgrades.
I just
And
don't
oh
want to get
goodness
stuck on something
me,
like this
it's
because then
3
my
a.m.
my
and the
streams are going to
library
turn into
theme
nothing but
won't leave
Vampire
my
Survivor
goddamn
streams for
head.
months. And that'll be unfortunate.
This still wouldn't be enough to sell me on the game, but every match you play does end up feeling a little different based on how you go through your build. For reference, in Vampire Survivors, you have weapons.
You haven't played it
and
since you
passive
figured it out?
items. You can only
Once
hold
you
6
sussed out
of
the,
each, and for the most part, there is no swapping them.
like
out.
how to
Now,
play it
let's say you get
efficiently?
the magic wand.
You lost
It
interest?
fires projectiles at enemies around you randomly, and they lock on. As you level it up, it gets various upgrades, firing more projectiles, reducing its cooldown, increasing its base damage, and
Those
so
spinning
on.
Bibles are doing a
However,
lot of work.
The magic wand pairs with the passive item, the empty tome, which by itself reduces weapon cooldowns by 8%. So when you max level the magic wand and have the empty tome in your inventory, there will be a chance that when you pick up your next chest, it will contain the evolution of the two of them together. In this case, it is the holy wand, which never stops firing.
Oh my
It has
God.
the cooldown and doubles the projectile speed. This is how
Amazing.
you will end up doing a lot of your builds. Most of your items will be grabbed because of the evolution that can be made from it. Spinach gives you extra damage. Fire wand
Spinach.
fires fire, and the two of them together makes gigantic meteors. The King Bible, arguably one of the best items, is orbiting
Yeah, that Bible
Bibles
seems
that
OP.
damage enemies. The Spellbinder increases the duration of your weapon effects. The two of them together creates the Unholy Vespers, which never stops orbiting you. You can see how going from this to
Is that a unicorn?
this
Or is it a dog?
is the natural course
Wow.
of the game. But even with that,
How do you
there's
even lose
still
at this point?
tech. For example, your character you pick has a passive bonus. Some get more damage as they level up, some more XP.
I didn't realize there were
some
so many
more
unlockable
projectiles.
characters.
So you can think
That's a
on
lot.
that when you pick on your build. Eventually,
There's like 100
you
in
will
there.
gain Arcana cards. These are special bonuses that give you all kinds
Once
of
you evolve
insane
an item,
upgrades throughout the game.
or just have a really good
Awake
build,
gives
and then when you go, I
3
see the appeal
revives
now.
that increase your power every time
I think
you
I would
use
see the
them.
appeal from the very
Mad
start,
Groove
just from being an
drags all
obsessive
items
compulsive
every
gamer.
2 minutes around you for easy pickup, and my personal favorite, Boogaloo of Illusions, constantly increases and decreases your area size of your attacks by 25%, but gains 1%
Give me
each
uniqueness or
time
give
you
me
level
death.
up. So who really cares?
The game is
if
now
you
the
have
product of a ton of
negative
updates, and they're not
25%
ending yet
aura when
either.
you're level
There's a whole lot of
100
updates that
and
are
have
planned
100%
for 2024
increased
still.
area anyway. Yeah, I won't complain with my 75% area increase. Thank you.
Including online co-op, apparently.
And if you thought
That's
that
happening
was
sometime this
done,
year.
if you thought there was nothing else between the permanent upgrades, the characters, the arcana, and the evolution,
Not the kind of game I think you need to play in co-op, though. It's just kind of a
Additional
novelty, I
permanent
suppose.
upgrades that you can get for singular characters by either killing some fancy enemies in game or buying
Among
them
Us?
off a merchant. And if you
I didn't know that
still
Among Us
thought
had a
it was
collab
well,
with Vampire
the map
Survivors.
often
What the fuck?
contains various items that just kind of chill there and relax, because you can pick them up and guess what it doesn't count towards? Your 6 passive slots. So you can go extremely overboard with your skills if you so please. And this is just scratching the surface. We haven't discussed the bonus maps, the additional character concepts, the super evos, like getting both of the birds to turn into the rainbow bird. Sorry,
There's a rainbow
Karen,
bird?
Gay pride is
Damn.
over. It's time for gay wrath, and the giant AC-130 rainbow
Whoa.
vomit in your face will prove that. There's the adventure mode. There's all the DLC content. There's so
Gay
much to
pride
do
makes way for
with
gay
this
wrath.
tiny
That's
little
funny.
$5 game, and it just
You had the
never
rainbow bird?
seems to stop. But what I do not want to gloss over, what I do want to take the
Everything
time to
seems to
discuss
end up
is
being
the
OP,
most important
no matter what your
addition to a
build is.
video game in all of 2023. Forget Baldur's Gate, forget Alan Wake, and all the other titles of the year. Forget what you even know about the life and living. Forget even the other DLCs in this game. No, we have to talk about the emergency meeting DLC. It shouldn't surprise any of you that I am cringe.
No, there's nothing wrong with being cringe. We're all cringe.
Among Us to be
We're all cringe here, right?
Absolutely hilarious. Yo,
People love Warframe for the same reason.
go! Look how angry he is. I don't think you understand.
What I find interesting is there's a lot of reverse bullet hell genre games now that are basically playing off Vampire Survivors, trying to get a piece of that pie. But it's interesting that none of them have actually managed to nail it as much as Vampire Survivors seems to have.
Everything else, I really like Among Us.
Like, none of the other Vampire Survivors clones are anywhere near the size of what Vampire Survivors is pulling off in terms of getting a piece of the gaming space.
And I find it so funny because it's not funny. Everyone else thinks that Among Us jokes aren't funny, and that's why it's so fucking funny to me. So when I heard about the Vampire Survivors Among Us official DLC crossover,
Why
I
is
was
he a
there
horse?
day one, and it is absolutely ridiculous.
Does
to
that
say
cost
this out
money?
loud, but the way
Is that a
they
paid DLC?
incorporated Among Us into the game is just really impressive. I bought the DLC for $2, $2 whole dollars, and got
Oh,
a
it is?
whole
Okay,
bunch of new
$2.
crewmate
That's fine.
characters, weapons, passives.
Isn't the
and
game super
maps.
cheap,
And
though?
the
Like, can't you get
ingenuity
Vampire
they
Survivors for like
added
$2
to this
on
sussy
Steam?
little DLC is more than the last 3 Call of Duty games. For one, the individual crewmates mostly have similar passive abilities to the other characters in the game, but they have amazing visuals to accompany them. For example, the shapeshifter Mogus actually shapeshifts
Mogus?
into other Among Us lookalikes throughout the game,
Okay.
and can get dead Mogus.
I don't really
corpses
understand most
to
of what he's saying
increase
right
their
now.
health. The passives are tiny little
You played
metal
Warframe and it
crewmates
became really
that
bad?
follow you around and do
I have a bit of a personal bias against Warframe because of my gaming history. A really long time ago, back in the OG Xbox and PS2 days, there was an E3 where they announced a game called Dark Sector. And they had a pre-rendered... I might have talked about this before. They had a pre-rendered cutscene trailer, which was basically like a... some kind of like cyborg space ninja breaking into like this space station, doing all this cool Matrixy shit. And that game looked amazing. It looked really cool. It basically went to development hell after that, and we never heard about it again. And me and my friends always talked about like whatever happened to Dark Sector. And then a weird thing happened. It separated. The developer that originally was trying to make action, leather-bound, sexy ninja action space game went this way, and the publisher that owned the rights to the concept of a game called Dark Sector went that way. They split. So we ended up getting a couple of years later, we ended up getting on the Xbox 360 and the PS3, we ended up getting an action-adventure game that nobody gave a shit about. Average reviews, didn't really hit hard. Most people probably don't even remember it exists. Called Dark Sector, where you play this guy with messy black hair, like, you know, sexy white male protagonist with the stubble and the messy hair that looks like it's somehow still styled. And the game was based around exploring environments and using this hand glaive and you throw the glaive like a boomerang disc, and it chops off heads and comes back to you and you catch it. And if you throw it through like a fire source, like a torch, the glaive takes the fire and then will ignite something else, and you basically solve environmental puzzles using electricity and fire using the glaive. And the rest of the time you're just either shooting or glaving people to death. Nobody gave a shit. It kind of came and went. Like, no franchise. It just died. It was okay, but it didn't get any better than okay to average reviews. And I got it imported from New Zealand so I can get the R-rated violent version, because it got censored here in Australia because we didn't have an R rating yet. And then years later, a game called Warframe appeared. And Warframe was essentially the guy that was making Dark Sector originally, taking his sexy full black leather outfit ninja cyborg space concept and turning it into kind of a PvE online MMO thing. And they changed the name to Warframe. And as soon as I saw that ninja-like main character default skin thing, I was like, that is the fucking... That's from that old E3 trailer. That's the same character design. That dude just went off and did a whole different genre with the same visual design looks and stuff, and the same space guns and martial arts ninja kind of action thing. He just did a different thing with it. So that's why I'm kind of pissy about Warframe, because I don't really like that online PvP/PvE ongoing MMO looter shooter thing that Warframe does, and that a lot of games do now. So I didn't care about it. But I was so keen on that original game as depicted at E3, and I ended up playing the game that stole its name, that was nothing like it, and was average. And then what the thing was that I actually wanted became something that I really didn't want, because it was now a genre that I'm not interested in. So I always had a really shitty attitude about Warframe in general, because whenever I see Warframe, I have this massive nostalgia flashback to that entire scenario with the E3 trailer, and how the developers and publishers and everyone involved just split off into tangents and made two completely separate games that are nothing like what I originally wanted. Digital Extremes made a lot of the concepts for Unreal Tournament, so they can do good stuff, but Warframe is a flop now. And lost their street cred. I mean, I haven't heard anything about Warframe is like now. I've only seen people that are already fans of it, like, gushing over it. I didn't actually know that there were any controversies or dips in sales or anything. It just seems like it's just constantly evolving into new things through expansion packs, and it just keeps making money, so it keeps sticking around. It's just exhausting. Wait. I wonder if there's pictures of it. The old Warframe Dark Sector. If I just put them all into search strings, what will happen? Original Warframe Dark Sector 2005 concept. So it was the 2005 E3. Concept for Warframe originated in 2000 when Digital Extremes began work on a new game titled Dark Sector. Yes. So here's the thing. Let's just enlarge on this real quick. So this is Dark Sector as I ended up playing it. This motherfucker. This game was out on 360 and PS3. And it was basically just a third-person action adventure where you just use the glaive to solve puzzles by throwing it through elemental stuff to ignite fires. Or here's an example of the glaive on fire after throwing it through like a flaming torch or something. And then you can throw it at enemies to set them on fire. Blah, blah, blah. It was all set on a planet, though. It was technically sci-fi, but it's kind of Gears of War-ish. It's that kind of third-person action game. 50% shooting, 50% throwing that glaive around like a boomerang. But that's the thing. Dark Sector, what we got with the glaive and the sexy dude, is nothing like what we were originally sold, which is apparently this. Is this the E3 video? Might be.
For generations we slept along an infinite coastline. But the waters did recede, and and we burst forth like
Oh, there's a
seeds
hydrate as well. Didn't see that.
outward along the solar rails. Until we came at last to the shores of Pluto and the final dreadful rail.
Why is this 7 minutes long? I don't remember this being so long. Yeah, there you go, Dark Sector. When I was younger, I found this entire controversy so not satisfying, what's the word? Fascinating. Because I've never seen a game start out as one thing, die, and then split off into two completely different things that aren't connected. See, this sci-fi ninja outfit is very Warframe. But this is still when this is meant to be Dark Sector. I wonder if they're still connected in a way, like if they're in universe or something. Well, it's not that this was ditched for some shitty infinite multiplayer game. It's like they made the single player game. It just became something different. They veered away from what this was. Like, this is what Dark Sector is now. They turned Dark Sector into something different, and then what this was originally like, they went, okay, let's go back to this, but let's make something new and call it Warframe, and make it multiplayer. So everything just kind of went topsy-turvy for a while there. There was a whole bunch of fuckery. This makes Warframe look good. Well, that's the thing, it's like, when this was still Dark Sector, it was still meant to be a single-player, story-driven action-adventure game. There was nothing multiplayer to do with this. This is a whole different kettle of fish. And this is what I wanted. Back in 2005, this was very good looking for an E3 demo. Like, this was one of the coolest things they showed that year at E3. Like, it obviously doesn't track that well now, but this, by those days' standards, was insane graphics. It's Excalibur, the oldest Warframe design. It predates Warframe. You know a lot about Warframe for someone who hates it. You can kind of see a lot of different influences in this as well. There's something about those Marines that remind me of Darkraft. Like, this is an era of gaming as well where things don't move this smoothly, this fluidly. Like the way this ninja guy runs around. I know it's not gameplay per se. It's an in-game engine, but it's not gameplay. But seeing a character in a game move around with that kind of smooth fluidity was like pretty rare in games in 2005. Oh shit, it's about to go down.
Secure all stations. Mains ignition in 1 minute.
It is a shame they couldn't have like shown anything that was actual like gameplay indicative that actually looked like someone was playing it. But I think they were too far away from that still. That ship looks so much like a manta ray. Or a mushroom. Or the head of a penis. Take your pick. I like how the way the suit actually like transforms and morphs on his body. Like it inflates or it gets thinner. Like it changes shape around his form. It's neat. I also get kind of Ghost in the Shell vibes a little bit. Oh, I actually didn't realize you see his face. I don't remember this bit. These are very slow and dramatic cutscenes. That's a product of its time. Like, this trailer was mind-blowing for 2005. And also, it's being shown off at E3. E3 does tend to do more elaborate, longer trailers because, you know, people are chilling at the expo. You have enough time to show off a lot of shit. Around this same time, there was a Hitman game that I'm sad died. There was a trailer for it. I think it was like... What was it called? I think it had the word city in the name. Basically, if you imagine like a big open world New York, and imagine you're a hitman in the city, and I think there were like procedural, like almost procedural style assassination missions where you had to actually figure out where the person is in the city, what they do, where they go, what their schedule is, and find them and kill them. I wonder what that game was called. I've been watching E3 for such a large portion of my life. I sometimes have flashbacks to games that almost existed, that they showed off at an E3, and then never happened. Yeah, so much of that stuff has ended up becoming Warframe. It's crazy. I just think it's crazy that that game is Dark Sector. And the Dark Sector we got was nothing like that. It was totally... Everything was different. And then... when you get Warframe, everything that Dark Sector was is taken from... is that moved to this with a different name. It's so convoluted and confusing. What E3 was this? Old E3 Hitman game. Never happened. Not Hitman. I don't want actual Hitman by whatever the fuck. Let's go development hell. This is going to be impossible to find. It keeps on bringing up old Hitman games like Absolution and Contracts and shit. This is frustrating. What if I go 2005? I don't actually know which year it was, but it was pretty old. What if we go old E3 games that got cancelled? Agent, Brothers in Arms 4, Coded Arms, Get Out of My Face, Outsider, I remember that. The Phantom, Jurassic Park Survival, that's actually coming back. 8 Days, Getaway 3, Agent, Killing Day, I remember Killing Day as well, that was a good trailer. Pirates of the Caribbean Armada, The Damned, looks pretty dope. Scalebound, that was a shame, that's a very new one. That was going to be an Xbox exclusive. BC, that was a shame as well, that was Peter Molyneux, I was really intrigued by that. The prehistoric game. Star Wars 1313, Agency Covert Ops, StarCraft Ghost. Okay, these are all pretty big games. I want obscure shit. 100 Bullets, Agent, Battlecry, Brothers in Arms 4. The Dark Sorcerer, Deep Down, 8 Days. Eater, Fez 2. Versus 13. That became 15, didn't it? Ion, The Last Night, Phantom Dust Remake, Ruin Warrior's Lair, Scalebound again, Star Fox, Virtual Boy, Star Wars 1313, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Patriots. Oh yeah, that fucking went under. Remember the trailer for Patriots? When it was still single-player story focused, and then it became Rainbow Six Siege, and that's just boring to me. Wild. Okay, that doesn't work. Open World Assassin. I have a feeling this game is going to be impossible to find. It's such an old, cancelled game that it's like... It's now non-existent, like it never happened in the first place. 1313 looked cool. Yeah, 1313 had a very good trailer. The graphics were amazing for what it was. Frame City Killer. Oh shit, that's it. Oh my god, I can't believe I found it. Xbox 360, 2005. Okay, it was 2005. This is the same year as that that Dark Sector Warframe game. Man, this year had a lot of things that ended up never happening. It still has the little code thing on the front, the detail frame. Deep Down was just Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, pretty much identical. I remember Deep Down. Why isn't this playing?
We need to find cover and regroup. Let's go.
It's Namco. I didn't remember it being Namco. I wonder if this is going to hold up to my nostalgia. This music is annoying. So this was at a time when open world city stuff was still fairly rare. Not many games tried to do this, and this had more pedestrians in it than any game that had tried to do this so far. It seemed like a really next-gen game for its time, because the idea of having to actually follow Hitman contracts... I don't know what's going on here. And like move around the city and like find out where someone works, or like what NPC might actually be the target. I don't actually remember this trailer at all, because this is, I remember that dude with the yellow rimmed sunnies. He's so cheesy looking. I don't actually know why this died.
I'll put this city out of its misery. Frame City.
Killer? I thought the game's name is Frame City Killer. Oh, there you go. Not a very creative name for a city. Why would a city call itself Frame City? Although technically New York calls itself New York City. NYC.
The concepts of evil and justice are irrelevant. This is a mission.
There is something like Hideo Kojima but on like acid about this. Holy shit. There's a lot about this that is so 2005. But I like the style is fun. What is visual acid? Who knows? It's hard to get a beat on exactly how the moment-to-moment gameplay actually works, because this trailer is kind of nuts.
Frame City Killer.
And it's still going. I like this like Neo Tokyo kind of vibe where everything's billboards. But that's how most people view the future now. Just like Neo Tokyo vibes. It's so funny looking back at stuff like this with rose-colored glasses. Like, this is like, for the size of the game, the fact that the city's open world with this kind of graphics, this was like really good for 2005. Same thing with Dark Sector. It's like, we can look at it now and think it looks hokey, and not that impressive after what we're used to in 2024. They all have the same flying back from getting shot animation. Look at this dude. So insanely over the shoulder, which is also not something you saw much back in these days. Like Gears of War is around about when games started to do that really over the shoulder like second person thing. Where it's technically still third person, but they're so close to the camera and just kind of offset to the side.
Known as VA. It's a hallucinogenic drug that's spreading throughout Frame City. We have intelligence that there's a major terrorist operation being planned that involves the use of VA.
This guy's so 90s cheesy. I know it's not even the 90s, it's like 2005, but still. I kind of liked the look when I was younger. The hair with the frosted tips and the orange rimmed sunnies was kind of cool to me. This seems like a lot of content. There's a lot of content for a game that got ditched, and I don't know why.
Guess you really were special forces after all.
Oh, VA stands for Visual Acid. I think it's I thought it was some kind of drug, but it might be the name for the sunglasses-driven UI thing that he keeps doing.
Only chance to save this city.
Use any means necessary to infiltrate Frame City and terminate Khan.
Who's Richard Epcar?
You'll never get Khan.
Who is Khan?
Khan.
Oh my god, he's so cool. Oh, I wonder if there's actual information about why this died, why they threw it out. Sometimes that just happens though, with no actual drama behind it. Like that Vegas game that was going to be on Xbox One. I think it was called This is Vegas. It was like an open world life sim kind of thing based in Vegas, and it looked really fun. You could literally host wet t-shirt competitions. And I don't know why that died, because a lot of the gameplay already existed. You could see people playing it at E3. I styled my look after this guy. Maybe I should. Just minus the Barbie Oodie. I think that was like a suspect list for people you've scanned with your glasses. They showed too much cutscene footage. They need to show more how the investigation gameplay works with analyzing NPCs with your glasses. Because I remember people talking about that a lot in articles, but then the gameplay is just the same stuff. Yeah, it's the same footage again in this. Okay. Does it say it in the description? Unreleased game. Press assets. Look at the first comment. This game was legitimately the reason why I looked into buying a 360. Was extremely disappointed when it got cancelled. Thankfully, Saints Row became my new reason to buy a 360 afterwards. Interesting. Saints Row was just a little bit after that, I guess. This game made me hooked and made me want to get a 360 out of fear of missing out, besides waiting for my PS3. I found out only 14 years later that it got cancelled. I guess he just forgot about it. I never forgot. In the original E3 montage, this is the game I wanted the most. So disappointed it died. This game looks like it was trying to be Time Crisis, Yakuza, Tekken, and GTA all at once. That's true. It's actually really true. When you see him hand-to-hand fighting, it has a definite Tekken feel to it. And it's Namco. If I type in Frame City Killer, why cancelled? due to apparent development problems, and it refocused towards other Xbox 360 projects. So they were struggling to make the game work, I guess, behind closed doors. After repeated delays in development and lack of presentations at numerous trade shows. So after they announced it, showed it off, they realized they couldn't actually get the game finished and missed out on multiple E3s in a row. Crazy. It was replaced by an unnamed RPG. Maybe that's Dragon's Dogma. Maybe that's when Dragon's Dogma showed up. Does it actually say? No, it just says unnamed RPG. Interesting. You'd have to look at what RPGs were announced around 2005 and above. Oh, actually, Sham said it before. Like a combination of Metal Gear, Sleeping Dogs, and Yakuza. Yeah, that's what that dude in the YouTube comments was basically saying. I forgot we were actually watching this video. We got so distracted. Whoops.
Do little mini
Sorry,
weapon attacks
sorry,
like
Vampire
sandal water,
Survivor guy.
knives, and so on. The imposter character has a really great hide and seek running animation from the game, and it even has a special Vampire Survivors version of that theme song. But the icing on the cake
Dragon's Dogma was
by
2012?
far are the new weapons.
Oh, I didn't actually know when that
which is
came
a
out. I
little
was just
megaphone that
randomly
fires in
guessing.
a
I wasn't
forward-facing
beta, I
line,
promise.
But Report evolves with the mini crewmate.
I just can't
which
think of anything else that
actually
came out that
consumes the
year,
crewmate, which is great 'cause
specifically.
it gives you more passives. But you get emergency meeting.
Oh yeah, that's
which
Capcom,
picks
not Namco.
One of the enemies on screen
In my defense, Namco and Capcom's names are way too similar. They almost use all the same letters.
and just kills them instantly. It is such a cool looking weapon. You have Lucky Swipe, which is a big card smack attack that actually gets more swipes the lower your luck is, which evolves with the mini engineer into the crossed wires mini game.
Man, this
which
guy
is
likes
the wire
Vampire
crossing
Survivors
game
way
from
too
Among
much.
Us, but it damages enemies on the screen.
He's losing his
You have
mind a little
Sharp
bit.
Tongue, which is the imposter tongue, but when it evolves, it can become the impost stung, which is the kill animation look on the strongest enemy in its path. The best one by far is Just Vent, which mixes with the mini shapeshifter to become Unjust Ejection, which uses a side of the screen.
I didn't read
to
ejection then
pull
when I
all
saw
the
that on
enemies
screen.
into space and kill them. And it even tells you how many are ejected. How did they get so incredibly creative with all of the aspects of Among Us to not only create a fantastic DLC offering, but one that is very powerful in game? And I can't believe I'm fucking saying this, but creating one that's so faithful to the source material of Among
Yeah,
Us.
he's way too
It's
excited about Vampire
unfathomable
Survivors.
How much brain rot this game has given me. It will not leave me alone. If I have the time, I play Vampire Survivors. If I'm traveling, I play it on my Steam Deck. This is the best Steam Deck game ever made. Nothing compares to how good this is on the deck. It's the perfect travel video game. It completely consumes my free time and still finds a way to destroy my bitrate. It is completely unsurprising that it was made by a guy who developed slot machines, and considering how quickly he was able to get me addicted
That's
to this
essentially
kind
the
of
only
game,
takeaway
it
from this
terrifies
entire
me
little
to
essay of
think
his
the science that goes
was
into making real
invented by a
slot
guy who made
machines and
slot
how
machines.
exploitative
Look at how
they
much.
must be. This game keeps me up at night. It tears at my psyche. It won't leave me alone. Glowing recommendation. 10 out of 10. Brickle seal of approval. Everybody should buy Vampire Survivors.
Unless you've got Game Pass,
2023 is over.
just play it for free.
2024 is right around the corner. It has been a fantastic year.
What's
but
that
I
on his
genuinely
shirt?
think
I can't quite make it
2024
out.
Is going to hit even harder.
Just a little
Primed
blood.
for some crazy.
I don't
fun
actually
content
recognize the
and
logo.
ideas, and I am
Must be a game
extremely
I'm not familiar
excited
with.
about it. But more importantly, before we end the year, I have one final thing I have to say. Among Us. I'm out of here.
I wonder if he actually likes Among Us as much as he seems to like get psyched for Among Us too easily. I've actually never played it. It looks okay. I know plenty of people that have and play it religiously with friends. It's like the gaming equivalent of a good board game with mates. We took so long to finish that video because we went off on that E3 tangent that Sham's last link that he said was 56 minutes ago. And it's the finals. You always jump between the same games, Sham. You're obsessed with Vampire Survivors, you're obsessed with the finals, and you're obsessed with Dragon's Dogma. You alternate between them like you're in a pinball machine.
The finals swooped in and stole my heart like a pelican swiping.
It is
a
fun
bag
to
of
see the
sriracha lime
destructibility
potato chips.
in this game, though. I like
There was something
seeing footage of
about
the destruction.
movement, the destruction, and the serendipitous.
Is this another video
sounds of
essay? No, this one's much
addiction
shorter. Just a couple of minutes
quickly
long.
Captured my attention. Once the open beta was finished and I had to pretend like there was
What
something
makes the
else on
finals
search
so
that I
different?
cared about,
Oh, it's
I
just
started
he's gonna
to analyze what made it so unique.
he's gonna love on it for a second.
Oh, and for those who don't know what I'm talking about, the finals is defined as
Why
the
is-
last series of exams
why is his voice like
during
this?
a particular part of the school year. Now, the finals didn't really do much in the way of carving brand new.
Is he doing a character, or is this how he actually sounds like? That's just how he sounds? Oh my god. I thought he was doing a character. I thought he was doing one of those, like, I'm gonna do like a stereotypical nerd, like, character voice.
I like to play the finals.
Territories and
I feel
secret
mean for pointing it
individual
out, but
elements have been
it's
done
pretty
before many times.
gratuitous.
But the right combination of mechanics and a swell of disappointing game releases made this title stand out. In my incredibly humble and poignant opinion, there are
He sounds
two
like
main
someone who would do
factors
voice
that made
acting
the
with
finals worth
Oni G,
experiencing. Options and teamwork.
if you know who that is.
There are many
Maybe
ways
Psychic
that you
Pebbles
can
as
go
well.
about your objectives, depending on your character and equipment, but also just based on the nature of the level design and player movement.
So how much of this have you
Traversal
played so far, Sham?
possibilities
I
are
know
not
that you
limited
jumped
to
on it when it
basic
became
parkour
available.
skills of which I am well
But did you just
trained.
try it out and
There
then
are
move on, or
also
do you actually
zip
play it,
lines,
like,
elevators,
regularly?
and retractable ramps. And if you really want to summon your inner Kool-Aid man, you can ignore walls completely.
That's pretty funny. Although he died doing it.
This anti-drywall ability is one of many skills you can possess, according to which
It would be
of
pretty
three
fun
character
just to
types you
shoulder
select.
barge through solid
Your
concrete.
size will determine your health
It
and
makes me want
speed
another Hulk
stats,
game,
but you'll
like
also
Ultimate
gain
Destruction back on the
access to new
PS2.
ways of getting around.
Played every now and again.
Jump pads you can place
Overwatch plus
almost
Call of
anywhere,
Duty?
and grappling hooks
I
that
don't think that's
never
enough
got around to
combinations.
trying
It needs
due
to be
my fear
Overwatch
of
plus Call of Duty
vigilantes from
plus
Gotham.
something else.
There's
Red
also
Faction.
the option to use a
I would accept Overwatch, Call of Duty plus Red Faction, because the destructibility environments is a pretty huge draw card in this game. It's the only thing that I think looks fun about it. Because I don't like esports PvP online shooters. Like, I get bored of the concept within like 5 minutes. But I am kind of impressed by how everything is basically just destructible, and people are literally like charging through walls, or Mario stomping through floors.
explosives to make a little shortcut.
But
for
I
yourself.
prefer just to see footage of it and laugh at it.
You may
I don't think I
that
really want
these
to play it
abilities
just for
don't
that.
do much beyond getting you to your objective quicker, but they are much more useful than that. I have never been able to wiggle out of so many
Nothing did it as good as
unsavory
Red Faction?
situations as I have in this game.
I have
This
played
is
other
the
games with
closest
very
I've ever
impressive
gotten to
destruction,
feeling
but I
like a
can't think of
eel
any
covered in
examples right now.
olive oil. No,
I had a lot of fun with Gorilla. Red Faction Gorilla was a pretty neat attempt at making a open world version of that.
This is not baseball. This is not baseball. This is Rocket League. The
It's
choices
kind of
for
cute
tracking
how
your opponents are also limitless
exploding
if
enemies
they can
basically
stay
just
alive
pump
long
out
enough
coins
for
like
you
a
to
slot
find
machine.
them.
It's a cool effect.
These options would mean nothing, though, if it wasn't for the next crucial component.
The thing with the old Red Factions on the PS2, it was incredibly impressive for what it was for its time. Like, it was actually quite groundbreaking. But it also was like a little bit of a novelty. Like, if you go back to it now and you fuck around with the game a bit and try digging through walls and testing its limits, like, there are quite a lot of limitations, and it was more about the novelty of the environmental destruction. But for its time, that's all it needed to be. Like, that was still more than anyone else had done for that moment in time in gaming. But if you do it nowadays, it has to be more legit. Like, you can't really do it novelty style and have, like, there are a lot of, like, fake destructible walls and non-destructible walls.
Unless you have my luck,
You can still
always
go back
be
and be
in a full
impressed.
Squad.
I
Although
haven't
that means basically
for a
nothing
long
in
time.
mini games. In the finals, it's everything. The more members
But
of
I
your
remember
squad are
retrying
alive and
Red Faction
paying
2 at one
attention,
point, long
the
after the
greater your
fact.
chances of being defended,
And
being
I realized there were a lot
revived,
more
and being the
limitations to how
champions.
much destructibility there was.
It's been a long time since I've revived.
But
and
only,
been revived this.
but it's only noticeable if you're trying to go out of your way to push its limits, which is the key. For what the game was doing and for the environment you were supposed to be in and what you were supposed to be doing, like, it was perfect.
Many times per match. This is partially because of the hilarious ability to throw your friend's totem across the room before reviving them from safety.
That's
and
pretty
also
cool.
because of the
They look like a
debilitating
Monopoly
time penalty
figurine.
when your entire squad is
Like a board game
Great
figurine.
Players can certainly help their team tremendously, but a squad of mediocre players that always
Why does this
play
look
the
so shit?
objective will easily
It's on
beat out a
1080p.
squad of tryhards shooting at everything that moves. I had a game where one player had more than 20 kills when the next top player had 7, but guess what? Their team came dead last.
Did you ever play
Conversely, you can go in and
Did you ever play Red Faction Guerrilla? The one where, as well as destruction, you could also recreate the environment. There was a gun that lets you basically like reconstitute anything that's been destroyed, so you could actually rebuild your surroundings as well as destroy it, which was sometimes like interesting for strategic reasons, and sometimes it was interesting for puzzle solving reasons. You could destroy something to achieve something, and then rebuild it in a after you've already changed some other aspect of the environment.
entire match without getting any eliminations and still gain the most
Was
points
Red
of anyone
Alert
in the server.
the second one?
This is a big win for anyone who prefers to set up defenses, heal the wounded, or climb all of the ladders.
Oh, Armageddon.
There are still balancing issues that need to be worked on, but it is abundantly
So there's
clear that
Guerrilla,
the team that
Armageddon.
harnesses
Wait.
the power of friendship has the greatest chance.
Oh no, you're right. Guerrilla was the open world one.
It's very
Armageddon was,
unlikely
yeah.
that they'll
Sorry,
ever
I got the
have a
names
team
mixed up.
deathmatch or free-for-all. At least I hope not, because one of the things that made this so enjoyable was a need for strategy beyond
Destroy everything in sight.
planning ahead for escape routes, protecting your high-value team members, collecting all of
The hell is a
shiny
high-value
coins.
team member?
These are high-caliber military operations, people. When I
No, they're
first
not.
started seeing clips of the finals on ClickClock, they were flooded with comments like, "This game is gonna die faster than Splitgate." But first of all,
One thing I do
still
appreciate
play Splitgate
about its
every 8 months,
about
so
its
it's
theme,
not
its
dead,
visual
it just
style.
needs to be resuscitated
What
every
game is
once in a
this?
while.
Oh,
And
something different.
second, a win for any
The
new
fact that it
game
leans
is a
into the
win for
esports thing
entire
and literally
industry.
makes it an esport, like you're actually
I'd
just playing a
much rather
first-person
see
shooter in an
new game
arena with a
fail
bunch
at
of people
trying
watching in the
something
stands.
different than succeed at
I think that's
taking
kind of a
zero
neat vibe.
risks. If
I
this
don't care
game
because I
can
don't
live
play
up
games
to
like
its
these, but
potential, I'ma be a
from a
very happy
third-person
indoor
standpoint,
camper.
that was split. Oh, okay. I heard him mention it, but I didn't realize he was gonna split. He was gonna actually cut the footage. Oh, Portal plus O. That was that game. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. I didn't remember the name, but I remember there being a esports first-person shooter where everyone makes portals. I totally forgot that existed, and I never knew what the name was. Da 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 da.
What's happening, everyone? Jay Shockblast here, and check it out. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is coming finally very soon. January 30th if you get the deluxe edition.
I can't stop
February
thinking about the
2nd
HUD
if you
now.
get the regular version. Thank you WB Games for flying me out to LA.
I wish I
to
never
get my
saw
hands
memes about
on
it.
some
It really
Suicide
distracts
Squad.
me.
I got to play the game with the devs. Had a great time.
What's that music
really
playing?
enjoyed
That's not
it.
from the game.
Really looking forward to this game. But you might be aware there are a lot of people that are upset that this game is a looter shooter, a game as a service, all of these things, and that it flew on the ashes of a dead Superman game that Rocksteady canceled.
Anything that has a deluxe
And,
edition.
Jason Schreier
When I used
is
to work
here.
in retail at EB Games, selling video games, I used to buy every collector's edition that came out. That was a particularly fun era of collector's editions becoming popular. That's why I've got so many on the shelf behind me. I got every fancy box with a cool statue in it that existed
with an elbow from the top
Back in the
ropes
days when we had
to
money,
absolutely
disposable income.
murder that rumor and kill it for good. Yesterday, on an article on Bloomberg, he wrote, "No wonder that this week, following the previews, fans continued to repeat a rumor that just won't die. That the developers at Rocksteady had originally pitched a game about Superman, which was rejected by Warner Brothers, and the company was instead forced to make this one."
I wonder
In reality,
why they rejected the
Rocksteady
Superman game.
never
I remember hearing about
pitched
that.
or worked on a Superman game.
I'd love to hear their
According to
pitch.
People familiar with the company's strategy over the last decade. Following the release of Arkham Knight in 2015, the studio began working on a Batman VR game and then an unannounced multiplayer
The
game.
Batman
set
VR
in
game,
an
I own that.
original franchise,
Batman Arkham
which
VR.
had not previously
It's about 45
been
minutes long.
reported. At the end of 2016, a Suicide Squad game at the Warner Brothers Studios in Montreal was canceled, and the property was subsequently given to Rocksteady, which began working on the current iteration in 2017. The Superman rumor appears to have originated from a user on X, formerly Twitter, named Jason
rumors.
Sigfield, who told me over direct messages that he had in fact been mistaken. I corrected it later
Jesus
in
Christ.
a later tweet,
Stop.
but it never caught on.
I feel like this particular shot, it's actually adding more stuff to the HUD the longer the shot goes on. What's happening
He
here?
said, "The person that gave me the info got the studios mixed up. Why then has such
It's really good that they added the
flimsy
ability to turn that
rumor
stuff off,
been
'cause
so prevalent that fans
I feel like it has crossed the
continue
line a little
to
bit.
bring it up on social media today, likely because nobody wants to believe the reality that one of their favorite studios has been working on a multiplayer service game for more than half a decade." So that is the gist of the article. There
This is the
was
only new
never,
thing I've
at
learned today,
any
is that this
point in
flying car
time,
exists.
a Superman game that Rocksteady was working on. It never happened. Literally never. They did not, were not, have not ever made a Superman game. I want to make sure you understand that. There was not a Rocksteady Superman game. Should there have been a Rocksteady Superman game?
Yes.
I would guess that 99 out of 100 DC fans would say yes.
I'm not even
And
a
the one
DC fan,
person
but I
that
still say
doesn't
yes.
Would be me saying it should have been a Green Lantern game. But I digress, because
I feel like let Green Lantern prove himself more with like a good film. And then try something. I think we're way overdue for a good Superman game. Like, I like the idea behind Superman Returns on the Xbox 360. They had a good idea with that. They just need to be able to make it on a larger scale. Because you were invincible in that game. Like, there's no health bar for Superman. Superman has a good movie? Yeah, Superman 2. The Richard Donner one. Director's cut. I think that, doesn't the director's cut take away the stupid cellophane S? Right? They take out some of the really dumb things in that movie. The only bad thing about the old Richard Donner Superman movies is the fact that they constantly put things in that aren't from the comics. Like at the end of the first Superman movie, he does that thing where he flies around the Earth in the opposite direction so fast he changes the spin of the Earth and it rewinds time. That makes no sense. That is not one of his powers or how physics works. That was kind of bullshit. And in the second Superman movie, when he peels the S off his chest and uses it as a cellophane trap to throw at the enemy, and they get wrapped up in it, that was fucking dumb. Like, never held a comic in my life. I was never into DC stuff. When I was a little kid, I had a bunch of Marvel comics. I was really into Marvel. And me and my friends had a lot of Marvel and X-Men trading cards. We collected the trading cards, and they were like glossies and the rare glitter metallic cards and stuff like that you trade with your friends. And we used to watch the cartoons on TV, the Spider-Man cartoon, the X-Men cartoon. She-Hulk had one for a bit. No, wait, she turned up in X-Men. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got my wires crossed on that. So I knew a lot of stuff about Marvel stuff, but DC I didn't care about too much. I like the live action movies. Like the Chris Reeves and the Tim Burton Batman and all that stuff. She was in The Incredible Hulk. She did also turn up in the X-Men cartoon. And then she said there was like an actual sexual innuendo moment with her. in the X-Men cartoon that I would not have got as a kid. But I've seen a clip from it on YouTube nowadays, and I was like, oh shit. She-Hulk was a hornbag even back then. That's amazing.
This has never been about what Suicide Squad isn't, okay? I think the sooner you just learn to cope with the fact that this is the game that was made and choose to either play it or don't.
Aside from Marvel
the
stuff,
better your life will
I
be.
used to read a lot of
Because
Stephen
the
King.
reality is, Suicide Squad.
My mum had a large horror novel collection of Stephen King, Christopher Pike, and R.L. Stine, and like one or two other authors. So I remember reading like a lot of Stephen King novels and a bunch of Christopher Pike ones when I ran out of Stephen King.
Kill the Justice League is happening.
And I also had a lot of Archie comics and Casper the Friendly Ghost.
It's happening in less than 3 weeks, and there are a lot of people that are very, very happy about it and very excited about it.
I think this game's gonna do fine.
I understand that you probably would. Some people.
It's a pretty
probably
crazy
would have
mixed bag.
preferred Another Batman Arkham game. I get that. Okay, I understand. There are
But I think
people
it's gonna
that
sell
don't like
fine.
games as a service.
I don't think it's gonna be a failure.
I don't 100% understand that, but at the same time, I do get that. Okay, I understand. All right, and I understand there's a lot of people that don't like looter shooters. Not every game is going to be made for you. That's just the reality. You can either accept it or don't. But there are a lot of people that are really excited about this game, myself included. And I want this game to succeed because I want somebody to come out and show us how a fun looter shooter game as a service can be.
I'm a bit
I want them
okay.
to have fair price.
I kind of agree with him, but for a different reason. Like not for the same reason he just said. I want this to succeed just so that there's no blemish on Rocksteady's record. Like, those Batman Arkham games are so fucking solid that I want them to be able to go forward and make even bigger things. And if something like this fails, that can only dip their status a little bit and potentially prevent them from being able to write a blank check on anything they want to make. I want them to have the opportunity to make anything they want. So any kind of failure that might hold them back from that, I don't really want that to happen. His reasoning for wanting it to succeed is he wants them to be able to show people how a good looter shooter is made. I don't care about that. I don't care about looter shooters. I don't care if it's good or bad, whatever. Like, I could still probably play this and enjoy it. I don't think it looks bad. It's just not my first thing that I'm usually after in gaming. So it is what it is. It's a 50-50. So I don't really care what this game does for the genre, but I do care about Rocksteady's fate. I think they're a very good company, and I don't want them to have a blemish for any reason. So if the game's at least good enough to make a shitload of money, even if the reviews are like 6, 7 out of 10, that's good enough to me. That means they can still get a publisher to fund their next thing. If this is successful, that wouldn't pull them away from games like this. I mean, I don't think, if this was successful, like in a big way money-wise, I don't think that would force them to be stuck in this genre. Rocksteady seems like a company that are fully willing to switch train tracks. Like, they were stuck on Batman Arkham stuff for a while. They made like 3 of those games. I'm not counting Origins, obviously, because that was somebody else that was pitching in for them. Which means they did stick with that winning formula for a while. But the fact that they would move from that to do something like this means they're fully capable of doing that again and completely switching train tracks. So I'm optimistic about that. The UI is a 0 out of 10. I mean, the UI is the biggest issue with this game, honestly, so far. It is a little bit... I'm not even grossed out or angered by it. I just find it funny. Because there's so many World of Warcraft MMO-style memes out there of cluttered UI design that are like JPEGs that people share around as a joke. And the fact that it looks exactly like that is just kind of amusing to me. What I would like to... I've said this before on stream about Rocksteady. What I would like to see them do is make a Batman Arkham Knight style game about the Ninja Turtles. Imagine Batman Arkham Knight with that quality of graphics over nighttime Gotham, but it's New York, and you're the Ninja Turtles, running from rooftop to rooftop, doing your flips and shit. I think an open world, like high level graphics engine, Arkham Knight style Turtles game would be pretty fucking sick. And also, what an awesome train track shift. It's the same genre as the Arkham Knight stuff, but we're moving away from superheroes into like other stuff. They don't have to be stuck in DC's camp. Rocksteady can do other things. At one point, someone did mention they'd like to see what Rocksteady would do with a Deadpool game. I guess they were also trying to do that Arkham Knight, but this character. That's interesting, but I don't really see how that would differ or elevate anything. It would essentially be just like playing Arkham Knight, except you're a teleporting ninja, not a gliding bat ninja, with some slight short-range teleportation belt stuff that you can do. I definitely think Ninja Turtles is my favorite idea. Rocksteady plus Ninja Turtles, tops.
On whatever they add to the game, and I want to be able to play this game for a very, very long time. You know, DC Universe Online is a massive.
See, that's not something. That's something I disagree with him as well. I don't like games that make me have to play them for a very long time. I want this game to last for exactly as long as it needs to last to get its story and its gameplay ideas across, and then I kind of want to move on.
Service
like roll
that
credits.
Charges lots of money for 13 years running, and people seem to enjoy it. Why would you not want that for this? I understand in your fantasy world, this is your favorite studio that made your favorite Batman games. I get it, all right? But that's not what they did.
He says that I get it thing a
held
lot.
Gun to their head, not even Amanda Waller, all right? She didn't put a bomb in their head, say make this game or else. This is the game they chose to make. People come and people go. I don't know.
I just realized that Captain Boomerang has a what do you call that reload system in Gears of War? Active reload. I just realized he has an active reload system. I never saw that
Bill
before.
Belichick just stepped down as the head coach of the New England Patriots after being there for 24 years.
Yeah, there it is.
It
happened again.
happens, you know? It just happens.
I wonder if all the characters do that.
It is what it is. Here we are. The game is coming. I hope that this can give you closure and you can understand that this is not happening instead of a Superman.
Why is there a Powered by Elgato watermark at the bottom left corner of his footage?
Game. The Superman game never existed. And
why do you have
with
to
any
do that?
Luck, maybe eventually it will exist. I think that everybody has made their point, and everybody at WB, especially James Gunn, must
Smells
see
of Anthem.
that people want a Superman game.
I want to play Anthem.
James Gunn is making Superman.
I would love to
very
play
important
Anthem.
Part of the new DC universe.
I'm into it.
So maybe eventually, just not now. All right. I'm sorry that this is it, but I'm kind of at a point where I'm tired of having to justify being excited for this game. And
You know what, dude? I know you had to make a whole video to get this point across, but it's the internet. If you're tired of having to justify your point on the internet, I got bad news for you. That's gonna be the rest of your life. Internet ain't ever changing. We're gonna be justifying ourselves till the day we die.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm excited for this game.
Isn't it on Game Pass? Yes. EA Play, the EA Play service that you used to have to subscribe to get all EA's games for free, is now part of Game Pass. Has been for 2 years now, I think. So all EA games are in there, including the Jedi Survivor stuff.
Game because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I put thousands of hours into Avengers and enjoyed it. I put I'm an expert in Marvel Heroes Omega. I put 6,000 plus hours.
You don't want endless grind, even in the online sector.
Like, I enjoy games.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a gamer. Like, I want to play games. I don't need one game to try to monopolize my time. I want games to exist for only as long as their concept allows. And one of the biggest movements in game development seems to be to try to come up with a concept that allows a game to last almost indefinitely. And I'm like, I don't want to go there. It's like, I keep using Alien Isolation as an example. Like, that's a great concept. They nailed it. The game is great, but it does outstay its welcome. There's a point in the game past the halfway mark, maybe by the 3/4 mark, where you could literally feel the game start to drag out, where it's like, okay, we're not actually experiencing any new gameplay ideas. They're just constantly looping the same ones over and over again to get the play time to go longer. And I think that's unfortunate. If you have a really good idea and you perfectly nail that gameplay idea. But it's repetitive, or it's a repeating mechanic that is something that only stays fun for about 2 to 3 hours before you start to look at your watch and wonder when the credits are going to roll. Only make the game 2 to 3 hours. Like, I'm happy to play a 2 to 3 hour game that nails an idea perfectly and then leaves me wanting more. I want the credits to roll thinking, wow, that was great. I could have played more of that. When I got to the end of Isolation, I was like, thank fucking Christ that ended. That was such a great idea, and they did it so well, but you did it for so long that I got bored of it, and I was wondering when we were going to get to stop. People aren't happy to buy a 2 to 3 hour game. I mean, I can't speak for people, but all I'm saying is that I don't want every game to be 2 to 3 hours. I want every game to be as long as it needs to be. If a game that's story-driven, like an Uncharted or an Alan Wake, has enough content, enough evolving story ideas and places that it goes to last for 20 hours, you've got a good 20-hour game. Don't make that good 20-hour game last for 40 hours because you're trying to pull the taffy. Because then I get to 40 hours and I go, Jesus Christ, I wish this was 20 hours. I'm so bored. Shut up, Nathan Drake. Get off my screen. Especially if it's Alien. No, like, Alien is good enough to be much longer than a 2 to 3 hour game. But that's like between 20 to 30 hours. Like, that game was way longer than it needed to be. Because a game like Alien Isolation, it needs to keep adding to the formula. It needs to keep evolving the mechanics. Like, when something crazy new happens in the story that takes you to a new area, and then that new area introduces a new element that changes how you interact with the alien, if you keep that flow up for a while, then that's perfect pacing, right? But if you get to the halfway mark and you've basically experienced all the gameplay mechanics and the gameplay loops that the game has to offer, and then even as areas change, you just go back to doing the same thing on a loop, you start to feel it. You start to feel the video game. You're like, okay, you're just changing levels now and just making me do that same gameplay loop that you know is good, but it's so good that you can't let it go. Like, you have to keep on repeating it. And I'm like, oh God, please. Like, there's two major things that game does. It's the cat and mouse game with the alien, with its AI being like all awesome and stuff. And then there's when they get rid of the alien and they do the android stuff, when you start sneaking around trying to avoid the white blood androids, which is a bit of a twist to the formula. But then past the halfway mark, the game starts to alternate you between, okay, now it's an alien level, sneak around cat and mouse. Now it's an android level, go pull the lever in engineering, try to sneak around the androids. Old school stealth. Like, you know, traditional stealth games like Thief and stuff. And that was cool as long as it was first introducing it and coming up with different levels to do it slightly differently. And then it just, nothing else happened. The game just kept going. I actually thought the game was going to end when you jettison that alien from the pod. There's a boss battle sequence where you and the alien are in this big circular drop pod room, and you have to basically outsmart it so you could pull the lever, lock it in there, and you basically jettison the pod from the ship. And then the alien's gone. And then the game kept going. And then eventually it gets to the point where there's more than one alien, which is not a thing I expected to happen in the game, but it makes for a pretty decent escalation of stakes in the finale. But it just, yeah. I think they could have designed the pacing of that game a lot better to not make it feel like it was stretched out. Because it's so good. It's a bad example because we're talking about live service games. I mean, we move from conversation to conversation. I know that's where we started, but it's just one of those things. No matter what your genre is, like, it has to justify its length. Ico is my favorite game on PS2, and I can beat that game in 2 to 3 hours. When you first play it and you're exploring and experiencing it for the first time, it'll take you longer than that, but that's not a long game, but it is exactly as long as it needs to be, and it's my 10 out of 10 #1 game on PS2. Should have transformed into a face hugger and fuck shit up. That's a different game. You're talking about Alien vs. Predator. That's the game where they let you do that. That was pretty cool too, actually. But that's my issue with games like this and developers moving into these genres, is they're moving away from genres where the pacing and what you create and how you evolve the mechanics, you know, only lend themselves to being a certain length before they become shitty, before they become boring. And they're moving into these genres where you're expected to play the game forever, ad nauseum, constantly unlocking more gear or loot, and that's unfortunate to me because I don't want that. I don't want you to invent genres that are designed to exist forever. I'm happy with genres where it's only meant to go for a certain length, and then you're happy. Credits roll, great experience. Gonna remember it forever. Nostalgia piece. I've played collectathons. You know, games like Banjo-Kazooie and stuff? Rare was the master at making games like that for the N64 era. They were always the perfect length, the perfect amount of evolving gameplay mechanics, so there's always something new being introduced. I've played games since then that have tried to recapture that N64 magic in that collectible third-person adventure game kind of way. That have made the levels way too big, almost nothing in them, and too many collectibles to fill it in, to the point where you start to realize just how good Rare was at making stuff like that. I think Ukulele was one of them, where you're like, okay, there is an art to this, because at a certain point there's too many collectibles and your levels are too big, and it's actually not that fun. It's just dragging out. Okay, what was... It was one of the... Yeah, here it is. Bloop. Oh, it's She-Hulk. Why is she making sexy noises? Oh, okay. Let's enlarge on that. Damn, dude. She-Hulk is such a hornbag, I swear. Mommy, sorry, mommy. But that's what, I mean, I remember her in the X-Men cartoon and stuff, and her attitude's like that all the time. She always has that kind of sultry, I'm enjoying this way too much kind of vibe. And kind of, sexually teasing the male characters. Which is why I find it funny when people complain about the live-action Disney Plus She-Hulk show. Like, when she's twerking with Cardi B or something, it's like, yes, that is exactly how much of a hoe She-Hulk is. That is accurate. 100. Enhances her libido. I buy it. Have you ever seen one of those lists online about how many Marvel characters She-Hulk has had sex with? Both good guys and bad guys?
It's like balloon. You rise to the top, and once you start going, there's
Is this Donkey? That sounds like Donkey's voice. Oh, it is Donkey.
no way to stop. It's like the power from Zelda, where you ascend through terrain, but in this game there's no weapons. You have only your brain. And then you go here, and it's starting to rain, and you realize the gameplay is nothing like pain.
Why is this rhyming? Why is he dropping bars right now?
Can enter an orb, and inside the sphere a new world you'll absorb. The red world is arid and sandy and dry. The green world is none of these things, you dumb guy. You can
This is just, he's rapping the entire review.
or bring a world with you like Hank from Bad. Launch off this, you better call Saul, because afterwards your character falls. Put your ball into the stall and race it down like monkey ball. Fuck. And then you fight a big
Can't rhyme ball with ball.
who makes you fly like albatross.
This is such a good game.
Each insular
I vibed
world
hard
is
with this.
very unique with flora and fauna that'll make your curiosity peak. The visuals, the sound design, they feel so foreign, like Liechtenstein. It plays nothing like the Star
Liechtenstein?
game, but delivers what I wanted that one to contain. A
Say it
bizarre,
correctly.
puzzling alien world with mysteries oblique that come slowly unfurled. At half the price, it wipes its ass with Sonic, who must go so fast, and it doesn't even have to go through.
Hey, no dissing Sonic on this channel, please.
Steam, you piece of shit appliance. A world
How dare you? Donkey cancelled. Unsubscribed.
That 4 times, and then you see a squirrel. What does it mean? What can we glean? The story is vague, the narrative lean. To make your way, you must battle the orb's holders. The weight of the worlds laying heavy on your shoulders. The puzzles will stump you, but can be beat. And when you solve them, you will say neat. They challenge.
I did say neat many
Not
times.
as hard as some games that make me want to have.
Hey, look, it's The Witness.
It's not as long as
I would like to play that Baba Is You game.
Is not what makes games great.
I saw a gameplay demonstration of it, and it looks really clever. If you don't know Baba Is You, it's a puzzle game based on programming concepts. Like, for example, if the level says Baba Is You in the text at the bottom left corner, and you're a Baba and you're moving around on the screen, and you go down there and you push the word Baba out of the sentence and push a different word into the sentence, like tree, so that it says tree is you, then all of a sudden you become the tree. The tree on the screen is now what you control. And it's a game about physically manipulating the wording of various programming like if and or statements to change how the level's played. So if something something is win, if you change the something something from the checkered flag that you're meant to get to the spike trap, then jumping in the spike track is actually now the win condition, and then you win the level. If that's the best way I can explain that game's. Too bad you're playing shit like Garden Story and then Ben 10 instead. I already played Cocoon. I played it on stream. We've done that. When you've already played all the good games, all you've got left is the Ben 10s and the Garden Stories. Also, you do need to alternate your vibes. You can't just play a Cocoon every single stream. You got to get around like a gaming slut. That's how you do it. I think I've got Baba Is You wish listed on Steam. I don't believe I own it yet. So I'm keeping an eye on it, but I do want to play that at some point because I love puzzle games based around those kinds of concepts. There's a good handful of games you still haven't played on Game Pass. I mean, I know. They've got hundreds of games on there that are coming and going regularly. I'm doing my best to keep up. I'm hammering away like a chisel, like a hammer and chisel at it. I'm working hard. Do we know what a game is? Does anyone know what Warship Jolly Roger is? It's a trailer for a game that came out 2 days ago. It's coming up in my relateds. Let me just see what the description says. The name is intriguing. It sounds piratey. Stop making noises. Upcoming single-player narrative-driven action-adventure from Proxima Studios. Okay, I love the sound of that. Based on a graphic novel of the same name. That sounds good. Okay, we'll do that. Plays Peppa Pig and then Ben 10. Dude, that was always the plan. Remember our plan for 2024 was to make my first game of 2024 Peppa Pig? Ben 10 was just my follow-up so I could make the whole week children's game based. I wanted to theme it. He sorts by next to leave Game Pass and then plays it. Not true. Peppa Pig was not on the leaving Game Pass list. Neither was Ben 10. In fact, the last couple of games we played were not leaving Game Pass, and that includes Hi-Fi Rush. So, I know I do look at that quite frequently just to make sure I don't miss out on things I actually do want to try out. But I actually regularly play games that are not part of the leaving games soon list. I'm going to try and play Plague Tale Requiem soon as well, which is also not one of the leaving soon games. I just really want to play that. Peppa and Ben were so much more interesting than Garden Story. Yeah, it's funny that. Like, they're not better games than Garden Story. They're just more fun because they're shittier in an entertaining way. Whereas Garden Story is just a lot more bland than it should be for how good some games of that genre are. It's unfortunate. Anyway, let's see what this is. This has my attention. Okay, third person. Interesting art style as well.
I promised myself never to contact you again, to protect our children so that your mistakes would not affect their lives. And yet, I'm here with devastating news. Pedro's dying, and he's asking for you.
Oh, it's full 2D animation on the computer screen. That's
he
cool.
wants to see his father one last time. He holds you close.
This art style is rad.
And their fate now rests squarely upon your shoulders.
The world looks hyper realistic, but the characters are kind of Pixar-esque.
Thank you, John. Give up before it's too late.
There's no turning back.
Look, he reminds me of Machete.
Alright, we need to move. Kowalski, Elisa, Trace, are we all set for Voss?
The sails have been installed and have more power in them than I expected. Ariel's a real shithole that, well, it keeps on giving after all.
Hey, the coordinates for Planet Voss are dialed in.
Those 2D animated kind of screens combined with 3D graphics are kind of cool. I like the clash.
We're bringing my children home. Brace yourselves. Engaging max thrust protocols. Next stop, Planet Voss.
That's interesting. They didn't really get across exactly how you play it. I wonder if it's just a area by area exploring action game like Uncharted type stuff. It's kind of hard to suss out exactly what the moment-to-moment gameplay is going to be like. If you actually get to like go on your ship and then choose other planets to go to and explore, that could be a lot better than that trailer made it out to be. Lemmy in space. Lemmy the musician, I think he's joking about. That's funny. What was it called again? Warship Jolly Roger. That's neat. I dig it. Maybe I should actually give them a wish list just as a shout out. This always helps devs. There you go. Big wish list for you. I like your graphics. Cool. All right. Oh, there's more links. Link.
So a few days ago, I asked
Oh my god, you starts talking very quickly. Give me a second,
you guys
brother.
which video you guys wanted to see more. Some nice, wholesome Nier gameplay.
Wait, the video is titled "Would You Smash These Granblue Fantasy vs Rising Characters?" Is that the whole name of the game? Granblue Fantasy vs Rising? That's a mouthful. Oh my god, it's a "Would You Smash" video.
Or a Granblue Fantasy versus Rising Smasher Pass.
Honestly, this is the kind of thing I do a tier list of. Like, the tier list website would be great for this.
To no one's surprise, the Smasher Pass won.
Level of
so
smashability
that's what
from
we're gonna
F
be
to
doing
S.
today. Alright, so first things first, let's lay out the rules. The character has to be in or confirmed to be in Granblue Fantasy versus Rising. So this will
Is Rising the new game? Is it out, or is this something that's coming out?
include the base roster and all 4 currently confirmed DLC characters. This is Granblue Fantasy versus Rising only. Alright, starting things off with Anilla.
Smash.
She's a short stack with a great design and a very
Is that his VTuber design in the bottom left? Is this a VTuber dude? I only just noticed him down there.
fun personality. And I can think of 4
She's bouncing.
really good reasons to smash. Henri. Henri
Pass.
is a short king, but he's just way too boring. Honestly, he's...
The moustache kills it for me. The moustache is too extravagant.
I think he's like at that part of wisdom where just nothing he ever does is exciting. He's just sit down.
I don't know
drink
anything
some
about the
tea,
character's
read books.
personality, so I
That's
don't
his
really
idea
care
of
about that
fun.
part of what he's talking
Pass. Next, we got Beatrix.
Smash.
I've been begging Cygames to add her to Grand Blue.
I just realized this is not going to be the most interesting Smash and Pass list because knowing these games, every single time it's a female, it's going to be a Smash. And every time it's not, it's going to be a Pass. Guaranteed.
Fantasy Versus for what? Like,
Look at that
3
midriff.
years now? Beatrix is one of my favorite characters in Grand Blue Fantasy. Everything from her personality to her design, I just love it.
He keeps saying personality, but he knows we're all looking at the booba.
Smash.
She's got two
Let's be
perfectly
real,
round
Beelzebub
cantaloupes.
is one of the hottest characters in the game. Smash. I would let... Let's be real.
Is that a dude? Oh, his armor looks like it's designed to have abs. I like his hair, but I'm going to disagree. Pass.
Beelzebub is one of the hottest characters in the game. Smash. I would let
Better.
Belial ruin Cagliostro in the game.
Okay, dude.
Smash. I would let Belial...
That's hilarious. I like the top. That's his actual abs. What, showing through the leather? Oh my god. I don't know about that fur stuff around his shoulders, but I like the top. Okay, if I'm going to give a pass to any of the male characters, I'm going to give my Smash to this one. Because he's got a bit of that vibe of like Henry Cavill if he was an effeminate anime dude.
I'll ruin Cagliostro. Alright.
Smash.
Okay, so...
Wait, age? Can we confirm age real quick before I put a confirm on that Smash? You love the cutoff and I would let him... Yeah, I laughed at that too. He did it too quickly. I had to go back to the character. Oh, he's going to say it?
You see, Cagliostro is actually one of the oldest human characters in Grand Blue Fantasy.
Oh.
But because of her pursuit of to become the cutest thing ever, she looks like a child. So I'm going to have to say pass.
But she's 3,000, yeah? Because she's the oldest... Okay, I'm going to disagree with him. I'm going to say Smash. We get by on that one on a technicality, thankfully.
We'll say Charlotta is honorable.
Please don't EDP me.
And she is kind of cute. But...
Age?
I hate this character.
Age?
I hate Charlotta, and you guys know exactly why.
Why? Wait. He's not saying the age on this one. I need confirmation before I commit. Unlike him, I don't know anything about these characters and their personalities and stories, so I get to go completely visually. She's a short race and action doll. Oh, so she's like a midget elf. Okay, that's a Smash then. That's a clear. That's a clear. That's an adult.
I hate this character. I hate Charlotta, and you guys know exactly why. Eustace.
I do not.
Eustace has a ton going
Eustace
for him.
is a furry.
First of all,
Pass.
he likes peace and quiet, and I like peace and quiet.
Okay, wait. What I should have said was Eustace is a man. Pass. I don't know why I went to furry first. I seem to be suggesting that I'm okay with penis, but not with furry.
We got that in common.
He's anthro, not furry. I'm going to lump that into the same bucket
Both
for
like
my
dogs.
purposes.
And he's hot as hell. Like, look at him, chat. Look at Eustace. Who wouldn't want to smash that? Easy smash. Next, we got
Pass.
Fairy.
I mean, smash.
She's very similar to Cagliostro
She is obviously an anthro as well, but I don't care about the ears. The rest is smash.
in that she's much older than a lot of the roster, but her physical body is only 13 years old. So,
Oh, fuck.
we're going to have to pass.
No. You said she's a lot older than the others. Doesn't matter what her body looks like. Still a smash.
Anne is 15 years old. Jita is also 15 years old.
Ah, shit. Fuck. This is a tricky one then. Actually underage, but is sexy. Is technically only ones and zeros and also like ink. Is not actually a human being. Smash.
Both of them are passes. Grimnir.
Drawings cannot have age.
Grimnir is funny as hell. He's a bit of a Chunibyo.
Pass.
He's a twink with elf ears.
Too much metal.
He's amazing with a spear. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to smash. Next, we have Catalina.
Smash.
Honestly, this one's a pretty easy smash.
Massive-
Catalina
massive
was one
smash.
of my very first Granblue Fantasy
Too many
waifus
belts, but
back
still.
in 2018. We're continuing this.
Does she need to have the accentuated boobs as part of the armor, though? That seems a bit gratuitous.
We're gonna smash. Next up is La Diva. La
Pass.
Diva has a...
Ooh, did you see the...
We're continuing
Did you see the
this.
girl that
We're-
walked in
we're
on the
gonna
right?
smash. Next up,
Look at the number card girl in the ring. Smash. Smash the number card girl. Also, the characters in the background. Smash, smash, pass, pass.
up is La Diva. La
I've-
Diva
I've
has
now
a
covered the
lot of love
NPCs
to
as
give.
well.
Her whole character personality is all about love and all that. And I like her design. I like her personality. Plus, she's a pro wrestler.
Wait, that's a she? I really can't tell. That is a pretty full beard as well. They really wanted to trip you up on that one. Nah, pass.
So you know what that means. Smash. Next, we got Lancelot. Lancelot is a twin.
Pass.
Smash. Next, we have
Pass.
Lorraine. I'm not trying to get gangbanged.
Did he just pull out a salad? What the
as a
fuck was
twin.
that?
Smash. Next, we have Lorraine. I'm not
Salad pause. Nailed it.
trying to get gangbanged by a bunch of
He's got a
frat
lot of
bros.
interesting emotes.
Pass. Next, we have Lucille.
Nah, too goth. Pass.
Honestly, I
This
don't
guy
think
looks full of
Lucilius
himself.
would be down for this, but if I would, I could. Look at him. He is gorgeous. I'm gonna have to say smash.
No.
Easy smash if I could. Next, we have Matera.
Smash.
Matera is for the streets. Pass.
Smash.
Narmaya.
Haven't we already had her?
Everyone in the community loves Narmaya, and honestly,
Well,
I'm no
smash,
exception.
obviously.
I love her design, and her protective big sister vibe is very nice, and for that reason, I'm going to pass. Near
Excuse me? What? This man's confusing me. That was Anilla? Yeah, they look very similar.
has killed literally every boyfriend she has ever had.
Smash.
She can't be fixed. She's
No,
also
100%
17,
smash.
so pass.
Please kill me. I want to die at your hand.
Percival. Honestly, I don't need to give a reason. This
Pass.
is smash. Next, we have Sayx.
What the hell is this supposed to be? No, this looks like something an edgelord 14-year-old would draw if they had the ability to draw this well. Pass.
If the mask stays on, pass. If the mask comes off, smash. Siegfried. He has a really good design, and I really like his
Looks
character
like a cool
art,
dude, but pass.
I'm gonna have to pass. Next, we have Soares.
Pass.
This is a man's man.
Not a bad gilf from a muscle perspective, but
A
yeah,
true
right.
manly man. Soares is strong and experienced. Smash. If we're smashing Lancelot, we might as well add Vayne to the mix.
Boring.
Basaraga. He may be a little bit too big.
Don't know
but
what I'm looking at. Pass.
chat, anyone who can
Too big.
grab you like this might be worth the risk. Also, look at those abs, bro.
Did you see how she wait? Did you see how she gets up
might
off the
be
ground?
worth the risk.
Wait.
Also,
Wait.
so
Look there. Why does she get up like that? Why does she present for about 1.5 seconds on the way up off the ground? They did that on purpose. That wasn't that wasn't an accident.
look at those.
It's so
You
unnecessary.
like this
Do it
might
again.
be worth the risk. Also,
Bleh.
look at those abs.
Yeah, she actually stops. She stops in that pose for like literally 1.5 seconds before completing the stand up.
Bro. Smash. If
Isn't she the 15-year-old one as well? Oh my god.
I could, I would.
Smash.
Any day, any time, any place. Smash. Yuel is a cool character with
Smash.
a great design, but honestly, I feel like the tail would get in the way. It's just
Oh my god, dude, why are you nitpicking this? She's doing the little cat mouth thing and everything. It's adorable.
too damn big. Pass. 2B. Do I
Oh, is 2B a download like a DLC character in this? She's crazy like Nier. Yeah, that's you know what they say. Always stick your dick in crazy.
really need to give
I mean,
any
2B is
reason
obvious.
at all as to why I would smash? A fiery tomboy
Smash.
with an amazing design, and she's very strong and very good with a spear? Yes, please. Smash.
You know what he means by very good with the spear, yeah? That was an entendre.
Finally, we have
Smash.
Zoe. Honestly, Zoe is just too damn wholesome. She's learning about
Oh, I hate you so much right now.
humans. She's discovering
Don't even say that to me.
new things. She's on a bit of a discovery
Even the dragon is smashable.
journey. She's just too wholesome, so I'm gonna have to pass. All right, chat. So I guess.
Nah, you piss me off now. Some of your excuses. Oh, she's got a tail that might get in the way. Oh, she's too wholesome. What was the other one he said somewhere in the middle? She had like big sister energy that he respects or something, and he said pass. It's driving me crazy. Oh, he did make a tier list.
This is what our final score is, and this is what it looks like in tier list form. So we got the Smash on the top, maybe for Saix.
I don't agree with such a large portion of your list. Smash. 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 Even the font he wrote Finn in at the bottom right-hand corner. Smash. I like that font. You like that font? They're doing something for you? That's smashable? Groovy. Well, now we know who we'd fuck in Grand Blue. I only had one dude on my list. He's the guy I gave the pass to. He was my gay pass.
Let's go!
The fuck is this? Monster Hunter World is back. Maximilian dude. Oh, I remember this guy. He's apparently a big streamer too, yeah? I'm just not familiar with his content.
Right now, Monster Hunter...
I think people that send me his links in chat are the only times you really ever see his stuff.
is going through a pretty insane resurgence. I think the perspective of like Monster Hunter Rise, why is everybody playing Monster Hunter?
I never even hear anything about this dude in terms of like online persona or controversy.
Outside of just like a Capcom
I guess he stays out of all the drama.
To come back into World. I think it's more why have people stayed around, right? Because yeah, you get these games that come back a little bit. You know, people will check
It gives
it
you
out for a
egotist
second, but
vibes.
here's the thing about Monster.
To be honest, those vibes are very easy to get from anyone that streams or YouTubes. If you're big enough to always have videos around on the internet and you're always on camera like this giving opinions, people are going to start to think of you as an egotist pretty quickly because you're someone on camera always sharing your opinions, and then people start to say, well, who gives a fuck about what you think? But the fact that you're always telling me what you think makes me think you're an egotist. Like, it's very hard to escape that trap. Like, if I spend all my time sitting here doing this shit, like always telling you guys what I think, and my clips end up everywhere on the internet, like on YouTube and shit, people would say the same things about me.
Monster Hunter World.
Because I'm always fucking
Everyone is
waffling on and
safe,
telling you what I think
including
about
myself.
stuff.
I didn't just download the
Like
game,
I'm
fire it
some
up,
kind
see
of
what's like.
like, you know, like I'm some kind of professional in all this shit. I don't know what the word is.
You know, been like, okay, yeah, cool. I've put like 10 hours into the PC version of this game.
People do that to what's his name? Fuck, what's his name? Hassan. People do that to Hassan about political matters because his whole thing is to be on Twitch every day, chiming in on political issues. Like that's his main thing that he does. But that means that people always see clips of him giving his 2 cents on political matters, and that riles people up. They're like, who's this piece of shit that thinks he's some kind of aficionado, some kind of talking head about all these issues? Like, who the fuck gives a crap about what he thinks? And it's like, well, he's doing the same thing you're doing. You have an opinion and you're expressing it. It's just that he's got a massive platform. He's become famous for it. But that automatically makes people want to hate you for it, and they don't want you to be able to stand there and give your opinion. Celebrities deal with this all the time. Like when, if Chris Evans comes out and say, "This is how I feel about Trump," or how I feel about this like political issue, people get mad angry at him. Not just him, but any celebrity, because they have that attitude of like, "Oh, you're an actor. Who cares about what you think? Why are you having an opinion about this thing? Go act for me. Dance, monkey, dance." And it's like, dude, he's just a human being like you that also has opinions. Like, let people say their piece. Just because he has a platform and people listen to them because he's Chris Evans doesn't make him more right or wrong than you. It's just, you just have sour grapes about the fact that he's a somebody that people are going to hear. And you're some, like, anonymous freak on Twitter that's just getting angry at everybody.
Effectively starting over. So what does Monster Hunter World feel like? Well, there's some quality of life stuff in gameplay that's a lot better.
What a
And I
dudes.
think there are things in Rise that are much better than
The
World.
bottom right
But
corner
after
of his screen says dudes 114. What does that
realize
mean?
How much shit is better in this game than Rise?
Are those his
And it's not
subs?
like one game is better than
Does he
the
call
other.
his fans
To me,
dudes?
It felt like, dude, I can't even go back to World after playing Rise. I don't even... Why would I want to do that? It's just so slow and meandering. All the grindy stuff, all the...
Oh, that's his subs?
No,
Okay.
the story, there's so much... No. I don't want to do any of that. My brain, as I'm playing through Monster Hunter Rise. But here's the thing. I'm 10 hours into this game and getting through it kind of fast that I've already put
Why is this
600
so low
plus
res?
hours into from a previous perspective from when it came out, right? We did everything in this game. We literally soloed
1080p,
Fatalis. It's like the hardest
60.
thing to do in the game,
That's weird.
practically. And for some reason, it's got its jaws around me all over again. Around me again. And now I'm like thinking about it and stuff. I mean, it helps. We've changed the game
Oh,
slightly.
that's
There's
why.
Like a bit of a retooling to the game with the ice mod.
When
Kinda
he goes
changes how
full
some weapons
screen,
play,
it's
but
actually
we're
his
just, you know,
thumbnail in the
we're
bottom
only
left
playing
corner
one
from his
weapon.
stream.
As I said before,
I think enlarged to full
World
screen.
feels like
That's
it could
why
be
it
a
looks so
sequel
low
to
res.
Rise. Even though our brains have acclimated so much to Rise, I said this when we were playing the game. And I
He has
was
a
looking
cool
at the game
lighting
on
setup
PC, I'm
in
playing
his
it at, like,
gaming room.
120 FPS, which I haven't before, and I was like, dude, this game is amazing. And visuals are one thing. For sure, visuals are one thing. But when you go back to World, it's like, oh my god. To me, the monsters are really cool in Monster Hunter World, but guess what? Guess what's one of the things I like the most about this game? The environments, man. I just like going to places and doing stuff, exploration.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Like
It
all
always
that kind
did.
of small little stuff in between the hunting was really good in World. And it made me realize that Rise really tried to get rid of a lot of that. Simply because on a technical level, Rise just couldn't do as much as World could in terms of its environmental interaction. There's another game that's comparable that is also a Capcom game that went through a somewhat similar progression, where it's like the new game is like appreciated by some, but when you go back to the old game, it causes this resurgence all of a sudden. And it's a fighting game, and it's shockingly Marvel vs. Capcom. MVCI obviously was a game that, like, for me personally, did a lot of stuff gameplay-wise that made me really like, but it just didn't look as good. And it didn't have the things that I liked as much in the Marvel vs. series, but had some things that were like, damn, this is super fun. I really love this. However, a few years later, and the same thing happened for a very large part of the community, in 2020, 2021, Marvel started popping off, and it obviously wasn't MVCI. It was Marvel 3. There were more people jumping back and playing Marvel than, like, ever before. And figuring out
Why is this
ways to
empty?
play it so much that years down the line, yeah, there was like a resurgence and it's back at EVO and it's popping off super hard. It's like, holy crap, dude. Not nearly on the scale of Monster Hunter. We're talking like 1/50th the scale of which people are playing this. Somebody just said there is 160,000 people playing this game on Steam.
Is
And it's
the new
also
Monster
on
Hunter that
Xbox
just got
and it's
revealed
also on,
at the Game Awards?
PlayStation. That's so many people.
Is that
are
going to
doing this
be
shit.
more in
And it
line
all
with Monster
started
Hunter
because
World?
Capcom was just like,
Or
"Hey,
is
come back
that
to World."
is that going
And
to be
so a
more
lot of
like the
people jump
Rise
back
type
in, but
thing?
Here's the thing that's going to bring this.
Because there seem to be
story
different
around. Games
styles
get
of Monster
minor
Hunter
boosts
kicking around
in
right now.
population all the time, but they usually go down. But I'm feeling like the same thing has
Not
happened
sure
to
yet.
a lot of other people, where a lot of people moved on to Rise, and Rise did a lot of stuff that was amazing. And for me, I'll say those reasons specifically in a second. For me, was super fun. However, going back to World on the PC version, something about this game grabs you a little bit more. Something about it doesn't have as good pacing in the, I'd say, low rank to
Hoping
high
for a
rank, but
fusion
man,
of
now
Rise
that I'm
and
in
World?
Iceborne, I'm like, this shit
Confirmed
a
Wild
roller
is a
coaster.
direct
You're having
sequel
a
to
great time. If there's one
All
thing I
but
will always
confirmed.
give Rise credit, the gameplay is super fun. It's almost like Monster Hunter All-Stars.
So that's the major
gameplay-wise.
assumption right now, is
Everybody
that
gets
it's
supers and
basically gonna be
abilities thanks to wire bugs, mobility,
jumping off World.
insanely fun. It feels impossible to go back. The story of Rise is actually way better, and I don't mean like thematically. I mean like playing through the story mode. Going through low rank, going through high rank is way better. However, there's one thing that Rise lost me on, and it was endgame. So while there was some things to do, I didn't end up doing all of the endgame stuff. I think I missed out on the final version of Malzeno.
Isn't the
A lot of
endgame
stuff
stuff
they wanted
pretty
you to do to grind out
full-blown,
the
like
endgame for
elaborate
me
in
was
Monster
just not
Hunter?
that great. And to me,
It
was
seemed like that
wow,
kind of
I'm having
game where, like,
such a
the
good
end-game
time, and then it's
content would be,
over,
like,
and then it sort of dropped
as
off,
much
and it's like,
content
okay.
as it took
Yeah,
to
and I
get
felt
there.
that for Rise
Like, if it
Vanilla
takes you
and
50
Sunbreak,
hours to
it
beat the
was sort of
story,
the
then
same
there's at
thing.
least like another
Something
50
about
hours
it
of
just
endgame
doesn't give
stuff
me
to fuck
the,
around
like,
with.
oh, I just want to get back in and go hunt shit. I'm like looking forward to getting to the end game of Monster Hunter World again, right? Literally again. However, I find myself just like completely captivated all over again by this game and unlocking things. I feel like I'm constantly like making progression and getting stuff done and going out and blowing shit up. I think the big
That's cool having a good gameplay loop.
Answer now is Monster Hunter
That's one of the
Rise
biggest
or
things in
World.
game development.
And I think both of them
Does the player
have
constantly feel like
value,
they're
right?
progressing,
Rise
accomplishing
is
something?
just a hyper
If you're doing,
Balls to
if the
the
fun
walls
gameplay mechanic is
version
constantly
of
leveling you
Monster
up, getting you
Hunter, where
things,
everyone,
and that's
like I
feeding
said,
back
is a
into the
superhero,
fun gameplay
and
mechanic,
these wire bugs make the game just
you need to get that loop
nuts.
good.
Like constantly, it's Monster Hunter, but it's insane. It's the Marvel versus
Grand Blue
Capcom
Fantasy
2
Relink, 20 hours story,
of
80 plus
Monster
post
Hunter
game.
games. But there's something about like
I'm a bit
even in
iffy
my
with stuff
brain,
like that.
How can I go
I'm
back to
so
the world
story
after
focused
I
on
have
games
access to all
usually
this stuff?
that
Yes, it's the boots on
I
the
get kind
ground
of scared
thing.
away
Yeah,
from
I
games that
guess
have a
so.
substantial
And
end
I don't even
game
know if that's it
element
exactly.
to it.
I think it's
Because
like,
when the game is
again,
meant to be
games
over, I
aren't
kind of want to
just
leave. I
only
don't want to have to
gameplay.
stick
I'd
around for
love to
longer than
tell
it took
you
me to
they
get
are,
there.
that games are
To
not
fuck around with
just
like extra bits
gameplay,
and
right?
pieces.
Or games could just live on gameplay alone. There's something about Atmo, sound, world building, environment.
If you're obsessive
and
about
the way the
grinding, I can see
monsters,
why
like,
that would
look
be
and react
engaging.
to things.
Because I
There's
like
just something
grinding.
about, like,
I mean, I like
smacking a bitch in the face
numbers, I
and they
like
go,
leveling up, I like
and you see all this
completing things. I like the
crazy
completionist
stuff.
OCD aspect of
This
that kind of stuff.
giant pickle takes this
But I do find it
massive
unfortunate
tumble,
when you're
knocks
forced
over
to
all
do
these
that
trees
after
and
the
all this
fact,
crazy
when
stuff
the
that
game
might
is
not have
technically
been
over
as
and you're
well
just going through the
represented
motions.
in Monster Hunter Rise.
I feel like
And then
that's
you
kind of
see all that and be like,
unfortunate.
God damn, I feel like a god. Once again,
I want
forgot.
to get what I need
I
to get
actually
done
forgot
on the
how it
way
was
to the
gonna
top.
be. Here at the end of all
I don't want to
things,
get to the
it's
top roll
definitely worth it
credits
to check
and
out
then
World right now.
hang around on the
Anybody that's
top for
curious to
another
go back into
50
this game, there's
hours
so many people
doing
playing
push-ups.
that it's absolutely worth it to just go re-experience what for a lot of people is one of the
I
greatest
mean, I'll
games
do
of
it.
all time.
There's games where I've
Monster
done
Hunter
it
World is
because
not
that's
a
just what
perfect
was
game by any
expected of
means,
me,
nor is
but
Monster Hunter
it's
Rise.
not my
Most of these
preference.
Monster Hunter games,
It's
like,
not really
improve
what I
upon
want to be doing.
themselves in several ways, but also like backtrack in some ways, and Rise is the perfect example of that. But now we got this huge question of what the hell is Wild going to be like.
Is that his dog? Oh, that's adorable. It must be fun to be successful enough that you could spend a lot of money on graphics and cartoons and things of yourself and your pets. That's cute. That's cool. World is Capcom's highest-selling game, and Rise is their second. We're probably going to see another. We're probably going to see another Monster Hunter game like in the next year or two. That's like a direct sequel to Rise, so that Rise and World will both have like a carry-on for their styles of Monster Hunter. I wanted to look at just there's a couple more things my relateds pulled up that I was curious about, and then I'm going to call it a night. I've turned off the share link for now. One of them is Devil May Cry. I didn't think there was anything Devil May Cry related that wasn't down the pike, but this is by IGN, so I think this is official. I think it's some kind of expansion pack or DLC. It says Devil May Cry Peak of Combat launch trailer. I don't know what that means. Shush. Nebula Joy. Who is Nebula Joy? That might be a hint as to what the hell this is. Capcom and Nebula Joy working together.
That day, if our positions were switched, would our fates be different?
Hey, Virgil. Your portal opening days are over. Give me the window.
This is DMC3.
Then you'll have to take it.
What am I looking at? Wait, why does this look so jank? Oh, did you bamboozle me again? Did the mobile phone space just bamboozle me again? Fuck, this happens too often. Oh, that's Nero. What is going on? This is the Ever Crisis of DMC? Oh my god. I got excited for a second, thinking we were getting some kind of like DMC3 spin-off, like as a small game release, nothing too big and fancy. There's DMC3 again. Styling as usual. I mean, they know the vibe of the thing that they're doing. It's pretty legit. I've actually got the first 3 Devil May Cry soundtracks on CD, on my CD collection shelf. The Devil May Cry 3 soundtrack is pretty amazing, which we're listening to right now. I actually know who the dude is that did the action choreography for Devil May Cry 3. I've actually watched action movies directed by that dude. Japanese action movies that he's made. So, am I correct in my assumption that we just got mobile phone bamboozled? They're not showing... DMC mobile game, here it is. Arriving on mobile devices January 10. 5 days ago. Adventure set after the events of Devil May Cry 3 as Dante prepared to hunt terrifying monsters in search of his twin brother Virgil. Okay, so it is a spin-off from Devil May Cry 3, but then why was there Virgil content in there? Not Virgil, Nero. That's a little confusing. Yeah, that's how I felt, Sham. I thought this was something cool and new, and it technically is, but it's for a mobile phone, so boo. Boo to you, sir. Please stop doing this to me. You know what was the worst one? When we found that that game trailer for the Invincible game, and the graphics were actually pretty dope, and then it turned out to be a mobile game, and it was like a turn-based grid thing. And I'm like, how could you make a game with in-game graphics that were worthy of making a short film as a trailer, where the camera's up close to them and they look legit, and then it's an isometric grid-based turn-based thing? That is such a blue balls situation. I was so upset. I think Tomb Raider did it to me once as well. Because it happened at least 8 times on this stream, I swear. Okay, well, you know, I like Dante though. Good for him. He's making money. He's out there getting his bag. I promise I will play DMC 5 one day. I just don't own it, so I can't really think about when I do it. But I will do it someday. I can't play the entire DMC franchise and just miss one game. That would be silly.
I know who you are.
What is this? Tales of Sekiu by Ace Entertainment. Which are JRPG developers from what I remember. So this should be nice. This looks solid. Love it. Looks beautiful. Transform into yokai. Oh my god, cool. Isn't yokai like that folklore, that Japanese folklore thing for demons that turn into animals or something? Wait, you can use your yokai animal powers to harvest moon? Okay. This is cute. Gather, build, and raise. Okay, wait, hang on. This is gonna make people mad, but this is basically like a Genshin vibe version of Garden Story. It's an action-adventure game with a story and, like, RPG progression, but it's also full of gardening and farming and little mechanics like that. Yokai evil spirits. Yeah, I just heard something about them always taking the form of, like, animals to bamboozle you. But I guess you're like a demon kid that can turn into animals. He does have red eyes and red hair. He might be like a half-demon child. Oh. Hello. Another playable character? She's gorgeous. Holy shit. Oh, wait. Oh, this is actually got more Harvest Moony stuff in it than the Garden Story example I was making. I think you can romance a bunch of villagers. Including animal villages. Can we go back to the brunette? I'm actually, like, I have a crush all of a sudden. Not her. No, you're like 12. Tales of Sekiu. Coming to Kickstarter. Oh, they haven't even kickstarted it yet. That's going to be a long time coming. January 12th, 2024. That's their Kickstarter date. They have a lot of content to show off for a game that still needs to Kickstarter. I wonder what the gameplay balance is of Harvest Moon life sim stuff to actual story and RPG progression adventure stuff. Because they're both in there, but I feel like the trailer was showing off more of the life sim stuff. The next main Atelier game is a mobile gacha? Why? That Atelier franchise has got like a huge pedigree. That game has got so many RPGs on its belt. Why would they do this to it now? Oh, Premiere 2 again. Sham's a big fan of Premiere 2. Mainline. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, the mainline Atelier games are all like JRPGs, yeah? And now they're making a mobile gacha, but not as a spin-off, like as an actual mainline title. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, Sham, when I first went there after you left, but does Premiere 2 remind you of like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo at all? He reminds me of a cooler Shaggy, which is a compliment. I said cooler Shaggy. I don't mind gacha, but I don't trust the big names. Yeah, neither. There's at least 2 major Chinese companies. I can't remember the names off the top of my head, but whenever I see their logo, like my eyebrow raises slightly. I'm very sus about them. Shaggy's already cool. Yeah, so if you're a cooler Shaggy, that makes you extra cool. All right, I've got one more. Sometimes you'll do the stereotypical surfer bro voice. He did. When I was in his chat the last time you guided the raid there after you left, he was playing Monkey Island and he was doing different voices for the characters. And he did a surfer bro for one of them, just briefly. Because someone said one of his voices was like surfer bro. And he was like, no, that's not my surfer bro. And he did his actual one as an example to prove that he wasn't doing it. Yeah, I talked to him briefly in that stream. I just a couple of chats before I had to leave. I remember talking to him briefly about Ron Gilbert. We were talking about, he was generally talking about point-and-click games that he's a big fan of from his youth, and like I'm the same because I used to play all of them when I was young too. And I was mentioning a newer game called Thimbleweed Park, and he'd heard of it, and we mentioned briefly about the fact that Thimbleweed Park is like a newer Ron Gilbert designed point and click, because Ron Gilbert is the guy that made Monkey Island and Maniac Mansion, all those old ones, and he actually is the person that produced and funded Thimbleweed. He knew everything that everything I said about it. He already knew about it, so clearly he's a genre fan. I was impressed. Okay. I don't know what this is. This is a complete shot in the dark. But it's called Harold Halibut.
I know who you...
And I have no idea what this game is. I only know that it's made in Unity. So I'm going in completely blind.
I know who you are. We're the same, you and I.
And it looks like
we are
claymation.
Yes. Drawn to the dark. The damp.
Holy shit, this is cool.
Where the outside world can leak into this place.
Wait, let me full screen this for you, because you need to see how much this looks like claymation up close.
It may have started with one man, but it took the hearts and minds of many more to make the dream a reality. That dream began at the height of the Cold War, when the world was on the very brink of annihilation.
This is like if Wes Anderson made a claymated game.
Spacefaring ship. After 200 years, we finally arrived at our destination, only to find that the promising, watery planet contained no habitable landmass and dense toxic gases in the atmosphere.
You know what they say about a captain going down with his ship?
I think this is a point and click.
Sad story.
Yeah,
but like a modern one.
Mine is sadder.
With a claymation vibe.
Born destined to be a captain of a ship that
I know
was
I keep saying
down.
that, but it really is the main point, I think.
Crash too?
Sure did, bucko. Hell of a thing.
It looks so real.
Everyone certainly had to readjust. Welcome to the
Holy shit.
Agora Arcade.
The lighting is perfect.
A new boy.
And the texturing.
Pick up anyway. Alien radio drama.
Professor, would you like to sit? No, thank you.
I prefer to stand.
What a
woman of
bish.
action, I love that.
What do you think is going to happen now that Earth is okay?
Everyone wants to go back, but...
Yeah, it'll take a while, right? Too long.
Haven't you been craving some adventure?
Oh, sure, but what if I get
This
the
is such a
adventure
look.
wrong?
I can't believe how much it looks like a legitimate claymation live-action film.
A meteoroid?
Even Tim Schafer quoted it.
Underwater.
Hang on. Wow, that looks beautiful, Tim Schafer. Well, it's pretty much what I just said.
Underwater?
We're all gonna die!
I don't make the
There's a
rules,
chicken
Harold,
back there.
but the rules make me.
It looks like our catalytic bacteria is starting to have diminishing returns on the energy output.
This sample has definitely been
Pseudoscience.
taken from something odd, cool, or on a very radical cocktail of drugs.
This is actual gameplay. I saw the icon above her head just a second ago.
Sound pattern. This melody, music is math, math is nature.
It's a countdown.
Great. For what?
Our relaunch window.
And if we miss it?
We wait for 80 years.
But we're going to be dead in 80 years. This trailer's kind of hype. It's starting to feel a bit epic for an indie game.
This is your home?
Our place.
This is amazing. I'm actually really glad I ended on this.
Ah, Harold, just think what wonders await us down there. What new marvels of alien life and power.
Power?
Did I say power? I meant, you know,
Uh-oh.
energy.
We now know what she's about. Watch that chick. That was cute. So they actually created the assets with real claymation. That's why it looks so good. That phone must have been like a prop in the game. I love that. It's not just creating a 3D art style that looks like claymation. They actually just made everything in claymation and then put it in the computer. It's going to be boring though. I disagree wholeheartedly. That looks amazing. That's the best thing I've seen all night. All week even. I'm so stoked for that. I'm going to keep that on the side because I want to send that to a friend of mine that's a filmmaker that would appreciate that. I suppose it... Where was the combat? What combat? Why would there be combat? I don't think that story has any direct violent conflict in it. The vibe I was getting from that is it's one of those modern point-and-click style games where instead of actually clicking your mouse on things, you're actually moving a character around, and then the things that you can interact with highlight. That's usually how they do point-and-click these days. Therefore boring. No, that's how 14-year-olds think about video games. The fuck? A game doesn't have to have shooting, punching, or stabbing to be fun or interesting. It just has to be immersive, and have engaging gameplay. I mean, Jeannie is 100% in her right to like the genres she likes and the gameplay styles that she's into, but I don't know. I wouldn't, that's kind of an all-encompassing opinion just to say that it's just straight up boring if there's no combat. Like, you're discrediting a lot of huge games. For example, Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds has become one of my top 10 best games ever made. If I had to make a top 10 of my favorite games of all time, since childhood to now, Outer Wilds is the most modern, most recent game that's made that list. There is no combat in Outer Wilds. So I'll stick to that. That's my best example. There's plenty, but game bores me to tears every time I watch it. I can't say what it would be like to watch it because obviously I've never watched anyone else play it. But as someone that had my mind blown playing it and enjoyed every single second of it and cried at the end, I'll be playing 12 minutes. Oh, do you mean the top-down one with Willem Dafoe, Daisy Ridley, and James McAvoy? Actually, that's a pretty in terms of how that game's controlled, that's a fairly old school point and click style game, since you are actually still clicking on the screen. It's just that the storytelling and the style is very, very postmodern. I'm actually really upset that I missed 12 minutes, because I would have loved to have played that, but around the time when I first joined Game Pass, 12 minutes was actually on Game Pass, and I just missed it. I actually saw that it was going to leave, and I did not have the time to actually play it. I was a bit too late to get around to it, so I had to watch it disappear from under me. That was very upsetting. Premier 2's playing World of Warcraft. Oh, does he still play that? I've mentioned this before, but I did my 4 months of time on World of Warcraft back when it was still OG, classic, vanilla World of Warcraft. And after about 4 months, once my subscription ran out for that month, I was like, okay, time to walk away before this gets any deeper. But for those 4 months, I liked it. I was into it. It got me. It got me hook, line, and sinker. I was an RPer as well. The way I played World of Warcraft, I was very RP. To the point where I'd get kind of annoyed at players that were, would dick around and not get into the spirit of it. Anyway, let's get a move on, shall we? Let's start up the Premiere 2 thing. There's a martial arts filmmaker I started watching. Now he's devolved into WoW content nonstop. So what did he do before WoW? What did he stream before? You said he's a martial arts filmmaker. Was his stream like him looking at martial arts stuff? And then he just started MMO gaming? Because I've actually seen someone similar before. There's a YouTuber that I've seen his stream before where he likes to sit and watch like YouTube clips just chatting style, like we're doing tonight. But he like watches martial arts shit with his chat, like old Steven Seagal shit, and just like roasts him. And they just have fun with it. But he also games, so he does it like 50-50. He's a YouTuber first. Maybe we're talking about the same dude. Hang on. What was his name? Fuck. Is he Asian? Because the one I'm talking about, he's Asian, but I think he lived most of his life in Germany. So he actually he also speaks German. And he uses a lot of German swear words. It's Middle Eastern? Okay, maybe we're not talking about the same person then. But the people we're both talking about sound super similar. I just don't know even how to look him up. Like, I can't even begin to think how I find this person now. The first time I saw him, I think, was from clips on YouTube of him playing Sisu. No. What's that martial arts game called? Philip Hartshorn. No, that's definitely not him. What's that martial arts game called? Oh yeah, yeah, he's definitely not. Yeah, I've seen this guy's face before somewhere though. I recognize him from something. Sifu, yeah, sorry, my brain changed it to Sisu because that's a movie that exists now. There's a film that has the John Wick action stunt team involved about an old prospector who's trying to get back to the mainland with his gold, but Nazis are trying to stop him. And he's an old badass, so he keeps fucking up the Nazis. And it's got like John Wick style gory action. Really cool movie. Sifu, yes. The guy I'm talking about, I found him through him playing Sifu when I was looking at what people's gameplay footage were like. He's definitely got ADD, but he is kind of entertaining. It's weird seeing a guy with a Japanese look and a sort of American accent, but who swears in German. Like, it's an interesting combination. Okay. Sorry, I was just looking up who you were talking about. Let me... Oh, Jesus Christ. Wait, I grabbed the wrong thing. Let me activate the raid, and then I'll run the the end screen while it's charging up in the background, like a Kamea. Oh god, I'm hot. Okay. I'll see you guys next week. Good to see you. And also, the people who are lurking in the bushes, secretly in the background, whoever's still there. A good night to you too. I'll run the end plate, and then I'll start the raid shortly after. Good night.